exile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I don't wanna live a lie. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down. Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. you feel good with your bravado.
Upper Division is always a treat to watch. We have OG and Viking coming your way here. We're about to be ready to show you the draft. We have got Brian with us to help us navigate that draft. Of course, still here with Kyle and T-Guff. Can't seem to get rid of those. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Sorry, guys.
So yeah, a bit mean today, aren't you?
Yeah.
I also have lack of coffee, just like Kyle.
She gets savage. It's sort of the opposite of the whole Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing.
She called lower division bad. Her team's bad.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
I know.
Yeah,
I heard
Oh,
it.
I did actually.
Bring up the clips, Twitch. Bring it up.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was
Roll the tape.
But I am very much looking forward to this. Brian, I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Do you think we're gonna see Enigma make it through? Obviously, we've seen that be very successful and a flex pick for OG.
But not a
Yeah, if they let it through, I just want to make sure I see like a distinct idea to counter it. Like the whatever pick they follow it up with is clearly meant to address it. That's the only thing I want when I see heroes with or teams with signature heroes that really they specialize in. And going to this series, I love watching teams like OG because their drafting is just on a whole nother level of none of it's just one-to-one counters. A lot of it's like these random synergies and random game plans that I personally can't see how they're supposed to work until the game itself is played out. It's like you're watching a canvas and, you know, they're setting up all the tools, they're putting their colors on their palette, but until the game actually plays, you don't know where they're putting the colors.
A really interesting thing, though, for me, the one thing that I can read from OG so far, in every series, other than High Coast Esports, no matter if they're second or first pick, they've banned out the Batrider. They really hate this hero, clearly. They don't want to play it as well, especially if they have first pick option. So, they think that's probably the most broken hero in the patch from OG's perspective.
And yeah, Viking, by banning the morph, I think give away the first pick shaker intent, which I think OG will be just fine with. But, you know, you don't want to give a morphling a shaker game, even if it's not on his team, ever.
Yeah, ever since OG beat High Coast Esports in the second game of that series, it's always been banned. Every team's banned out Morphling because, of course, you've got Morph Shaker, you've got Morph Willow, and you have Morph Earthspirit.
And this opener is straight from, I believe, TI 8 Grand Final. LGD versus OG. I believe that's game 3. I could be incorrect, but Earthshaker plus Enchantress. Yep, the LGD special. No, it wasn't game 3. No, it was. Not. Maybe. T-Gov's checking.
I'm checking. Don't worry, boss man.
And it is
Game 2.
Game 2.
Game 2.
Yeah, because LGD won.
Pretty close to 3. That's one away.
There you go.
There we go.
I was basically as close as I possibly could have been without being right.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're getting there, Kyle. One step.
That's a great way of looking at it.
Yeah, Clockwork's still a potential here against these two, but I mean, LGD liked the opener for the same reason we like it today. Still solid, although in the past it was especially formidable because Chalice was always playing it as an offlaner. That's not quite as meta, but that hero, man, it's like nothing changed. Puck Furion, love it.
I mean, it's also really good. Like, we've seen literally Puck Furion in the most recent game they've played. It's not like this is something that Viking couldn't prepare for.
Yeah, I think the only issue with Vikings draft, even though like the Shaker, very strong hero, they've pretty much shown their hand instant, right? It's like, this is my 4, this is my 5, we will have strong lanes. But to deal with a Shaker, you just have an aggressive safe lane that can bully that off lane that even by his tower, can't really play by his tower. And then the Enchantress, as long as you have some type of, if you just block the neutral camps, if you have a strong like maybe ranged combo with a melee 4, you can also fight that as well. So I think good start from Viking, but OG, they feel like they have the upper hand. Puck flexible from mid to 5, Furion flexible from 5 to offlane, and that's why I think OG's advantage in the draft simply stems from the fact that they have kind of question marks with their heroes now.
That's something you guaranteed are going to get with an OG draft,
of course,
and also why Ench Shaker isn't seen as often, because that Ench just as a 3 isn't really a thing anymore. But I like this, and I almost prefer it when both these heroes are cores. It's just such nice natural synergy. You can run pretty much any hero for mid one and feel good about it, whether it's Jug, Troll, you can sneak a Drow in there, because you have so much activity represented by these two heroes. They synergize naturally, and they cover one another's weaknesses. Puck, great team fight, good catch, good wave clear, Fury, and boom, you kill towers.
I love these bans from Viking, though, because the read on OG is the flexibility exists within off lane to 5, and then also mid to 5. So they're banning out the 4s, so OG doesn't get a free pick entering that second phase.
Yep. And Sox, you can see smiling like, oh, they're going to ban my heroes.
Yeah.
Huh, all right.
And the best thing is, you know what?
I am 10K.
They probably, none of these 3 are going to be the ones that OG want. You know, they're like, haha, we wanted Willow this entire time, you know, or something.
Yeah.
Is Rubik too simple? Is that like too normal for OG to pick 4th here or 3rd here?
They tried it against the Lions. Obviously, that was one of the games that they lost, but they're not opposed to picking it.
Again, this is one of those moments where it really depends what OG wants to go for on pick 4. You know, like if they have an idea of what type of carry they want, because if they go for a Rubik or Willow on 4, for example, you suddenly have 3 ranged heroes, no one's up front. Like they need to have that forward plan.
I think that's fine.
It is once they cover it, right? And that's what we're probably discussing now is like, it's not the pick that they're going for Satsuka, it's the pick after.
The monkey head on the behind No Tail is facing him today.
Yes,
previously it was facing forwards.
It's wearing purple.
So he consistently is moving that around.
It's like
so
an
he
Elton
probably wears
John
that
vibe.
Also, yeah, No Tail's not actually sitting at an
a little
angle.
bit mean to Elton John.
So if I were to win millions from TI, my first purchase should be an Elton John monkey head, I think. That's what I'm going to do.
There we go. I love this brood band from OG. And there's the Rubik, as we mentioned.
It's like the only hero left, right? That's like pretty good against Shaker, and also since they're eliminating all the 4 positions.
I question whether banning the 4 positions is even the right move here, just because, yeah, sure, you'd probably have preferred an Earth Spirit, but all 4 of these heroes accomplish the same thing in the game for OG.
But think about, like, when you're drafting at someone, does it feel better to control the draft and know what they're having, or keep it all open, you know? Like, that's the kind of key, I think.
Well, the thing is, the only unknown, okay, my argument is, you know, all of these 4 positions, we're going to do the same thing, right? Yes, they're forced to pick a Rubik instead of one of the melee ones, but the core is the question mark. You don't know what that hero is going to be. Ban those out.
But that's where they're first picked, so they always will be able to see that core first. I think the simplest way of wording it is they're forcing OG into a ranged position 4 rather than the melee, and that alone is a fundamental difference for OG's playstyle because it will put more pressure in the lane rather than that rotation into mid. And
I'll give you that. I get you.
I have a question. There's still a lot of possibility that Thompson will play the puck and that Seb will play the Nature's Prophet, and then obviously Rubik has been both played by Saxa and No-Till. Should we be worried about a Keeper of the Light making an appearance on the side of OG?
I hope not, because then they have 4 heroes who all sit at the back, and then it's a lot of pressure on one hero to be the big melee upfront guy. And now Viking going for the Death Prophet as well. They wanted something within the draft to be able to give them flexibility, and of course Shaker DP very strong. The silence is very prominent against the likes of Puck and Rubik.
This is where the sniper comes out.
How crazy is like a gyro?
A little bit.
That's just nuts.
Don't they just go like just Jug here, right?
Yeah, Jug is pretty solid. Just any up-tempo, semi-open hero. It'd also give them the ability to potentially aggro if they really wanted to.
Exactly.
I like Vikings lineup, but it is somewhat standard. Like, this is just, hey, these are powerful heroes in the patch. We're still open. And even better, they get the Undying. Yeah, that is actually a really nice hero against the DP. Percent base damage with your ultimate ticking, and you just, DP wants to be mobile. You want to run into a fight. Ghost pop, Drain's going. Undying Tomb just shuts you down.
Yeah, and I like the fact that when you see this Death Prophet, outside of laning phase, the key thing is that early Roshan that you can pressure, and of course Tombstone around the pit. It's very hard for them to deal with, and Vikings line's all about vision right now. Shaker needs the good vision to get in. It's always hard to play into Undying, because don't forget, Tombstone, at nighttime, it gives daytime vision. So once you place it on the high ground, you will always be able to see. So I think it's the small things that OG are crafting for, and it does mean that the Puck and Fury are pushing, obviously, into the core roles because of the double supports of Undying and Rubik now. But again, this is not a bad spot for Viking. We've mentioned that their draft's very kind of upfront, you know what it is, but it's still very good heroes. If they play well with them, it can easily walk over kind of the cuteness, the skirmishing ability of OG's lineup, but they need to have some foundation, and they go for the DK Now that Puck's been pushed into a core role because the Undying pick, the DK naturally is a pretty openly strong pick, is the hard counter to Puck in lane and the game. Instant stuns are critical against this hero.
The only downside is you're up against a lot of early pressure. And my fear for Viking is that their draft needs a lot of levels, a lot of gold to get online. Whereas OG, and the reason they love this, I love this Undying pick, you know, you can just collapse. You, with equal numbers,
it's Kezu. Hi, Kezu.
will win every engagement on the side of OG. Like, if there's a Puck coil and an Undying Tomb that goes down, Viking need more numbers to even things out. Plus, they have a Furion. So you could quite easily take 2 or 3 tier 1s before 10 minutes. It will be core Furion, I'm fairly certain. In fact, it will be.
Yes,
I mean,
of course.
Yeah, they picked Undying.
No, And because of all this skirmishing that we mentioned, this kind of fighting of desire of OG, Viking are now looking towards the big hard carries that will secure them in the game. I still wouldn't be surprised if OG just go for like a Juggernaut or something.
Yeah,
But they have last pick, so we'll think about Viking a little bit more first.
Monkey King also still in the pool.
I like Slark a lot for OG here.
Oh, yeah, that's true as well.
They're not going to pick Slark.
I think they're just skirmish heavy right now. I think they have things to lay on the ground with the Tombstone and the Coil, but I think they want to pick and choose their fights carefully. They've kind of got all the boxes checked. They just need a hero that can like operate independently in fights and on the map, because none of their heroes really help the carry. Like, nothing enables the carry to have, there's no saves, there's no buffs. So I want a carry that says, okay, I'll show up to fights on my own terms, I'll farm the map on my own terms, and I don't need people protecting me, and I don't need people enabling me. That's why Slark comes to mind specifically this game, because it's good against Death Prophet and DK. But
yeah,
I'm curious what they go for.
Their bans make you seem onto something, because Riki Bloodseeker are arguably the 2 hardest counters to Slark remaining in the pool. I think Jug is more likely, just because I think the way mid 1 builds it is independent in the way you'd want them to play as Slark.
But the key thing is, stop looking at Jug and Slark and more the idea of what they bring to the game. It's the early quick fight, and then they want to run at you. And Viking, they go with the Wraith King to solidify the fact that once they get online and become tanky and they group up as 5, it doesn't matter if you have this cute skirmishing if they can move together around items. But it does give OG this massive window to exploit that greed, and the Jug and the Slark, like we previously mentioned, do fit into that role pretty well.
And they help you keep map control.
Yes, Slark even more than that. As a support player, I hate Slark, and the fact that he does de-ward all my wards. Absolutely disgusting.
Ursa as well comes to mind as decent, but it's not nearly as good as those. Just because I like Ursa against Earthshaker just because of the built-in stash resistance. Alk we saw last series, maybe that's too basic, but I'm just looking at a carry that's going to come online early enough to fight, but it should have a pretty decent early game.
Ooh.
They go for the Luna, so that is pretty heavy team fight. I've been skeptical of this hero this entire patch.
Oh, well,
I said it the other day.
They're going to aggro Tri-Lane, aren't they?
Luna Undying? I'd say yes.
Potentially, yeah. I just like the idea that they have a carry that can fight, that can go. No, it's all right. Cats are very important, just like Luna. Very
Luna
important
last
hero.
pick Cannon.
I have seen a trend, everybody that gets a replacement person. We saw it earlier with Milan. Now we see it with Kezu. They have kittens on the camera. Makes a difference. Brian, final words on the draft. Now we see 10 heroes on the board.
I've been debating back and forth about Luna a lot. I'm ready to see it in action. It looks like a really good Luna game, so I'm going to go with OG, but I'm skeptical of Luna and look forward to seeing what they do with it.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's really important to see how they play the Puck deep into DK matchup. How does OG respond? Do they just bring everyone there when DK tries to pressure? If they take that tower early, DK can often feel lost because you always need to be with advantage on that lane. And that alone might give the Luna the space to have a free game. So I like what OG has, and I think they should be able to do it.
I think Viking have the better draft, personally. But I'm worried about their laning phase and about Seb on his Nature's Prophet. Like, they're going to need to play a really solid game and take the right fights, which OG in their draft are kind of geared around not allowing. First Roche wins the game for whoever takes it.
Well, we heard Boom say it earlier in his interview. Is like it can be anybody's game depending on who shows up, who wakes up more prepared on the day of the game. We're going to find out who takes the first game in this best of 3 series and head over to Moxie and Purge.
It's shake time.
Well, it can be anybody's game depending on how awake you are and what you've had for breakfast and whatnot. But looking at the drafts, it seems that we've got a little bit of a greedier lineup coming out from Viking, and we get a Luna pickup over on the side of OG. How do you feel about this Luna, Purge?
Luna is a hero that has always had like strong potential, right? Like her team fight ultimate is particularly amazing. It's a lot of damage output for a carry, but you're very vulnerable as a hero. So if you get pressured too much, if you get ganked, it takes a lot of items to become stabilized, to feel safe. So generally Luna's win rate is just lower in these top tier games because teams exploit her weaknesses much better than they do other heroes. But like they mentioned, if you put her in a tri lane, she ends up becoming a lot better because her aura gives your supports lots of plus damage, which is way more than what the enemy carries usually do. So if you can exploit it in the laning stage, use this to get yourself an advantage, but also decrease your opponent's net worth, then it can be really effective if you can get that to work.
Well, I'm always glad to see more cats in Dota 2, especially we saw KZ's cat there earlier on. But yeah, the pressure is definitely going to be on, especially too when you consider that there is a Dragon Knight in this game. And we heard our panel talk a little bit about the moves that are going to be necessary, right, when he pops that first dragon form.
Yep, that's always a very crucial point. Like they said, Dragon Knight on paper counters Puck. Puck wants to leave the lane and go get ganks. Dragon Knight pressures your tower. When you lose your mid tower, it's very easy for your opponents to pressure your side of the map. So you don't want to give it away very easily. But lately what teams do is when Dragon Knight gets his 6 and he uses his ultimate, they rotate supports over, they just kill him. And then they do that the next time, and then all of a sudden Dragon Knight feels like a terrible hero. He still has disable setups and he still has some things going for him, but compared to a typical mid hero, it's significantly decreased. So let's watch for that big rotation when Dragon Knight is 6 here.
We will for sure. I also am just a little concerned about the rotations that they do have coming out from OG going to the mid lane when Dragon Knight is in that form. Not exactly the heaviest hitters in terms of supports.
Yeah, I sort of agree, but in the same vein, like rotating Rubik and Undying over, you're going to drop a Tomb, you're going to DK, Soul Rip. Rubik's going to have some nukes. Like, they can kill him. It's not going to be super easy. But it all kind of also depends, like, how well does Topson pressure. If you can keep DK's HP around, like, 80% health, 75% health when that gank comes, it's a completely different story. So they have options. And Topson does do this, like, double null talisman into fast earn build. So his damage is going to be just a little bit higher. He usually just delays or skips a bottle, which is a bit interesting. But he just loves to pressure, and these items are going to be a little bit better for it.
All right, well, it looks like they're trying to move around here with the lanes, trying to not give the advantageous setup as KZU is going top here. And we'll be facing off with the tri lane that they have positioned. But teleports are coming out. They're already swapping up.
Okay, Notel heading to the bot lane. They obviously don't want to lane Nature's Prophet against a DP in a 1v1. With the tri lane against Wraith King, it would decrease his farm. So instead, they're going to sit Luna top against Death Prophet. So not necessarily exactly what OG wanted here. But maybe the Undying and the Prophet will be able to decrease Shad's farm because OG does want to limit their advantage in the laning stage.
That is definitely you have to watch out for, and we've heard the panel talk about it before as well. Having the skeletons over with the Wraith King taking down towers early just gives you a really nice advantage. And they do seem like they've got a decent setup here for being able to push. Like we said, the Dragon Knight definitely wants to pressure the tower once he hits a 6, and then also you have those extra units coming out from the side of Viking. They do have their own D push though as well.
That's a good point, yeah. It will definitely help offset some of the pressure that Prophet applies on the map. But generally, Seb isn't as much of a split pusher. When he plays Prophet, it's more like he just plays with his team. He ganks correctly, he buys good utility items, so it should help, but it's not going to completely shut down Prophet like we do some games when Prophets rely a little bit too much on split pushing to be effective. Very curious to see what mid one builds this game, itemization wise. Like he's been buying weird items. I certainly expect to see something similar out of his Luna game. We probably won't see like standard right click, Mask of Manus, Manta, BKB stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to see something weird. Yeah, very curious to see what he gets.
What has he been building on like almost all of his cores? The Boots of Travel Midas.
Yes, Midas into Boots of Travel,
right.
Which in some ways is kind of a cool idea for Luna. Like she does farm quickly, but she does have issues at times. Both farming really fast and also participating well in team fights. And considering they have a lot of pretty solid disable on the Viking side, maybe some extra movement speed will help her to stabilize, and Midas will just help her to stick with her team, do tactical moves, and not also get behind in net worth.
It'll definitely be one of the first times that we'd see that picked up in a professional match, and I'm sure then everyone will be thanking him, as everyone in pubs will be trying to emulate it. Definitely do not try this at home, kids, sort of deal, when you've got mid one doing these builds.
Exactly, but again, mid one makes very good teamfight decisions. He dies less than a normal carry, and that is why it is okay for him to do this and get away with it. So if you cannot die less than mid one, then maybe you should consider not buying the item.
Otherwise, we're going to be reviewing your case on the Overwatch live Dota 2 court here at DreamLeague.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a not guilty, but you know, I understand your teammates' frustration.
You're not part of the court, Purge.
You're doing a great job with the Undying against the Wraith King. This is one of the nice advantages of having Undying, is normally you lane him against like an off-lane strength here. Ooh, damage top.
Yeah, oh, the nice save though here from Aramis. Looks like mid one. Isn't gonna be able to get the final hit off over here onto KheZu. They have to be a little bit careful. They've got the Spirit Siphon, Crypt Swarm coming out. They do enough damage. It's looking like they're gonna try to man-fight it out, and KheZu goes down mid one. Getting the kill with 60-something hit points. Aramis now has to run away. Not quite enough damage here on Sox to go and get that kill, but we'll force him back.
A little too over-eager there on KheZu's side. Thought he could get mid one, but with the Fairy Fire and the quick magic wand that built up a ton of stacks, very easy for him to fight to the death. Luna is a very good fight to the death type hero. Here it is again. Earthshaker pressuring correctly. KheZu walks in to get some damage in, but Fairy Fire, 7 stick, and all of a sudden, a lot of heal from him. And just the right click you get from your aura, plus the 150 damage nuke every 6 seconds is a lot more than most carries output. He's got decent armor too, 8 base plus the Wraith Fire, or the Wraith Band. He's sitting good. More pressure top, because you're gonna take a lot of damage here. Should be fine though.
I feel like that's one of the big weaknesses with the Death Prophet in the offlane, is just the fact that they're so susceptible if you have that lockdown. She just doesn't have a great way to escape it. She's not super tanky.
Yeah, she is fast, and her strength raw strength is pretty high, but you have to definitely be careful. I think the other issue is that you just don't have any control over whether or not they run away from you now. Spirit Siphon doesn't slow people anymore, so other than being fast, you can't just like run people down over these long distances. So you do have to be pretty careful when you commit to kills like that.
Well, it's interesting to note now that we do have the 5-minute runes that came up, and still not a whole lot of action. Some pressure being placed on No Tail down there. A little bit of fighting over at the top rune spot, but they've already snapped it up. Aramis juking around the corner here. KheZu will throw out a couple hits.
OG doing a really good job just pressuring whenever they can, because they are going to win in these 2v2 scenarios, especially with level 2 Lunar Blessing. Both of these guys have 15 bonus damage, so every time they go in these two, they're just going to take a lot of damage. So I would say that this lane setup for Viking, this is one of the issues in it. Like, yes, Earthshaker can fissure them when they go on them, but they're still taking a lot of damage between the lift and the Lucent Beam and like 4 or 5 right clicks from each hero. So this lane setup is looking pretty good for OG, especially because they also have the Undying laning against Wraith King on the opposite side of the map and decreasing his damage and making it harder for him to lane.
Now, I like this movement coming out from Viking. We talked very much about how the supports are going to need to rotate when Boom's got the Dragon form up, but we're seeing the supports also rotate from the side of Viking to try to ensure that they can put damage on this tower. In fact, you're seeing the Centaur creep. He's tanking a lot of these hits. They've got the Cardi off to the side. Well, put some damage down.
Stick by Celery instantly enchants a new creep so he doesn't get the last hit. Once again, under tower is the perfect creep to have. It's going to split into more things to tank, and Boom just gets so much damage onto the tower here. Really well done with that Enchantress rotation.
Thompson's just going to clean up the wave, though, and still, you know, we talked about rotations, and the rotations coming up from Viking are just very nice. Kind of anticipating the fact that they were probably going to see some supports, and it made a little bit of space here. KheZu's courier did die during that, though. Looks like they managed to get sniped.
Does not, man. They're so happy with how much damage they did to the tower here. Earthshaker probably dead here, though.
Yeah, this is not looking good for him. He's going to go down. Mid one gets the kill, and KheZu is going to get hit with the Lucent Beam, but should be able to walk away.
That was just an insane amount of damage to the tower. The enchant rotation with the double creep while the catapult was there, just really well done with their first Dragon Knight ultimate. It's going to put pressure on the map, open things up a little bit, make it easier for Viking to go for ganks later. They don't have the best ganking heroes. That's one downside to this early tower kill, that they don't necessarily have the best heroes to make the pressure count in a really strong way. But either way, mid one's still having an excellent game on the top lane too. They're making KheZu's life hard. His net worth is not looking so good. Maybe we'll see another kill here too. Dragon Knight ulti used again mid, so No Tail rotates to try to deal with that a little bit. But they've got Eclipse on mid one, so KheZu's got to be careful here. Certainly killable.
You can see that he's hanging back quite a bit. Does have the Earthshaker hiding off in the tree line. In fact, there's the lift right back. The Eclipse, like we talked about. Fissure comes out, but it doesn't matter. Wrath of Nature comes out from Seb and cleans up on KheZu.
Yep, only one range creep left. They're able to get Rubik in position to toss forward at the same time, so Eclipse is going to hit KheZu almost entirely. And again, this dual lane for Viking is showing some weakness here. You guys aren't going to believe this, but Luna's going a completely standard item build. Mid one going for the Mask of Madness rush. I know, it's weird. It's
is
not
this
him.
really mid one playing?
Hard to say. Maybe it's a stand-in.
Could be. We've seen enough of those. Oh, they get the kill on Chad's Couriers. Thompson with the Dream Coil looking to finish off over onto this Enchantress. One more hit should do the trick. Down goes Celery. So Thompson should be happy with that, and he gets a couple of earn charges to boot.
Took a little doing, but yeah, the 2 earn charges are going to be great. They end up denying the tower, so yeah, the tower pressure goes really solid. They lost mid tower 2 at some point here. I didn't see where that one died, but it's gone. So Viking not necessarily doing the best in their lanes, but getting the double tower kill at this point is really solid for them. They're not rotating top though. He wants to get a kill here on the Luna. Doesn't have his ulti. I think he's gonna get spotted by Soxa. He does.
Yeah. Not sure if everybody's quite in the right position just yet. Okay, so using the Exorcism, look at the teleports coming out now. No-Tail joining top. Stun's gonna come out over here onto the Rubik, and they have the Tombstone as well. There's a lot of ghostly daisies dancing around. Seb TPing in over onto the back lines. Aramis is gonna have to TP out. KZU and now Boom. They've attracted a lot of attention here. This is not looking super great for Boom, as he is gonna have to try to teleport out. I don't think they have the stun though, so he's gonna be able to leave. The Exorcism has gotten used though, over here on the side of Viking.
Yeah, not too bad at all for OG. I'm sure they would have loved to have one more kill there, but Tomb was obviously fantastic. Very little chance that they can fight through that, but Kezu's able to get away from the zombies long enough so that he doesn't get slowed. But Exorcism being burned is a big deal, because now OG's going to pressure this tower, and it looks like Seb's going to clean it up.
Yeah, he's got his little treants, and of course those are the baby ones. We are not at the big boy stage just yet, but that will become an issue later on, I have a feeling. He's taken up. Fissure's gonna get used. Snowtail gonna try to walk away. Celery is here though, has the impetus. They'll go to use the Dream Coil. The Silence getting used over here onto the side. They'll be able to take down KZ as Aramis just stuck in the trees. He has no hope of escape. Down he goes. Mid one gets a double kill.
No-Tail might die to a creep. It's really close. Running for his life. Okay, he's gonna be okay. Oh, is he greedy? Is he gonna go for it? No, he's scared right now. He was like one hit away from dying to that ghost creep, but he ends up escaping with no boots. That was dangerous.
He's just gonna moonwalk out like a cool kid.
Yeah, took his time though. He's playing it safe. Very, very aggressive for Viking to go that hard on Undyne. They almost got him for sure, but great response by OG. I think Mask of Madness is on its way out, by the way. He doesn't have any points in his cleave yet. We'll see how that adjusts here, but he's also got the Possess Mask, which is a perfect early Luna item because he does want to spend a lot of time hitting creeps here.
It feels so good to find that as a Luna. Do have an item dropped over on the side. He just waits so that way the camp can respawn. Bottom lane, more pressure being placed here. Celery trying to run away, cannot outrun Thompson.
Presumably a pity.
Thompson knows what heroes he can kill, and it's basically Earthshaker with a little help or Enchantress, because Enchant isn't 6 yet. No untouchable, so she's just a really easy kill every time right now. Like they want to collapse on Kezu though. He's definitely one of the easiest heroes to kill right now. He's got a very efficient build for his net worth, just treads, wand, some other stat stuff, but he's got to be very careful with his movements right now. And because it's going to take some time for Viking to get ready to get ganks off, they do have Blink on Dragonite, so they have some options, but it's not easy for them to set up these kills. They kind of need to slow the game down and collect some items on probably Earthshaker. He needs the Blink, and maybe an item and a half on Wraith King.
Uh-oh. As Dream Coil snapped in the bottom, they realize they don't even need Seb here, as they find the kill on Boom.
Nicely done. Using the Centaur there, with Soxa stealing Enchant, able to get the kill on Dragonite in a place that he looked semi-safe. Thompson getting some nice pressure on the map, getting kills that aren't just squishy heroes that have low net worth.
That Urn Rush was just very, very nice to deal with what the Dragon Knight has going on. My question, we've been seeing more and more of the Death Prophet in the off lane. Is it just gotten to the point where teams have figured out what to do to really slow it down and make it less of a threat? Because I feel like the last couple games I've watched with the Death Prophet in the off lane, they've had a horrible time with it.
It's not easy always just because of her lack of disable, but on paper she does look like a pretty decent hero. Like she's a hero that doesn't have much outplay potential right now. Like you don't slow people's Spirit Siphon, so you have to like ulti people to score really big kills. That's what makes it hard.
All right, well.
Seb maybe.
See Seb, the Blink 4, Dragon Tail comes out. They'll use the Exorcism, so slow him down. They've got the damage, though. They do manage to find a kill on Seb, and they can put some pressure on the tower top. But as I say this over in the mid lane, efficiency Dota here coming out from OG. So they realize that they can put some nice damage themselves. Dream Coil gets used over here onto Kaizu. They just have so much damage as they go, and they just burst him down as Mid One finds yet another kill. No Tail trying to punch over here onto the Enchantress. It's a bit slow on it, but Thompson is much quicker here. So he does trail after Celery, and then decides, nah, we got the tower. We're good. And Mid One's going for a little damage on tier 2.
Yep, he might as well. If he just does this by himself, it's not that big of a deal. He would have to worry about getting ganked, I suppose. But instead, he's going to do some jungling in this area. A little scary for sure, though. Got to be careful with this whole team running top looking for Boom. He might spot him with the orb.
Oh, they
do. They see him. He can't blink for 10 seconds. He does have a quelling, so he can get out a little bit, but they can do some checks here. No quelling for Undyne, unfortunately. And yeah, he's going to be able to get out.
They spot him, but they don't have the Dream Coil.
And Mid One shifted to go push out the safe lane, so no threat to him in the meantime. But they're just playing basically really high-paced Dota this game. They generally do this when they have Prophet because they know that they can tempo the game so well. And they're slowed down by almost nothing here. Having Undyne, he's always ready to go basically with Tombstone. Thompson's rushing E-Blades so that he can get as much kill potential as possible right now. Now they're trying to get Boom, trying to finish off that kill they wanted.
Well, looks like they'll find their prey here. They go up with the Orchid, the lift, the toss back. They have the Stolen Spirit Siphon, and it takes a little doing, but eventually Seb will slay the Dragon Knight. Not going back in.
There.
Couple hits over here onto KZ. Thompson just playing around a little bit.
Gotta be careful. Wraith King stunning any of those people is gonna put them in a dangerous spot, but for now, just great space creation by OG while Mid One continues to farm in the efficient build, the normal stuff here. It's gonna he's gonna go either S and Y or Manta. It looks like a Manta game a bit because of the silence and DK stun. You can dodge those out. Mid One might be in trouble though.
I think he's okay here. I think if he's on the other side of the fissure, it's a little bit scary. But look at Seb already making his rotation. He had the Orchid online. Celery and KZ are nearby, but they're very close to the tower. So looks like they'll back off a moment. Lots of teleports coming down. They look like they want to fight, Purge.
Yeah, good vision for Viking at the moment though, but we'll see if they can deal with that. No Tail is not here. It's gonna make fighting very difficult until he gets here with the Tombstone, but No Tail has not purchased boots yet. He tried to buy a second Windlace, making a bit of a mistake here. No, he's going to bring it out. All right, 2 Windlace Undyne. Who needs
Here
boots?
we go.
He's got other perfect items for his circumstance, but damn, I don't know if he noticed.
I don't know.
He's queued it up, I think. He knows.
All
He's
right.
figured it out.
Well, they're trying to make a smoke play here, and they are separated up a little bit. As it seems like they're a little misguided over on the side of Viking, not quite sure where they want to go.
Yeah.
Dancing around that mid lane.
They
Shad
clearly
has to be
don't want to fight
careful.
except for maybe a kill.
Well, Shad has been abandoned by the rest of his team, as it looks like they probably have enough damage to go and bring out that reincarnation. Yes, it is, but they'll follow up, going right back in again with the slow. They'll turn their attention now over onto No Tail. It's a good Dream Coil. They do have the Exorcism coming out from Kaizu. No Tail is taking so much damage. He actually does go down. Boom next to fall, though, and that's a bit worrisome since he is the big tanky boy. Thompson dancing around over on the back lines. They'll find the kill on Kaizu, and they have their own Exorcism, those little ghostly cubes floating around here. Thompson still hunting, hoping maybe he can grab someone else, but it's going to be pretty hard for him to catch them at this point.
Thompson did such a good job buying time in that fight. Like, it looked kind of dangerous after they initiated and killed the Wraith King, but he popped the Ghost Scepter at the perfect time. It bought him time through silence to not take damage and to not take physical damage. And by the time that was over, he was able to Dream Coil off onto 3 big heroes. And even without Luna showing up, they were able, with the fact that the Tombstone was there and Thompson bought time, to actually just work him down slowly.
Boom? I don't think this is where you want to be, my friend. This is a lot of damage coming out from the Eclipse. He's immediately forced to back off, but there it is. There's the Fissure into the Echo Slam. Grabs 2 of them. Mid one. Is he going to survive this? He's got lifesteal, but no, he does eventually fall, though Celery also will get taken down, and Soxa next to fall to the side of Viking.
I thought Dragon Knight was dead for sure with that Eclipse, but once again, Quelling Blade to get out of the Sprout right away. He ends up staying alive with like 60, 70 HP on the Dragon Knight. Huge swing there. Obviously, the game's still looking rough for Viking, but hey, get a kill in the enemy carry, you finally got it done. That's his mega kill streak as well, and it went to Khezu, so he'll catch up a little bit in net worth. Not that it's looking great.
Look at this. Immediately that Eclipse, the Orchid, trees. I almost thought the Celery might end up body blocking him just a little bit too much, but no, he makes it out. And then look at Aramis. That's the Blink Dagger reveal. A nice Echo Slam onto 2.
Really nicely done for sure. So some space is collected for them. That's going to buy The Wraith King a little bit more time to get his relic. It's about 50 gold away right now. So he's getting there. Radiance is certainly going to help against all of this stuff that OG has. The fights are a little bit elongated at times, so just need to buy time for him. But Roche is going to make the tempo go up.
It is, and I believe it was Kyle who was on the panel. He said, you know, the first person to get Roche is going to win the game. And right now, OG, they're really, you know, putting the damage down, getting this Aegis here. They don't have to worry about Echo Slam. They don't have to worry about Exorcism. It's the perfect time. So mid one gets himself a nice Aegis at 18 minutes in.
Yep, and another cool thing about the Undying here is that not only does he stabilize your lanes and give you really solid gank and team fight in these early skirmishes, but his ulti amplifies the damage you deal by 25%, making him a pretty capable Roche hero, actually. Normally they would have struggled a little bit too much here. In the meantime, mid one is almost finished his BKB, so the next fights against Earthshaker are not going to be nearly as dangerous. Wow, he actually sends the Vambrace back. He wants to keep the Possessed Mask. A little surprising, but...
That lifesteal, though.
I mean, it's only 7%. I can't tell. Okay, he's going to use Grove Ball. That makes more sense. Amplifies his magic damage, gives him attack range, more attack speed. That makes more sense over the Vambrace. But I think Vambrace is definitely better than Possessed Mask in this circumstance, because he's already got some lifesteal.
Well, I'm not going to argue with mid one on this for sure. He likes to do things a little bit wacky sometimes, but it seems that they always seem to work out for him, so...
Yeah, not this game. Everything's very standard the way he's playing.
Except for that Grove Bow.
No. I like the Grove Bow. I said I meant Possessed Mask over Vambrace.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In my opinion.
All right.
Grove Bow makes sense.
Makes a little more sense, yes. All right, well, Seb pushing out the bottom lane here. Aramis just kind of hiding over in the tree line. Getting a little bit of that experience. But there's a lot of movement in that top area. Coming out for the side of OG. The Fissure comes out, though. They do spot him. Can they finish him off? Teleport's immediately coming out now from OG as they want to try to punish this. But I don't think they're going to be quite quick enough.
All right, BKB's up on Luna, though. So no engagement, but they keep Prophet alive. They need to buy a little bit of time till he gets BKB before he can fully commit to these fights. So not too surprising. But with the map control they have with the Aegis, I'm sure OG's ready to fight very soon.
Especially with an Arcane Rune over here on Puck. I think Thompson would love to skirmish anytime that the rest of the team is ready.
He's picking up an Aether Lenses too, as well. Interesting. We've seen this a couple times. I think Boom was the guy that got an Aether Lens on Puck and ended up losing the game because he didn't have the Dispel from like a Yules or something, but clearly seems like a popular build. I mean, being able to Dream Coil from farther away is great. Being able to go farther with the Waning Rift gives you more options, and it's going to help make him get away with the fact that he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Definitely interesting.
I like their movements, the way that they're sweeping through the area, trying to clear it out, and they're using mid one as the bait here. E-Blade gets used over on the side, though. Just a little warning shot here from Thompson.
Oh, damn, they stole Vampiric Spirit. Watch out.
Oh, man, all that lifesteal. How do you stop him now?
It's not even an aura anymore, I don't think, yeah. Looks like it just works on Rubik. Gotta kill
All
some
socks,
now,
though.
spawn some skeletons. Yeah, watch out.
There we go. Pressure being placed over on the mid tower, and they really can't do anything against mid one here. Just slices through the tower, slices through the creeps, gets a little heal top off here from No Tail, and the pressure's on in the bottom area. Two-pronged attack. It's looking pretty good right now for OG. Smoke coming out, though, from the side of Viking. Can they get anything from this, though, is the question.
They've got Radiance on Wraith King. He wants to run into this, but running uphill into the Tri-Camp is really hard. And Dire scanning, spotting heroes there. They just know that approaching that way is going to be tough. So they're going to try to see if OG will leave
the orb?
this Tri-Camp.
Could they potentially? No Thompson. All right, well, they have a party hitting their tower over here, and mid one's got an Aegis. Do manage to get a courier snipe.
Catapult. Good. Good time to push. Treants are going to tank most of this split shot damage.
They have a ward here. They know. Celery so far forward here. Wrath of Nature plus the Dream Coil over on 2. Looks like they should be able to take down Celery first over on the back line. So they've split it up so nicely. Keizu, he tries to teleport out. He's not going to be able to. They have the Lucent Beam, and they're just chasing down Boom on the back lines here. Keizu eventually to fall.
That was so smart by OG. They knew that the most vulnerable place they get attacked from is the back. They hadn't seen anybody on the map for a while, except for the Wraith King. They anticipated this. They had the ward and the sentry, and Dyne was perfectly positioned. And then they Dream Coil to drop the tomb, and then their opponents are forced to fight. Luna might lose his Aegis here, though.
They need one more hit. Okay, there it is. There's the Aegis gets burned. She's gonna be right back up again, and she should be able to walk away unless Boom follows up there with the Dragon Tail, followed up with Wraithfire Blast. Echo Slam coming out over on the back lines. They do manage to take down mid one. Just a lot of damage, though, over onto the Earthshaker. He's trying to run away. He will eventually pop. BKB coming out now from Seb. No Tail tries to run away, tries to use the whip to his own advantage. Does get chased down by Celery.
All right, nicely done. They lose the initial team fight, but mid one playing way too aggressively in the high ground, gets stunned under tower. Aegis gets burned, and that gives them the opportunity to finally commit all of their big ultimates to kill him. So, decent misfire there by mid one. Rare mistake. He does finish his Sanj and Yasha. Queuing up a butterfly. We're going to see the replay once again. Walks high ground, finds a random Wraith King here, and yeah, there is the evidence that Luna is a bit of a squishier. He's got 18 armor there, but his raw HP was only like 1,500. That was partially because of his itemization. Before he finished the SNY, his only strength items were basically a wand and a Black King bar, so that is why he was so burstable in all of this engagement. So he'll be sitting a little tankier next fight, and the status resistance will be higher too.
Man, No Tail tried real hard to keep him alive that entire time, but still was having some difficulty with the amount of damage coming out. So Shard was the next item on Earthshaker's grocery list, as it should be. And we do have the Shard picked up now on Rubik, where he's able to lift his own teammates and move them about to safety and whatnot. How do you feel about that one?
This one. I think it's perfect in the circumstance, because something I was thinking about saying when the Luna was disabled was if they have a Glimmer Cape, you know, Luna probably survives that second round of damage. And but Undying, you know, he had to buy 2 win laces. He was really poor as a result. So, you know, they haven't been able to pick up a win lace or a Glimmer Cape yet. Rubik has one queued up as well, but it's like he's not there yet. So now, yeah, maybe he could have spent that 1,400 gold they spent on a Shard to just buy a Glimmer Cape instead. But this is also going to solve similar issues. The throw range 60% longer, cooldown's reduced by 30% when targeting allies, and the throw delay is 0.5 seconds. If he just gets gone on, Earthshaker Shard doesn't matter anymore. You toss him away from the fissure. There's no follow-up stun. It's the hard counter.
Well, he has to make sure that he's not the one who's also getting fissured, right?
Absolutely, but like he's got an Aether Lens already, and he's got 250 cast range from Arcane Supremacy. Like telekinesis cast range has got to be like 800 or something at least right now. We won't be able to see the area until the game gets resumed, but it's going to be really far. He's just going to sit back. He's going to wait until Luna gets put in a really bad position, like Dragon Knight goes in, blink stuns. That's when you throw him to safety. Well, and then later on, they'll follow that up with glimmers.
Our observer's trying to show you the about the area that he can do that within. You don't trust them.
I mean, they can estimate as well, but unless I see, I mean, not the cast.
You need cold hard, you know, facts there. You need to have the actual measurements, each pixel. Yes.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's not always accurate. The cast ranges get a little funky sometimes. But
that is true.
I think this one would work. Got a decent steal too with Wraithfire Blast, so he's looking to be pretty effective as Rubik. Great cast range. It will invade and reset the game. They still have a net worth advantage, of course. Seb finishes BKB there. I don't know if he has another item coming out or he just has no money. Appears that he just has no money.
Well, that's a feels bad, man. All right, Purge, moment of truth here. Tell me your estimations. Who's got the higher win probability right now?
Oh, looking. Oh, okay.
Don't look. Yeah, you can't look.
It's got to be OG, surely.
Okay. But what's the percentage? I don't know. I'm not in charge of the observer, the camera, or anything like that. We're taking a nice stroll in the Radiant jungle right now.
I mean, we just got them to guesstimate the cast range of telekinesis. I'm sure they could also press one hotkey and check the win probability graph. I don't know.
Sassy Purge.
It's got to be at least, I think it's like 75 right now. If they hadn't made those mistakes with the Aegis, then quite a bit higher, because I don't know if they necessarily would have gotten a Rax there, but they certainly would have kept pressure on the map, and now they're more reset. But they still have a net worth advantage. They have a little bit more map control. Roach has got a ways till he responds, but I just feel a little bit more confident in their pressure right now, at least until like Wraith King gets a BKB and a Blink Dagger.
So how much then does it shift once they've managed to get those items acquired?
That's
because it is the Wraith King factor, right? We've been seeing him a lot throughout the this whole DPC, and it seems like, especially if you get that magical item, the Giant's Ring, things shift a lot more towards your favor towards the late game.
You're right that things could change heavily in the next 40 minutes, but I think what's crucial is that most of the Viking lineup is about blowing up the one guy, and the fact that OG has the one guy in the front hitting buildings, not that Prophet can't do it, not that Puck can't do it a little bit, but Luna is like the tower hitter. So they have all these great heroes for chain stunning and for bursting. So if OG gets a solution to that, it becomes much harder for Viking to play the game, basically. So having telekinesis can target allies this game is actually pretty ingenious, because Glimmer alone would help, but if they have a Dust and they combo physical damage with all these stuns, they can still kill Luna. So the fact that he can just do this while Luna is stunned has basically turned telekinesis into a disruption, basically, and could, like, absolutely, with perfect OG positioning, like, give them no chance to lose the game, assuming they don't get picked off too much in between, like, row chains. So I think OG's in a great position, especially with that shard pickup, if it works as good as we are assuming it might.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of theory crafting here, obviously, but it would be pretty neat to see if, the telekinesis shard option is indeed, something that could be used in order to save your cores from the Earthshaker shard itself, because it feels like there's not a lot of solutions to that aside from like something like a BKB, or you're just very, very tanky. But my other question too is that, KheZu having a really rough time on this Death Prophet, what does he need to be able to do to become a little bit more relevant here?
Basically, he just has to be ready to get into close range of the enemy team at the same time that they are bursting, basically. But it's kind of hard, right? Because his allies are going to jump in, combo the Luna, for example, and ideally he would want to be there with damage with Exorcism on, with Spirit Siphon going. But then he's going to get caught up in like Puck Coil and things like that. So it's kind of hard for him. If he had like a BKB, I'd feel more confident. He does have the Ogre Club, so he's getting there. Or Ogre Axe, excuse me, that's the Dota 1 name.
Oh my god, unforgivable Purge.
But once he gets BKB, it'll be a lot easier. He just waits till his allies find a good initiation, ideally a fissure on 2 to 3 heroes with an enchant totem follow-up, and he runs in at the same time with ulti on and BKB active, and then he can just do a whole bunch of damage and silence some important heroes. That's maybe the solution, right?
Yeah.
Watch out for the Rubik telekinesis, slap a silence on him for that 6 seconds, and now Rubik can't save his Luna particularly.
Yeah, but he's got to just, like you said, a lot of it comes down to the positioning, and it feels like any time that KheZu goes a little bit forward, he's immediately blown up.
Yes, and that's because he's behind. He's got great items for this context, though. Lots of magic resistance with the cloak, and the talent that does the same thing. He's got Essence Ring. He understands that, like, he's just trying to get as tanky as possible right now for as cheaply as possible. But it doesn't, in a normal circumstance where his net worth isn't quite as low, he would be in a much better place.
That makes sense. So it does feel like Viking has to play a little bit of catch-up here, but unfortunately for us, guys, we are having a connection issue, so we're actually going to toss it to a break. I know you guys are all very disappointed. We're very excited to be watching this game and casting it for you, but we are going to just take a short break here, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have more of the Viking versus OG game.
The sky will turn pink. And I've lost everything, forever living in the dark. intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out.
Yeah, OG basically just instantly smoked. They put a sentry on the cliff. They put a tombstone down mid to push it out, and they're basically just doing this to make sure that Viking can't pressure at the same time to take the tier 2. So everything's looking good. Something BSJ pointed out to me during the break was the shard on Rubik. If you steal Fissure, it also gives you the Earthshaker shard, basically. So it'll allow him to proc Aftershock with either Telekinesis or, ooh, they're going to catch Enchantress over here.
Yeah, Celery. It was a little bit of a hopeful move here. They still have the vision on her. I mean, they can't really hit her that hard, right, with the Untouchable, but they can burst her down. In fact, that's exactly what they're going to do with a little assistance from Thompson.
I don't know if that counts as bursting. That was like you slowly completed a task over the course of like 4 months and you feel really good about it.
You call that 4 months? I didn't think it was that long.
Considering it's a 5-position hero, yeah, that's the way to stay alive. Glimmer Cape with raw HP.
But they had the
find some time. He wanted to keep blocking the ancient camp, I think, is what he's been doing, because he doesn't want those stacks to happen while they have really good control of the map, because then it's going to just make sure that Luna has way more farm than their opponents.
Some big boy items picked up, though. Bloodthorn just completed now for Seb, and of course we do have the BKB on Shad now. He's making his way towards this Nature's Prophet. Silenced up here, turns with the BKB with the Bloodthorn, does a decent chunk of damage here over to Shad. Not sure if he was quite expecting that just yet, and you can see the other members of OG making their way down to help out their Seb.
It's totally fine. I mean, they forced the BKB out. That's absolutely what they want. It's really an early Bloodthorn, though. But in some ways, like, it's going to help them close the game out faster, potentially, because if they do catch a hero out of position, namely Death Prophet or Wraith King or Dragonite, they're just going to do infinitely more damage, especially because, think of the combo. This is a cool combo. Lunar Blessing gives everybody 35 more bonus damage on your team, so everybody's already hitting harder. And then with Bloodthorn, everybody's getting guaranteed crits for 30% more damage on top of that. So that's a big damage amplification when you combo the Luna Aura with the Bloodthorn. So probably the reason they rushed it.
There's the initiation. They immediately spot out No Tail, so they'll be able to remove him from this next fight if they're going to go in for one. Roche is up. This will, of course, be the second Roche here.
Yeah, good pick here. No buyback for Undyne, so if they can slow this down, it's going to be hard, though. Celery's already got wards in position. They scan it. They see it's up, but yeah, it doesn't look like... it's going to be really hard.
I mean, it's so scary, right? Especially Dragonite. All right, Boom making some moves over here. They're going to just try to blow up Soxa if they can. Needs a little bit more, but they will find it. Mid one here, trying to just put some more damage down. BKB does get popped on Boom as Keizu. They managed to go and finish off the Roche. So Boom will get himself an Aegis.
All things considered, not terrible for OG. They do lose Rubik, of course. He gets stunned for actually 4 months. But the big thing is they pop BKBs and big cooldowns on the enemy team. There's still Echo Slam, but this would be a great time for OG to go take a fight once Rubik is up.
Ooh, a double damage rune over here spotted by No Tail. He's going to snap that up.
So many good neutral items for right-clicking.
Cloak of Flames getting picked up too. Always a great item.
Yeah. Well, Undyne with a Orb of Destruction. You don't see that often, but he's going to be slowing people when he hits them anyway, so just another way to amplify damage here.
Might as well. Octarine completed now for the puck.
Cool. Yeah, really low cooldowns on his spells. 4.5 second phase shift. He's just going to go be aggressive consistently here. Got to regain map control. Level 20's picked up for Wraith King. He's also got an Elven Tunic, so this is a really nice advantage because 421 movement speed without even turning his phase on, 500 movement speed with phase on, it's going to help make up for the fact that he does not have a Blink Dagger.
I think it's coming out, though, isn't it?
Strong. Okay, he also has a Blink Dagger. My point is...
It's all right, Bert. He's just going to be very speedy. You got to go fast.
It is important that you can initiate instantly, right? If you walk in and Puck's able to Dream Coil you, then your damage isn't there to follow up on the chain stun that your allies are doing. So definitely important that he has Blink Dagger to follow up and to try to burst on these important heroes in the crucial moments.
Definitely is nice to be able to follow up, especially once your Earthshaker jumps in, once your Dragon Knight has jumped in. You gotta be fast on your feet here, so Shad will have that for the next engagement. And I feel like a lot of the times they're trying to, I won't say hunt Seb, but they're trying to take him out of the equation because he's just doing things like this, right? Purge is constantly, you know, popping up in the lane, putting more pressure down. It's a very annoying hero.
He hasn't even abused his shard yet, just using regular treants and some right clicks, but you know, he's more mobile than his opponents are. They've got blink daggers and they are taking tier 2 towers, but he's getting some free damage in.
Yeah, they need to get here soon if they want to try to save this tower. Shad is here, but so is pretty much everyone on the side of OG.
Butterfly's finished for Luna too. Dissembles the Mask of Madness like normal, gets the butterfly. Shad is queuing up. He queued up MKB before, actually. Now he's queuing up Abyssal Blade. And again, this is the same Wraith King problem we see against Evasion heroes right now. MKB just does not do good damage like it used to, and as a result, it feels bad to buy it. But Asher will give him options. Luna is certainly going to be hard to kill, but her raw HP is still kind of weak, only about 2,000. So if they can take fights where she uses BKB, then they go on her afterwards, they definitely can deal with her.
What are your thoughts on this queuing of a Rapier right now?
For Luna, I think it makes sense. This is like another one of those like death ball strategy things. Like if they can just win a fight, they're gonna end the whole game basically. But mid one's got to be careful here.
Mid one has to be very careful because the fissure, the blink forwards from both of them, plus the Echo Slam. They just obliterate mid one, and now they're gonna chase after No Tail here. They even use the Exorcism. Dream Coil does get snapped though on the side. They just need to go and catch him. They need to stun him as well, and he's hiding behind this tree, so he is gonna make it out alive.
Well done. Reaper's looking less good right now. I don't know what it is, but that looked a little bit rough, the amount of damage that was. But yeah, very burstable. The one hero that could have saved him would have been Rubik. Within range to do the allied telekinesis. Even then, probably unlikely, because that was a lot of hate hitting one here at the same time. You couldn't even tell you had Butterfly. Is the replay. Sitting low ground, kind of dangerous anyways, but range fissure, stun follow-ups, they threw everything on. Yeah, they got the burst.
I mean, to be fair, you know, that Rapier, if she was picking that up at that point, she would not be playing that forward, right? That's not...
Probably not, yeah.
I don't believe mid one would be playing that fast and loose here, but a bit of a shock, probably.
Yep. Either way, I mean, they don't necessarily want to fight them anyways. Kind of a dangerous moment. Do they still have the Aegis? I don't even remember. Yeah, they do still have Aegis on Dragon Knight, so they're not even going to be looking to fight right now, but... Yeah, mid one just getting a little bit too aggressive on white farms on the map. And the net worth is getting pretty evened out. The one hero that was lacking before was Death Prophet, but he's looking really good right now. He's got BKB at 10 seconds, and he's got a plate mill. So Death Prophet is basically at survivable moment, the survivable moment she wanted, so that she can run in and do a bunch of damage. Looking solid. Maybe it's time to Prophet Rad at this point, buy the shard, that kind of thing.
Well, that was the thing that, you know, before we split to a little bit of a break here, you know, I asked, what do they need to have online? You know, what do they need for the side of Viking to kind of gain some more ground? And you had said, you know, the BKB is going to be very important over on the Death Prophet, getting some more items over on Wraith King, obviously, and of course the Shard. So now that they have that, they're making more and more headway here, but is it quite enough just yet?
It's looking pretty solid, honestly. Like, Dragon Knight's falling off. Actually, his net worth is still decently high. He's picked up AC as well. That means Wraith King does not have to buy it, so he can be a little bit quicker into his next items. And I don't think that's a big deal at all, because the carry on the enemy team is a Luna. That's more of like an AoE type carry with hybrid magic and physical. So like, I don't think it doesn't matter for Wraith King that he doesn't have as much raw armor as normal. So they're actually covering themselves really well with the itemizations that they've got. In a way that's going to allow Wraith King to be, his net worth is going to feel higher impact than normal because of this, because he's going to have Abyssal and Armlet and Radiance and BKB and Blink. It's going to look pretty good.
Oh, the fissure, but immediately the follow-up here from Thompson. Throws down the Dream Coil, and that Wrath of Nature does so much damage. He steals the fissure as well, so the Wraith King will go down for the first time. Rest of the team standing nearby. BKB comes out from Shad. They've got no way to cancel out this TP now, so out he goes, and the rest of the team just fling. Nice long fissure, though, from Saksa Keizu. He's going to be forced to pop his own BKB and have to go home.
And again, with this fissure and the shard on Rubik, anytime he fissures somebody, he can use Fade Bolt and Telekinesis follow-ups to proc Aftershock. So this is a great moment here for OG with these kills. So many BKBs are popped, and now it's going to be scary for them to take a fight.
Letting Rubik have this fissure is a pretty big oof. Yeah, look at that range. Oh my gosh. That's very long. Jump forward here from Boom, but immediately getting silenced. Shad over on the side, trying to make moves on mid one. BKB gets popped, plus the Glimmer Cape. But Boom can't do anything. He's literally just standing there in the trees. This will make their approach over here onto mid one. They use the Echo Slam. Down he goes. The chase is on. The Exorcism does get used by KZU. They need to go and stun up these TPs, and they just don't have it. So they're able to just walk away here on the side of OG. Or in the terms of Puck, you know, he can just jaunt away. Aram is chasing after him, but isn't going to be able to catch him.
I was going to describe the orbs of steel that mid one had in the mid lane by not popping BKB while at 1k HP, but eventually he does get punished for it really heavily there. Probably expected his team to be able to save him, but once again, Luna just looking like she's a great tower pusher, but she's very vulnerable to this mass burst damage with stuns. And she dies again in a moment where she didn't get to pop her BKB, she didn't get to ulti, and the tower got denied. So OG's still kind of struggling to gain some ground here.
Have we seen any successful core Lunas win yet in this DPC? At least in our regions.
I have not seen any. I'm pretty sure she was like, last time I heard the panel talk about it, she was something like 0-4.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a massive amount of games, but, and this is probably the best one so far. They won the lane, they got some little skirmish kills, but since then, it's felt a little dangerous because their opponents have so many stuns and so many bursts. So much burst that it's difficult to pop BKB at the right moment. And he's queuing up an Ags next, knowing that like being to this like death ball, I'm ahead of you in net worth Luna thing, it's not going to happen anymore, especially with Wraith King like 4k ahead of you in net worth. Like, he needs to be able to like contribute to fights by ulting, and hopefully like it'll be like they bait out BKBs, Dream Coil goes down, and he just drops the ulting and like lasers everybody from the sky. That's the best way that he can really contribute before they convincingly want to fight.
All right, well, the smoke is up over on the side of Viking, and they're hunting. They do have Roche up. They've got their little creep over in there, hugging that tree. Boom, walking towards pit. They find the Luna. Can they blow her up fast enough? Oh, good save here with telekinesis left, just throwing her away to safety. Fissure gets tossed out, Glimmer Cape, but they have the sentry. 4-step forward. Let's rip it down. Another Fissure getting tossed out here from the Earthshaker.
Re-steals it.
Still, they go right in, they blow up. Nota is gonna buy back, but on the back end here, they'll be able to go get the kill on Aramis. No buyback on this Earthshaker. He did not manage to get the Echo Slam off either.
And with Rubik re-stealing Fissure, he's got another, what, 2 minutes? No, it's like 4 minutes or something. A lot of time to use this Fissure combo.
It's such a long range, too, as mid one putting out the damage here. There's going to be the lift, followed up here with Thompson, the silence. They'll blow him up the first time. They need to kill him again, and it's going to be very difficult. Shad just runs at them, has the Abyssal, jumps over here onto the puck. Can they finish him off? It's taking some time, but eventually Thompson does go down. But we've got a Nature's Prophet problem here.
Nice.
Forced to go home, defend his racks.
Finally did the scummy Prophet thing, and that's by the shard, and it paid off big time. Gets a tier 3 tower and the melee rift. I cannot believe that mid one has not processed his BKB more than once this game. I thought for sure he was going to do it there. He just has these diamond hands, dude. He does not let go at all. And it's going to pay off because again they have so many stuns. Keeping his BKB charges high is a nice advantage. But we'll see if Viking can pressure Roche with 2 dead heroes, especially the dieback on Undying. They've got some time here. Luna's 1-5 right now. Secret Matumba Man is the one win.
That makes sense. Secret makes miracles happen with heroes, that's for sure. Look at Boom. Oh my god, he has to pop the BKB. Sub's just doing way too much damage, but you do have the rest of Viking. They're in the pit. They have an Earthshaker, of course, who can jump in with the Echo Slam. He's got to make his way over there first. There's Shad. He's taking so much damage here over on the side, but he'll turn right back around again. He's going to try to man fight. Can they get the kill on Seb? Yes, they can. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. Now mid one taking a little ride here up in the air. Does have the Eclipse. Shad, though, jumping on the back end. He wants to get rid of that Rubik, and he will be able to. He's had enough of him as they'll just turn back around in mid one. He popped that BKB, but he's going to have to run away from this pit. Shad's back up, gets right back into the pit, and this is going to be a Roche, I think, going the way of Viking.
Perhaps the greatest Shad the Chad moment, honestly. Like jumping out of the pit and basically killing Nature's Prophet from full to 0. I mean, he got him down to like 30% before he even stopped getting stunned, and as a result, Prophet, who's like, I'm just going to finish him off, then maybe BKB, he got that extra bastion, and all of a sudden it was just too late, and he ends up dying. Like, Luna had to finally commit to the BKB, use the Eclipse, and they still lost the fight. What a big one. Did they get it? I didn't check Roche. Was that Refresher?
That was Refresher,
yeah, that was Refresher.
Yes.
Refresher for Death Prophet.
Death Prophet has it. She's got cheese on her as well, so KZU's got to be pretty happy about that. She's also completed the Lotus Orb. So things are turning around for the Death Prophet. Definitely a very rough laning stage early on where she didn't feel very effective, but it's definitely coming into her own here.
Ooh, they do get the Illusionist Cape on Luna. This is probably one of the best heroes to get it on. Like, it's up there with, like, PL Terrorblight type stuff, because this Illusion is doing 50% of your damage, and it cleaves. Like, you can actually push out, so it's like free Manta. It's insanely good on Luna.
Look at these TPs.
And it's permanently up.
Okay. Chad,
someone died. It's not important. It's not a big
How dare
deal.
you say that the flower is not important?
I mean, Undying very killable here. He opted for BOTs, interestingly, to help deal with the Prophet issue, but he's also still stupidly fast with Elven Tunic on top of this. 491 movement speed at all times.
He's got a double damager too. Look at how hard Shad hits here.
It's incredible. All right.
All right, well, Viking making the plays. It seems like it was just a couple minutes ago they had a 5K lead over the side to OG. It's already shifted to 3K lead towards Viking now.
Yeah, this is the tough thing about these like slow kind of push lineups. You can't make too many mistakes when you go for your high ground moments. And because OG slopped it up a little bit, things have gotten harder.
Purge, they just stole the Luna illusion there.
Oh no. The hard counter, Enchantress, she's useful.
Well, they also managed to steal some of the big trees as well earlier on, too. But, okay, Shad the Chat is just harvesting everyone's bones. Soxa's now very dead.
I like how Midwin's just sitting up here and spawning his illusion escape.
Oh, he's
so
gonna...
he can go, like, push out lanes consistently. It's not that big of a deal if he's not hitting creeps right now, and he is kind of vulnerable to be spotted on the map, but...
The way that... Yeah. The way that Shad is just playing this game, he's having his own time of his life here. Goes, he finds the kill on Saxa, Luna's courier comes by with the point booster, just murders that. He's just literally like a one-man wrecking ball right now. The way that anything shows up on the map, you know, Shad smash.
He's doing a great job. And buying all luxury items upgrades his BOTs to BOTs 2. It gives him an extra 20 movement speed in case it wasn't fast enough. And with the Trickster Cloak on top of this, better magic resistance so he doesn't have to BKB as much, and evasion built in to make him even stronger against Luna. And he can also go invisible in anticipation of getting kills. Just a perfect neutral item here. Because he's got so many damage items already, he doesn't lose much by utilizing this.
Yeah, I like the way that they're using some of these items here on the side of Viking. Also have the, hold that thought, Dream Coil gets used over here. This is looking like Death Prophet's having a bit of difficulty. Has the Lotus Orb, but she's gonna need some health here. She turns right back around. I believe she ate the cheese during that. They'll take down the Tombstone. Shad looking for an opening, finds himself a no-tail. He's a big chonky boy, but is nothing for the dynamic duo Boom and Shad. And now they'll just turn their attention over here to the tower as they wait for the creep wave to appear.
This phase of the game, the OG heroes are not nearly as effective. They lost a lot of advantage from things slowing down. They are split pushing well with Prophet still, but
those trees, damage,
they really got to slow this down. Almost lifted, but he did not want to get stunned himself, so held back.
Oh, Seb. Oh, okay, they go for it with the Dream Coil. And again, the BKBs come out as they're going to try to man fight here, trying to put down the burst damage, but they can't as they turn back around over onto Seb. This is not looking good for him. He is going to go down as Shad is just rolling after them here with that Lotus Orb. KZ chasing down over here on the Luna. Does manage to get the catch. Silence, the follow up with the E-Blade, turn right back around again and be able to dispel it. Thanks to the flicker.
Very good usage there. More movement speed on Death Prophet is excellent here. Removes E-Blade. Shad covering his teammates well. Like, all these goes on Kezu have been effective, but him having cheese, he still has another cheese, by the way. Having BKB, having all these utility items, and now he's at this position where he's really difficult to kill. And the single target raw burst damage from OG is just not there so much because Luna is not the most incredible single target hero.
It is starting to feel a little bit desperate towards the side of OG here. Are we still looking at a rapier here for Luna? I feel like she can't, like she needs to get damage, but at the same time, like it's too risky, right?
Yeah, it's pretty risky. He's waffling behind. Sometimes he queues it up, then he goes back to queuing up Ags. His courier might have another Undying.
There's another double damager outside the Roche pit, by the way.
Okay. Anybody would love to have it, Shad especially.
Yeah, and it looks like he's gonna help himself to it. Soxa, you better run, boy. You don't want to deal with that. And meanwhile, Boom's just hitting your buildings. I'll take the illusion over, try to push them back a bit. E-Blade comes out, but Shad's here, and he's got the double damage. He doesn't have any fear. Imperial Warrior again. Woof. They're just shredding through these buildings. Nature's Prophet is going to be up in about 5 seconds. Does have the buyback as well, but no use for that. So they'll do the damage, take the tower and the racks, and perhaps make a rotation top and help themselves to that as well.
Yeah, really cool thing Mid-One's doing here, whenever the illusion gets taken over by Enchant, I believe what he's doing is he's dropping his illusionist cape, and when you do that, the illusion dies, because otherwise you could spawn it and backpack it and it'd be kind of busted. So it's kind of a cool way to counterplay that, but maybe they can get this Enchantress kill. They haven't had a kill in a while.
They should be able to get this. Yeah, down goes Stellar. You're just a little bit too far behind the rest of your team right now. They're gonna leave you to die, but we do have a refresher orb up and running now over on the Death Prophet, so.
He's got to be really happy with his position considering the early game. He's done a great job staying alive, being in, out of position and enough that your opponents want to fight you, but not so much that that you end up not being defendable here. Hope gets popped though. That's just a ninja gear.
It's just a ninja gear. I love that though. I really like the way that they're using that because of the fact that Dragon Knight can just, you know, sit on the outskirts of these fights, find the opening, and then just blink in. And they really just don't have the vision on him. They do manage to pick up a gem on the side of OG, so they're going to try to reduce some of the vision. But in the bottom lane, Shad has found himself another victim here, Seb. Follow up here from Boom, plus the Abyssal Blade. That's a dead Seb.
Doing such a good job pressuring him.
This king is truly an undying king. 8-0 and 8 right now.
Yep. Insane movement speed, can teleport anywhere. Does tons of damage here. And the heroes are just falling off on the OG side. They really needed to take a barracks earlier than they did. One they got was a little bit cheesy. They succeeded, but maybe puck itemization you can criticize a little bit, but his goal is to set up these kills and to start the team fights in good ways. And he's got really effective abilities. His Waning Rift's almost perma-silence, 3.5 second uptime out of 4.3 seconds. But
Thompson, Aramis is here too. You've got plenty of stuns, and there's, of course, those boots of travel. They jump forward here. Looks like Thompson just a little bit fast with the fingers, though. He's going to be able to run away as Soxa hides in the tree line and teleports out.
Nicely done by Soxa to save him. It wasn't kind of funny there watching Earthshaker have to play his hero the normal way, where he like fissured, he gets thrown, he's like, oh man, I have to blink in to follow up stun. What is this? It's
like
just so much less effective. Yes, but not able to kill him. Thompson stays alive, still pressuring the map really effectively here. Ultra low cooldown stuff. He even got the shard for the Waning Rift to push his opponents back a little bit, deal a little bit more damage with the Waning Rift.
So we do have the Ags completed for Luna, and she's looking back towards that rapier.
Yeah, I mean, kind of have to, I think.
You don't seem sold on it.
Dangerous, but I like that he bought Ags first because it gives him like 2 different ways to play fights. He can either do Chain Stun.
Oh, the lockdown is real on this poor little puck, and down he goes.
Took all their spells. If they fight at the same time, Soxa trying to take this shrine, but yeah, Smoke's gonna break, he's gonna run. So it gives him 2 ways to play his fights. He can follow up Disable with Eclipse and kill somebody without having to fully commit. And it also gives him the ability to do insane physical damage. Kazu.
Oh, these boots too are just doing so much work here. Shad just shows up. He says, you know, Kazu calls him up. He says, I've got a hero over there. Shad says, I will be right there. Rushes over and he's dead. It's so scary.
It is. And cool itemization on Shad as well. Goes for a heart.
Sep?
Has almost no armor. What was that about?
I don't know. I think he might have fat-fingered it.
Might have been safety. I mean, he went cooldown reduction. This is like the one thing that I think I can maybe criticize about his build. I wonder how different the game might have been if he went 8 armor talent instead of 20% cooldown reduction. He probably went cooldown reduction so you get more done on the map, but like some of those mid-game deaths might not have gone as poorly if he did opposite, but hey, we are where we are. Viking pressuring bottom.
Oh, they're waiting for oh, there it is. There's the rapier picked up now for the Luna. This is kind of make it or break it, I feel. Lots of ghosts dancing around here. Wrath of Nature does get tossed out. They'll just go rip down the tombstone. They do get him hit over here onto Seb. He's gonna keep pushing, but again, you have so many ghosts here. Where's your creeps, though, is the question.
Prophet was bottom, remember? Pop is BK. By the way, Prophet's been top as well. He's got BKB up.
Yep, and they're finally going to just use the Echo Slam. They've had enough of him. Abyssal comes out, and they'll slice that, but he does have buyback. It's like Celery again, just maybe a little bit too far behind the rest of the team. Has the Glimmer Cape, will just go and get 4 staff forward, but we'll get the leash off here over onto KZ. KZ, though, using the Yules, buys himself a little bit more time. Celery still trying to fight here, not going to be able to, and it's not looking great for KZ this time around. He also will fall.
Ooh.
Use
Tries
that refresher,
refreshing.
too.
Yeah, I tried to BKB refresher into BKB to escape there, but a little bit tough, not able to do it. And kind of a perfect circumstance for Luna against Enchantress too. Just don't attack the Enchantress, you attack the Death Prophet, and then the bounces go and hit her anyway, so it works out. Rapier paying off there.
Yeah.
What else did I see that was interesting? There's something else there.
There's a lot that was happening all at once, for sure.
Yeah.
But Ag's Blessing is now the next gift that Roshan can bestow if you can slay him, so a lot of eyes
They
on
got
this
2
one.
dead heroes. I mean, at least force some buybacks here.
Still
Oh yeah, that's right. Prophet killed the whole enemy base. That's right. All the range barracks are gone.
Shad,
Missed
they
on the
spot
carrier.
him. Fissure gets tossed out. There's going to be the Luna Ags. Still doesn't feel like it does too much. Oh, the snap, though, pushing forward. The buybacks are coming out now immediately as Boom jumping in. Can he burst down No-Tail? He's trying. Rest of the team on their way. Nice Fissure coming out. We'll take down No-Tail. Mid one has the BKB pop. Boom having to run out.
The
This is
Fissure
going to be the
block.
first death here coming out from the side of the Wraith King. He's going to come right back up again. He pops the BKB and is just going to have to retreat as they go in with the Exorcism. They do have to take down that tombstone. It's still spawning.
But
Look at the
50 seconds, no.
legion of creatures just coming out over here into the bottom area. They'll go. They'll protect their king. So they should be able to go and get this Roche. It doesn't feel like OG feels confident enough going back into the pit. But they do have to send people home right now. In fact, Shad's going in. There's a lot of stuff on the ground. Do they pick it up? It's going to be Boom who grabs it now. KZ forced to go and use the BKB and the Lotus Orb. He's got to be a little careful here, but he should get healed up fairly soon as Shad's just chopping down trees in the base. Another Fissure gets tossed out. Can they find it? There's the Echo Slam. Can they take down Thompson? Looks like they'll be able to take down Celery's Courier, but there's a lot of things going around on the back end as KZ was just trying to flee. Thompson somehow still alive during all this. Aramis, though, he's going to buy back. Look at this damage coming out here against Boom. That's going to be the Aegis as it gets dropped down. Celery looking around. They'll turn their attention now over to the Luna. They need to get enough damage out. They need to be able to man-fight her, and it's not looking like they're going to be able to win this fight. They're taking too much damage. All right, Wraith King's coming right back up again, but the rest of the team is here, and they have the Abyssal. They're just slicing through mid one. Can they do it fast enough, though? Do they have enough damage? He's still alive. He's man-fighting all of them. Look at this beautiful Dream Coil as they go and they throw out the Fissure. Finally, they take down mid one, and they're looking for anything else that they can get. Kaizo goes down, No-Tail next to fall. This is looking a little scary now for Thompson. He's got to be very slippery here. Uses the orb. Is he going to be able to make it out? Are they going to chase after him? It looks like they tried, but not going to be able to go get the final hit off. Boom, waiting patiently. Thompson, he's got those dancing shoes on, boy. He's juking around, but eventually they find him. They stun him up, and down goes Thompson. Buyback, though, here from the puck. And there was a lot of damage that just got placed into their base while all this was going on.
Those melee barracks are at half HP, not low enough, but the amount of space that Thompson just made was actually incredibly insane. With these atypical items, he just sat there and bought so much time for Luna to get things done, but it wasn't enough. A lot of buybacks. Viking shows up and takes the rapier away. Very scary moment.
Oh,
for
the
OG.
Fissure coming in hot. Chad is here. He's waiting patiently. Is stunned up. They fall with the Echo Slam, though. They know that if they can take down Thompson. There it is. There's that Eclipse, but they don't care on the side of Viking. Does a decent amount of damage, but mid one, he just can't go forward against this. It's too scary. Another long-range Fissure. Blink coming in from Boom. They're just going after No-Tail. Down goes, or sorry, Soxa. They'll go right back in. They'll pay attention to these buildings. Buyback now coming out from Rubik. They need to try to force them out of this base, and it's going to be so damn difficult. It's another blink forward here. Here it is, the Ancient. It's crumbling. They BKB. They've had enough on Viking. They say, we just want to get this done. We want this victory. We want game number one. Fortification comes out, though, and they try to jump in over onto the back lines. No-Tail, he's trying to man-fight them. It's not looking like he's going to be able to. Shad jumps forward over here, gets the kill on Soxa. It's mid one against the world, and it's not going to go his way as the GG gets called.
Very fun game. I mean, OG lost a lot of momentum. They missed their timing, but they still did a really good job to try to hold on to this game with the split push, with those Roche fights. But ultimately, Viking just played better in the Roche engagement. I think maybe one of the crucial things was that the Earthshaker fissure blocked off.
And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When you found me nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming to fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Are you ready for game 2? I know the teams are, or rather they better be. We got OG and Viking. Game 2, draft around the corner, joined by Brian on the big screen. Yay! We got Kyle and Tigov here as well. And if game 1 was anything to go by, we're in for a treat for game number 2. Because normally, when we see, that's my bad, normally when we see OG lose a game, they get a little bit more feisty in the second game. So let's see what we have. If we have any difference, a lot of respect there for Celery's Enchantress is the first thing that we see here, Brian.
Yeah, it was a very it was very annoying in the mid to late game, especially. I was surprised how much information he was able to provide for his team. He was also stealing the illusion from mid one consistently, which was keeping their lanes pushed out against the Nature's Prophet. I really like what he was doing on the map. Enchantress is not a straightforward hero. She kind of just does a little bit of everything, and it's all about where you put yourself. And Celery is just a specialist on her.
Yeah, I really like the approach from OG just putting that ban up into the first order, just because think about the laning phase from OG. It's so critical that they have strong lanes and they push through. And when you look at Celery's hero pool, Ench is like one of the best laners that he can bring. And yeah, in the game, even if it's a hard game, the Enchantress, it kind of just became like this walking ward, very hard to deal with. How many times did you see these clips where it spent like 12 seconds trying to kill it?
Can we get a stat check, Sheaves? What's Earthshaker's win rate in this upper division of EU?
I think T will have the answer for that faster than me, considering he's got the fancy tablet thing going on there.
Yeah, Brian, I heard that you actually have a PC at your disposal. So do you want to then?
Nah, I like watching you struggle a bit.
No, that's right, mate. So basically, I only have the stats for...
Okay, I'll look it up, guys.
All right, look, I'll
you
point
guys
I'm gonna make.
Continue talking Dota. I will sit here and look it up. Be very clever.
Who told you that?
Oh, I heard Owen in the back. I'm like, does he know?
I was really
Does he know?
confused. Like, I do know.
Yeah.
Is it? Do you want to know the stats from all of Europe? From all
Just
of
the good.
Just Europe.
So last week it had a 71% win rate in
5 out of 7.
EU. Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
Well, but that's last week. What about the whole?
The point I was trying to make is that I actually don't know if I'm feeling Nyx over Earthshaker. I think Earthshaker, because of
the shot,
is the best hero to first pick. Just done in Dota.
I agree, but I also disagree simply for the idea of. No, but listen to think about OG standpoint.
You cannot agree and also disagree. That's not how it works.
But you can. Go on.
Over the entire European DPC, 21 games played. 76% win rate.
Yeah.
That is incredibly
Is that
high.
including lower division as well?
Consider it's also first picked almost exclusively.
Yeah, but okay, back to the point that you're making. I think for OG, they might not like the Earthshaker simply because the storyline of what you do in the first 15 minutes is somewhat anti-OG, where you want to have aggressive killing lanes, not lane securers. You want to be able to rotate mid aggressively,
but
not defensively.
You can double rotate with the Shaker. We saw Enigma do that in the game. I felt they looked the best with the Kuro line.
You can, but I feel like the options that also fit that role, they prefer, right? And that's kind of the angle here.
Sure.
It is a great hero, but for OG, they might have a different perspective on the entry to the game. That's why I see them maybe going for the Nyx rather than the Earthshaker.
The reason why I think Nyx has fallen out of favor just a tad, even though we do see him banned and picked a decent amount, is that he's countered by group push, and I see people just responding with Beastmaster on 4. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've seen it. I think the Beastmaster has always won because you just get that Bo3, 13, 14 minutes into the game, and Nyx Assassin just doesn't have a game after that. He dies to summons alone. He's scouted for free. It doesn't bankrupt the supports because they have to buy a bunch of sentries. And then also, your spells just don't do anything in team fights, which they're supposed to be this complete nuisance.
That is your big concern because you need levels, a lot of levels to actually be real effective. A meteor hammer's not bad, but you just don't stun enough things. The creeps kill you themselves. Doesn't matter if you CC the Beastmaster.
Also, Kezu did get 11k somehow, and that was it. It's the Beastmaster.
Beastmaster, Enigma, Death Prophet.
Exactly.
He does. He does play a couple of different heroes. He's not a hero spammer.
No,
which I
he
think
isn't.
is really good.
But the fact that he does lean on Beastmaster, it's like.
Hey, if it wins him the game, and if it can win him the game here.
All I'm saying is, I actually gifted Kezu the TI Red Spear for Mars, and he promised he'd play a lot of Mars when I did it. That was when he was on crazy.
Well,
he then proceeded to never play Mars again.
I gifted him a sub. What do you think he appreciated more?
Probably the sub.
That's right.
Sounds like he got better monetary value, per dollar, out of the subscription.
Who did you gift him a sub to, Kyle?
I'm lying. I didn't gift.
Which streamer?
I don't believe in gifting subs.
Okay.
You don't believe in charity, or is it pity, or
subs?
No, I'm just
what is it?
talking out of my ass. I don't really.
I mean, that's okay. Fair.
You can't. I didn't realize you could. It's just I don't know.
Here we go. Please break down the Twitch economy during this draft, Carl. Let me take a seat real quick and have a controversial opinion with no support.
The glorious third phase of bans is a critical component.
I mean, you said yourself that when we're watching tier 1 teams,
it means something. Yes,
this means something. So what does this mean?
Well, the Viking bans are straight up all no-tails heroes. And I agree with them wholeheartedly. Ench is already out of the game. No Chen, no Fury, no Enigma. This forces no-tail. Now, I understand we had the similar, you're banning Sox as heroes. The thing is, Sox as hero could be replaced. Yes, Tusk, Earth Spirit might be ideal, but Rubik in the game will fulfill the same role. No-tail can't have the same game impact without one of these lane-disrupting creep carriers.
Exactly. They're all heroes that annoy the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah.
Enigma, the Chen, and then, of course, Fury to some degree. It's the battle of the summons, so yeah, I can see why. Flip side to OG, when he's talking about those bans, DP, DK, SF, all very good heroes against Void Spirit mid, so you kind of would feel that most likely this Void Spirit is just going to be your standard mid lane pick now.
I would think this Grimstroke pick is genius because a lot of the heroes that counter Beastmaster, they don't want to get silenced, so I think this pick had to be Disruptor or Grim, just because Tidehunter especially, every other silence in the game can be removed by Kraken Shell. And I just think in the second round, when you're second pick, it's very important to not give them that perfect 8th pick.
Yep.
And this Grimstroke just covers all of their bases so well, and it synergizes with the Beastmaster. They pick up PA, which is really nice against all the summons because you have the evasion. But I'm very concerned that this PA is going to not have enough time to get Battle Fury and then farm up to a point where she's actually able to participate in the game. So if they can get another pace setter whether or not it's potency in the lane or just another way to pressure towers on Viking GG, I think the pace might be too fast for OG, which I don't get to say very often.
PA picked 5 times in European Dota so far. Won once, by the way.
I don't think it's a very good hero.
No.
I figured the Darkseer or Mag was going to come out there for OG. You need something to activate the PA. You cannot just be a naked carry. You need some kind of steroid. The combination, though, once again from Viking, it's not a very, I don't want to say unique. It's not anything we haven't seen before, but it's very solid.
I think this is probably one of the best drafts that we've seen from them, though, in the way in which they've got to these heroes. You know, like the Shaker, Beastmaster, very strong opening. The Grimstroke is, like Brian said, very good. Also, it's a very good block pick, because OG probably would have loved to have a Grimstroke themselves. And then you get this high-pace Ember to punish the kind of static nature that a PA brings to you. I think right now, the clear definition of the draft is OG. They're going to have a strong off lane, a passive safe lane, aligning to a PA timing, whilst Viking, each hero with one item, there's a big team timing that coming into play.
And the Darkseer is necessary because we discussed what's Nyx's problem, can't really deal with creeps. This activates Nyx. You suddenly have a purpose as Saksa. You can threaten heroes before you have a ton of levels because the Ion Shell gives you that damage booster. And throughout mid-game team fights, you now have a sustained item. The Vac Wall will effectively give you Beastmaster Aura, which is quite nice. And you should have...
the same bands actually as the last game.
Is it? Yeah, Viking expect No Tails hero.
Yeah. Well, it's tough banning out No Tails hero. He's played like 9 different heroes over the last 4 series.
Yeah, their last 5 bans were all No Tail centered.
Why not?
Maybe
You don't see that very often.
Is like the last guy left or something. A little bit of tower defense enables the PA to go in.
There's like Witch Doctor as well, but I feel like the heroes that counter the Beastmaster right now don't provide you that strong lockdown to deal with the likes of the Ember plus aggressive that they still have left in the Viking draft.
Could you go Naga here? Is that weird?
That gives a support.
Yeah.
Against Shaker Ember seems kind of meh.
Just trying to think, like maybe you would support the Void Spirit. We saw Crow do that, but I'm not certain. I can't, like 5 of your heroes have been banned. Like
go for a position 5.
You've got to figure the value is higher on other positions that haven't been targeted.
Keeper light, sure. Big wave clear was the key.
Jug is amazing here, isn't it? Like they just need a solid guy that helps them group up. I'm just looking at the fact that they need a lot of time on OG, and the sustain is what Viking I think is lacking in order to continue the pressure.
I think Wraith King is still available and a pretty good option. I think a hero that eventually will get True Strike is critical against his PA. You're never going to match the big timing of the PA right now.
You don't.
But someone who gets over that hurdle and then kills after.
Wraith King into Darkseer though?
Yeah,
seems...
no, it was an example, a bad one.
This is also a team that likes Lifestealer, by the way. Just want to point it out.
Oh yeah, that would be. I like that a lot actually. It's not
I think
ideal.
Jug's better, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's not ideal against PA, but you don't get threatened in lane, and it makes their draft scale with survivability quite a bit, which is real nice here.
That's how confident they are with their last pick.
Don't even need to be
the
here.
Draft.
They're letting it random.
He's like, a minute left. Like, be right back, guys. Let's random the last one.
He forgot his like OG playbooks. Oh, I need to go get it. Ken's just making sure he's looking fresh.
Yeah, well.
I mean, he's also dealing with the quarantine or lockdown haircut, right? So
looking good.
Whoa. I styled that for him.
If you're gifted.
I mean, it's a good style. He's
the
long
luscious
hair.
locks of Kezu.
It's
hey, there's the Wraith King again.
I really would have rather Jugger or Lifestealer.
I think fundamentally for Viking, their perspective is simply they want a hero to soak up the damage that they did in game 1, bait out the key spells to jump, and suddenly the fight goes well. Counter argument, there's a lot of auras now for this Darkseer to thrive on. Lane pressure, Darkseer Nyx should have a good time, and that early mana burn is pretty disruptive, pre-shard. Yeah.
What do you got, Brian?
I think Darkseer is one of the best offlaners against Wraith King just because you reincarnate on top of the wall, and it's super frustrating because you don't feel any better after you've died the first time. Last game they had a single volley of spells with the Luna ultimate, and once he survived, like once he dies once, he's perfectly fine to fight at full capacity. So I don't love the last pick, but I think Viking GG might be able to just take this one because of their early momentum.
Yep.
I think both teams are in the same kind of department where whoever gets that early lead should be able to keep that ball rolling and snowballing. The keeper like global presence effect, and then the other team has the Ember, the Beastmaster that catch.
Wait, you said Viking or OG?
I said Viking.
Yeah.
Okay, because I just disagree with the premise. I think OG will have the earlier momentum. If it was any other team, maybe I'd question it a bit. But this is what I want to see Kuro draft for his squad board. Just straight up aggression, cooldown reduction. They're going to run at people and be on map 24/7.
I wanna channel the cap analysis here too, though, for a second. Wraith King good, Shaker good, both on the same team, T.
That is doubling down on good, and two good does make a good even better
But
good.
you don't want to be too good.
Exactly, and if you're too good, you can become bad because of your cockiness and arrogance, and I think I like the idea of what OG has if they execute better. I think after game 1, they did learn how to execute a lot better, so OG will have this second game.
All right.
again.
Well, I wouldn't mind a game 3 of this series because it's a very fun one to watch, and this one will surely be as well, especially with listening to Moxie and Purge.
All right, Purge. Well, they're doubting the Wraith King just a little bit, it sounds like, just because of the fact that there's a Darkseer. But I have to say, Shad the Chad, that Wraith King looked so good in game number 1. Do you think they're just bouncing back to what worked?
Yeah, I think it's just like one of those heroes at the end of the draft where after you've eliminated a lot of the options, it's just like it still hits a lot of bases. It's still pretty darn safe in the lane. It still has great power spikes in team fights. It can gank. Like it just covers so many bases, and I think it's generally just safe to pick it in that kind of position. Like I definitely have more doubts about PA as a hero. She's not consistently effective. She can have some issues. Obviously, it's great with Ion Shells this game and other kind of pressure, and OG's definitely going to be able to tempo quite well here. Before it gets put down, see if they can get Shad. It's unlikely, though.
Ooh, that's a 5-man stroke of fate right there. We'll slow everybody down just a little bit. I guess it didn't quite land over onto top, so it looked pretty close, but Boar is going to take a little bit of harass here. Nice impale over onto Shad, but they've got the follow-up with the Fissure with another stroke of fate. Now Satsa, he's totally just separated from the rest of his team, so he is going to be the first blood. Aramis happily will take that. Can they get themselves anything else, though, is the question as they get a nice vacuum. We'll drag everybody back into that Illuminate. Looks like Aramis will go down. And it feels like now Viking just are pushed out of their own side here. Keizu? They've got that Illuminate. Mid-1 thinks about it briefly, but I mean, on the bright side for Viking, they're very close to their fountain, so they can go and heal up again, but they are going to lose out on some very nice runes.
Yeah, that's what's kind of cool about this. It looked pretty weird for OG to be that aggressive necessarily, especially like skilling Vacuum at level 1 to fight, but it's 100 damage. It's a lot, certainly. It helped them get a better Illuminate off, and now, like you said, they force them in their base. 4 bounties for the OG side. I think that's going to give them a slight advantage when all is said and done. I don't know how good Vacuum's going to work out, but
yeah, that's a little bit of an oof. But you know, it's Seb. This is a world-class offlaner here. I'm sure it'll all work out.
Yeah, I mean, Ion Shell is not that incredible anyways, especially against Grimstroke, who can counteract this and push lanes a bit. So maybe they'll get a crucial range creep blast hit with it or something like that.
It's possible. We have seen this matchup a million times, the 2 Spirit Brothers in the mid lane. And I think a lot of it does come down, you know, I know Kyle gets very cranky about it, talking about the 4-minute runes and who gets them. But I think we'll see, you know, one of those brothers possibly start to take off a little bit more depending on what rune they pick up around that time period.
Yeah, we've barely seen Ember Spirit so far in the DPC, just because of the fact that the hero's just weaker generally than somebody like Void Spirit. But hey, having roots against Void Spirit can be really effective. It's a good solution there potentially.
Bit of trading back and forth up here on the top lane between Aramis and No-Tail. The Boar, of course, applying the slow does make it a little bit difficult here for No-Tail. But I think we'll see probably a better game this time around for Keizu, as you know, this is his Beastmaster. He does quite well with this hero, and it's also just really in the meta. Do you think we're going to see a rush, though, is the question? Is he going to go for that Necro book just right off the bat?
Yep, absolutely. You basically have to right now, in my opinion. The other builds are just not as effective. They don't let you pressure towers and farm as safely as other itemizations, so absolutely we'll see Necro again.
But is it going to be before the boots like we saw one of the CIS teams do?
Maybe. He might be able to get away with it, yeah, especially because Coddle might shift out of the lane, go do something else. Like, PA doesn't represent that much kill threat in the lane compared to a lot of other carries, so it certainly could be one of those circumstances. Great blast here to hit both Keizu and the Boar, and this is a freshly summoned one, so nicely done.
I'm going to go to throw the Fissure out over onto No-Tail and return some of that harass. Getting to see all of those voice lines coming out here from Seb. But Case has to be very careful because mid-1 is chonking away on him. Like he's going to be fine.
Doing a great job hitting him. Gotta hit him, lowers HP, force him to back up occasionally. Gives mid-1 slightly more farm as a result. 9 less hits for mid-1. On the opposite side of the map, there's 11 on the Wraith King. Void Spirit's owning mid though. Holy crap. Topson is 15-7 versus 4-0 on Boom. What is happening?
He is getting dumpstered, is what I believe we call that.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, Void Spirit has guaranteed last hits with Resonant Pulse. Ember Spirit has to rely on right clicks or Flame Guard, so maybe it's just a bad matchup. Or Topson's just amazing.
Why not both, you know? Final couple hits, though, coming in here hot over onto Seb. He does go down. That's a beautiful combo, of course, when you have the Inkswell and you have any other stun. But Soxa landing a nice Impale is going to be able to retreat behind his tower.
Yeah, a little tough sometimes for Darkseer to sustain all the harass, but...
Boom, getting drawn back in here. Takes a lot of harass. Not quite enough of that bottle just yet.
So if he lands Aether Remnant and Resonant Pulse, he breaks his Flame Guard. Kind of interesting here at level 4 now. Has some solutions potentially. Made one a little pressured.
No Tail trying to just nuke down these creeps over here and the boar.
Doing a great job pressuring Kezu. It's going to force him to buy a lot more regen than he necessarily wants to. In fact, he's got a Tango and a Salve coming because he just can't stabilize the lane otherwise. So far, No Tail doing a great job. This last pick, Coddle, was absolutely perfect.
All right, we got the 4-minute runes coming up. You can see that Viking getting into position, trying to ensure that they can secure these runes. That Topson doesn't get anything to elevate him any further. So he is making his way towards the bottom, so it does look like he's going to get lucky. Refill the bottle. And it could be worse, right? He could get like a double damage or a haste and just be, you know, running off to another lane to make more problems.
Yes, but basically, no matter what he gets there, I think he's going to be really happy. It's a huge amount of regen to stabilize your lane and keep your level advantage against the Ember Spirit, especially against the Old Slide of Salve. He's ready to go.
Otherwise,
got a lot of damage over Boom, too.
Fairly quiet in most of the lanes. You can see the harass trading back and forth, but nothing too aggressive for now.
Yep, Topson has so much damage over Ember Spirit, though. He's got like 10 damage over him. In addition to his skills being more useful, this is why he has such a big level or a big last hit advantage. 33-16. I haven't seen like a one-sided matchup like this in a long time. It does not happen routinely anymore.
I mean, this is just a super meta pick. Ooh, the drawback over here on Boom. He's got the stats.
6 now.
He goes,
oh
he
my
just
God.
pops them off.
Oh, dude, I gotta go back and watch this like slowly because this is just
beautiful.
He nailed him with every Aether Remnant. He was in his mind, dude. Get out of his head.
Get out of his lane is what he's pretty much yelling here. Okay, is he realizing he's got to teleport out? Here we go. Here's your replay. Take a look at this purge. Break it down.
Level advantage, illusions to tank things. The creep dies as he's about to tick over to 6 here. He's level 6 versus level 4 Ember. Ember can't do anything here, and his abilities are on cooldown too. Just absolutely no. Topson's like, oh, this happens all the time. No big deal. Just me getting kills. Time to win.
Shad, he's taking a lot of damage here. Looks like Soxa, with the help of the Darkseer, will find themselves a kill. You can tell Seb means business now. We've got all the voice lines coming out. Keep up morale and also, you know, put a little of that mental damage down.
So it was a little rough the first wave or two, but now they've got better levels. The double Iron Shell with the Nyx's movement speed, it's a great combo. Lots of regen, and gonna look a little bit iffy here for Wraithing. He's trying to figure out where he wants to teleport. Oh, no, he's got his courier coming. Never mind. Back to the bot lane. Phase Boots is up, so getting away from Iron Shell or other dangers can be a little easier, but what the big difference maker, and Void Spirit's got a DD, by the way. This is really bad for Boom. He gets vision.
Oh, he's got the vision, and he's got the remnants, he's got the damage. Boom is just trying to run away from his older brother here, and he's gonna get bullied down.
It's triple null, extra mana regen, extra spell amp, and the DD. How do you even get away from this? Is this why people don't pick Emperor? I'm not sure, guys, but man, Topson is just making this game look like it's going to be over quick. And now he's going to be able to use this to get rotation. Let's see if he can find the Earthshaker. It's a super easy kill if he spots him, but this ward's going to spot the rotation for Topson, move into the top lane. Kezu now basically just can't go in his lane. He does put a ward down, though. I don't know if that was spotted or not by the Earthshaker ward. Maybe that gets denied later. Yep, Sentry ready on Earthshaker. He should be able to deny the Observer ward.
Shad has Inkswell on him. He's barely going to make it out alive here.
This is that Darkseer matchup
Indeed.
that Kyle was worried about.
Feels like Topson's just playing with
sustain.
Boom a little bit here in the mid lane.
He is, and he definitely can. But with Remnants up, Boom should be able to get out of danger at this phase if he's got enough mana. Now pressure bottom again.
Yep.
Grimstroke.
Well, they realized that Shad had to go walk all the way home, and they saw the opportunity to make a play on the Grimstroke. So Celery goes down, and it's good timing because it's the Cardi Wave.
Yep. Grimstroke, Wraith King has lane sustain, but not against this amount of damage. Like 2 Ion Shells on 2 melee heroes, they can vacuum back. Like, it's so simple. And the other big problem is that Grimstroke is not a good support for stopping this. If you have some kind of like AoE stun, you can stop them from chasing. But Grimstroke doesn't really slow it down fast enough. Inkswell does not solve this problem.
Trying to make moves here over onto Thompson. Get the silence off. Seb is nearby, though. Zip forward here from Boom. Seb will be able to go get the bottle up. He's got the Inkswell. They're trying to try to go and proc it. He just goes down too fast. The Celery next to fall. Seb gets himself a double kill.
Thompson accidentally farming a Fairy Trinket as well, so yeah.
Oh, dear.
Great little engagement with the vacuum. Great rotation from Darkseer, and he was the one that got the Arcana rune too, or Arcane rune, sorry. So refills his bottle. Just perfect circumstances for OG. 4K advantage now at 8 minutes in. I mean, I'm scared to look at the net worth, but yeah, Thompson has more than twice as much net worth as his mid opponent, the Ember Spirit. It's bad right now.
Yeah, all 3 of the cores actually on the side of OG, sitting top of the net worth. Boom making a rotation bottom, but isn't going to find anything as Aramis was left alone top, so Midwin will happily take that kill. And Ember is just having difficulties. They've got the Spike Carapace, and Thompson is just right here again, bullying Boom. Seb will get the kill this time around, and they're not even done, because Shad, he walks right into the Aether Remnant, and this is not looking good. He's trying to man-fight. He is only level 5. He is going to go down. Seb gets yet another kill. Kez is down in the bottom lane, but what are you going to do? You're just going to die. Followed up, it's a good fissure from Aramis, but it doesn't protect Hezi. They're just eating one by one by one. Seb is just getting all of these kills. Aramis trying to hide. Look, No Tail's even joined the fight down here. He says, hey guys, we're having a party. I'd love to be a part.
Damage just so high. The Aether Remnant stunning for 1.8 seconds. These guys, it's a level 5 Wraith King. How can you stand up to this level 10 Void Spirit gank? It is so difficult, especially with all the spell MPS. It's just, they're not even letting Wraith King get 6. He's going to pick it up barely at the top lane. I forgot that there's a PA in this game. He's doing fine. Not incredible. 1 kill fit. Okay, he's doing a little bit above average, but he's going to have a Battle Fury. He's certainly going to outfarm Shad this game. And it's looking good for OG. Constant pressure on the map.
Celery is going to run right into Soxa, has the Impale. Illuminate comes out. It's got the Inkswell on him, but we'll proc the Spike Carapace. 10-minute runes are up, though. Thompson bottling up. Boom. Gonna be able to grab himself the regen. Just zips on through. That's nothing to do into the Remnant. Okay. Nicely placed.
He's so pressured. He doesn't even have a full Wraith Band. He's got almost a Wraith Band, a Magic Stick, a bottle, and a boots. That's all he's got, his levels. And he's trying to make stuff happen, but he got dumpstered so hard mid, he doesn't have enough levels to do this. He has to like flame guard and stand next to people until they die. That's all he's got.
Shad turns back around, is trying to man fight as Boom jumps back in again. That is going to be the reincarnation popping off here. Boom trying to get as much damage down. Does manage to land the Inkswell in the middle of them, but I'm not sure they can really stand here and fight, although Aramis making his own rotation. Can they turn this around? Thompson taking a lot of damage. It's going to be just fine. They go and they drop the wall. They've got to sidestep a little bit. That Aether Remnant coming back in. They drag Shad over into that illusion wall. It's gonna barely make it out. No, they illuminate at the last second. We'll be able to claim Shad.
What a great force there. OG pulling the last hero in with the ulti from Keeper of the Light. They had Mech as well to keep Thompson alive. They put all the pressure on him, but he's just so far ahead. Now with the point booster as well.
They're not leaving.
How do you fight him? They don't have to. They could just stand where their opponents are, and their opponents can't fight them because they have a stupidly high net worth advantage. 9,000 net worth. That's like the net worth of the top 3 farmed heroes on Viking. That's how much gold they have over them right now. Not to mention levels. So they're going to take these easy towers. They've got the catapult here. They might as well.
This is a bigger, meaner, faster OG here. As they are just taking over the map.
Bad when you lose all 3 lanes. This is what happens. And the top world teams, they're not going to drop matches like this. OG messed up a little bit last game, but this is like completely different. Mid one is just farming the enemy tri-camp. That means Wraith King can't be there. Wraith King's going to go bottom, potentially, or in his jungle, but he will be pressured everywhere he goes. And as long as OG doesn't die while they do this, pressure continues, and they're just going to start taking towers on top of their full net farm.
Poor Aramis is just taking so much damage from the Ion Shelled Vendetta Nyx. Like, that's going to be so annoying. All right, well, pressure down on the mid tower as Thompson and Seb are both over there. they just don't have any control over any of their land, it seems, on the side of Viking.
Really hard for them.
Ooh.
Ember praying that he can finish his Wraith Band. He's almost there.
Shad, they have really nice wards here. This is a dead Wraith King. Just plain and simple.
Oh, he's only got 1,000 HP and his ulti comes up every 3 minutes. That's too slow.
All right, here's the question. Can they kill No Tail? Can they get to position 5? No, because Seb's already here. Drops the wall over and they dart right back in, dragging him back. Kiz is going to go down. Boom is left to just fend for himself, and he cannot as he goes down as well. And look at Saxa. He's a fast little bug here. He's got the Spike Carapace. He's hoping Aramis might try to throw something out, but he does not go for it as mid one takes the tower.
Yep, mere 800 gold away from Battle Fury. He's participating in the fights. They're constantly pressuring here. Fox is using Ion Shells to help him farm. They've got Greaves finished, so 3 armor to all of his allies. Insanely powerful here, not to mention the ability to heal himself and others. Their armor is going to jump massively when they get low. Like, how do you fight into this right now with this advantage?
It's the question that Viking is asking themselves because they've got Shad up forward. Seb considering going in, the step forward here, coming out from tops and the drag right back. This Wraith King cannot afford to go down. The ward does get used though. Can they finally find this kill? Yes, they take down Seb. That is a wicked 6th streak taken out.
Works out. Lots of damage with right clicks and the Beast Aura. So 500 gold, a huge boon. That's going to get him very close to finishing his armlet, so his survivability is going to be better. But I think the biggest thing he's missing is levels. He just hit level 8 on Wraith King now, so needs levels to skirmish at all.
Well, they're gaining a little bit of their jungle back, so that's a bit of breathing room here for Viking. Definitely feeling extremely pressured. 12k net worth lead over the side of OG at only 14 minutes. Maybe they can make a play on Saxa?
Possibly, he can go.
Oh, the counter play though. All right, they make the jump on Saxa immediately though. They're gonna use Spike Carapace. They drop the wall. Seb is here. They'll be able to go hold them together using the Grimstroke ulti, but it doesn't matter. The chase is on. Boom tries to run away. Thompson drags him right back in with the Aether Remnant. There's just a lot of lockdown, too much damage. The Echo Stem comes out from Aramis, but where's your follow-up? Where's your team? This is looking like a dead Earthshaker, and Shad thinks, oh god. Oh, there's no one left. There's no survivors. I'm all alone. That is going to be his first death, and I think the second death is going to be just as painful here, Purge, as no one can answer his cries for help.
Oh my god, that fight. The Echo Slam, I think, hit just about nothing. Just a bunch of illusions there. And they dealt the split. Nobody takes damage. Nyx played the fight well. Got a Roar coming, maybe a Darkseer kill again. He's got Greaves though. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. He is very, very slow, but here it is. The immediate response. They turn back around. Dobson says, stop picking on my Darkseer. So body blocks are coming out now from Seb. Boom, will join in though. So they find the kill onto Seb. Looks like they're probably gonna end up losing Kezu. But Boom here trying to man fight. It's very difficult. Doesn't manage to go sidestep. Celery thinking about going back in again as they're bottling up, getting their mana back together. But it looks like Viking thinking a little bit better of it here, although they do still see Saxa. They need to be careful, though, because there's plenty of other OG heroes nearby. But looks like they figure Saxa must be safe under the tower. For now. Until Boom does that. Flights around, manages to land the Inkswell. Silence gets tossed out. And yes, the TPs are coming, but there is no help for Saxa.
Really nicely done by Ember. He sleight of fist dodged the Spike Carapace, which helps secure that kill there. So it gives them a small moment of pressure release, but the danger items out. Ags on Void Spirit.
Can we talk about how fast that item is on him now?
Very fast, yeah.
7 minutes faster than the averages patch?
Yeah, and also mid one just took the tier 2 tower by himself while finishing Battle Fury. He's got half a Deso finish too. Yeah, things are looking bad for Viking, all right. They've got some raw tanky heroes, but now that the Deso's out, good luck. They're going to try to kill him though. Kezu's moving around. He's got Roar in 5 seconds. But they got to break the blur, and if he doesn't attack a creep, they don't even know where he is anymore. So yeah, it looks like he's going to escape this gank here.
Yeah, mid one's playing very carefully, realizing that they don't have any vision on them on the map, so he's just going to walk away.
And no Necro 3 yet, so this ward that he had in the area also doesn't get dewarded here, so he's going to be able to retain vision. They're going to go fight, though.
Yeah, they are. Thompson, his eyes over here on Shad. They'll turn their attention instead over to the Grimstroke and be happy that they can get that possibly as they go right over onto Aramis as well. So it's looking like both of these supports are going to get cleaned up by the side of OG.
so sick to have this Coddle plus Void Spirit combo when he has eggs. He's going to lower the cooldown of Resonant Pulse, make it up more often. More silences, more nukes, more raw shield for Void Spirit. Not something we see super commonly, but when Void Spirit's this far ahead, he's ready to go constantly. And how can Viking even approach their towers? They can't even get close because they know Thompson's going to jump in on them.
Thompson's just having such a good game. There's no reason why he can't just run at them. Shad, every time he shows on the map, he's just immediately hunted. And a 10k net worth right now on this Phantom Assassin.
Like, if you just take the PA out of the game and it's a 4v5, like, then Viking has a chance to win. But right now, with him just not making mistakes and dying while still farming at this super high speed, it looks dangerous. And once he finishes Deso, his minus armor is going to be insane because he's already got Orb of Corrosion as well. So it's not just a Deso, it's Deso and Orb of Corrosion. It's like minus 10 armor against all these enemy heroes.
And a double damage always helps.
That's good, yeah.
All right, well, we can see some collapsing into the castle area here on the side of the Radiant. They'll be able to go and hunt down some of Kezu's creeps over here on the side. Blink Dagger does get picked up here by the Earthshaker, and it might be necessary because Shed, he does have the reincarnation back up, but they step over immediately. They get the silence off onto Kezu, so there's not going to be a roar available. Turning their attention now over to Thompson. Can they get this kill? The roar comes out. Shed, he's following up. Can they find this? Can they find the kill? The Echo Slam goes off. They take down Thompson, and they get a couple nice fissures to boot on top of it as mid one finally goes down.
Oh, the Ink Swell plus the Echo Slam was way too powerful. It looked kind of good. He really wanted to finish off Shad, but Shad's armor is really high with the armlet. He armlet toggles last second as well, and just a little bit of an overcommittal. If they lose this game, this is certainly the moment I'm thinking of later on. But they still have a massive, massive net worth lead. I think PA's Deso is finished. If it wasn't there in that fight, if it was, I'm sure the racing goes down a little quicker.
Don't do BSJ's job for him, Purge. Come on, he's got to go and look at these things and bring them up himself.
Lots of stuff to look at. I mean, you could do 8 Weatherman segments just about the mid lane matchup, I'm pretty sure.
All right, Boom sees no tail. Considers going in, but there is, of course, the Nyx Assassin standing nearby. So they'll back off. They'll be patient.
Almost got Pipe on Darks here. Another great item pickup. Once he gets that, going to be more covered against this kind of burst damage stuff. Doing a good job on the Necro units too. Dewarding as well. They know they just need to control this Tri-Camp area. This is a perfect play from OG. They're the stronger heroes. They invade it, they ward, they deward, and it's just going to make it much harder for Viking to fight. If they do want to engage, or if they want to like push out a wave, they have to go really far to get to the next place to farm if their Tri-Camp doesn't feel safe. Just like what Ember's doing right now. Jumps away from the top lane, now it's to swing all the way around to a different place on the map. You can't make things efficient.
Got the second Celery showed on the map by taking down the Courier. Everyone just runs at him. But they haven't been able to finally get the final hit off, as they are doing Roche, though, on the side of OG. So Celery is making some space by doing this, but of course, the PA doesn't really need that much help. Illuminate coming through. Man, they are really needing to do a lot to get the kill on this guy, but they eventually find it. And over in the pit, mid one, almost finished with Roche. There it is, Aegis picked up. That Hawk's a little bit too late.
Now in a much better position. Rare item pickup for PA. Picks up the Nether Shawl here. But it actually covers him pretty well for this middle part of the game where he doesn't have BKB yet. Ooh, the damage is high.
Boom. Yeah, he's got to hightail it out of there.
Very close to getting a kill there if he gets one crit at the end, but Ember ends up staying alive. And once he gets BKB, he'll probably drop the Nether Shawl, I expect, but how they're going for Shad, see if they can find him.
No, he knows. He knows. They sent a Hawk over right at the same time that they dragged over Soxa. So if you see a Keeper of the Light charging at you, he's not alone. Generally.
I'm buying a Lotus Orb? Is that what this is? What's going on? That's something weird. He's buying a Perseverance, and he has an energy booster, so it makes me think Lotus, but...
Oh! Well, there was a Celery there. Not anymore. Boom now is running away from mid one.
Very important to defend the rest of the area when you have vision like this.
Mm-hmm. And it is a Lotus Orb picked up now for the Keeper of the Light.
He just had a plate mail on a Courier I did not see. All right, very rare early purchase, but think of what it does. You can use it to remove Searing Chains. You can use it to reflect Wraith King Stun or Roar. So I think that's what they're going for. When they actually do start hitting buildings, they know they have map control, so now they're aiming for like what items are going to help us like end this game. Mm-hmm. And it's certainly going to be items that give them teamfight advantage, such as Pipe. They're queuing up Crimson Guard on Darkseer, items that are just going to make their overwhelming advantage be easy. But they also need to be able to protect whoever the person that's hitting the tower is, because you can't just rely on BKB.
Right.
And so Lotusing the PA is going to make things a lot simpler for them when they do go high ground siege.
Well, the middle tower is going to go down here, as you can see that Viking trying to just do a little bit of farming over here in the jungle. These creeps are going to run into Thompson, though, so they know that they're on their way.
He loves killing these things. They almost killed a Observer Orb, but they didn't get it.
Kazu is going to get stunned up, and one more hit should do the trick. Mid one's just playing with his food here.
He wasn't going to roar him, so there's like no chance he gets away there. If he roars, then they go high ground, and it's not as good for them. But all right, time to go high ground anyways.
Yeah.
Mid one's going to dual pressure, cuts out the bot wave nicely, and now going mid.
And pops the double damage as well, so it's going to be able to chonk through these buildings quite nicely.
Lotus Orb still ready to dispel the Searing Chain as soon as it goes for it.
There it is. They're holding it, though. Fissure coming out again. They have the Aegis on mid one. Still going to be difficult. We'll throw out a Stroke of Fate, just the side step away. Root into place, though, again. But mid one, he just doesn't seem concerned about it. He has that double damage for a little bit longer. Teleporting out here. Right underneath the nose of Saksa. Of course, they have a Keeper of a Light, so he's going to join it back in almost immediately. They smoke up, another Fissure coming out. Necrobook Shad very, very far forward here. So go, they'll burst down these, or try to burst down the Necro Creeps. Not quite. How do you deal with a mid one?
That's too hard with Aegis and them backing up. I love the smoke usage there. They held the Lotus Orb the whole time, waiting for the Beastmaster to be up, and when things looked a little bit iffy, then they pop the Lotus, and now PA will disengage. Very safe pushing here. Everybody sit back, don't get Echo Slammed, let your high damage he's trying to break the smoke. He used Cellar as well.
There's out the dagger. Cellar, I'm sure, is a bit nervous at that. Red one has so much damage.
Usually when you disengage like that after pushing, you end up spreading out on the map. Them smoking on the Viking side could have led to them getting a kill on an important hero. So really nice that he used that presence of mind to keep the tempo up by breaking the smoke. One less smoke for their opponents. And now they get to keep pressuring without having to worry for this time period.
Top tower is under attack.
All right, well, all eyes now over on Viking. Do have Aramis hiding over in the corner. Saksa creeping around. Tower goes down, though, while they're spread out. It's all going to be all about the high ground here. And even then, it's still very difficult. Aramis runs directly into Seb. Let's throw out a Fissure. We do have a BKB picked up now for the Ember Spirits. That should turn things a little bit, but again, there's just so much damage coming out from this PA.
You're going to pull the Darkseer back, I assume, here. Yep, pulling back into the mid lane, getting ready to go high ground.
Mid one, jumping over onto Shad. Follow up immediately from Boom and a Fissure. They've got a lot of CC coming out from the side of Viking as they go for another smoke. Keep Shad very far forward in the front. Kezu trying to find the angle. It's a bit difficult, does not have a blink. The Aegis does get reclaimed, though.
Yep. One changing his item, his ideas about his items a little bit. Was thinking about going Ags, now changing up and to go S and Y, which is pretty solid. When you have this much advantage, you're in a good place. And having S and Y is just going to give him the status resistance, more raw HP, movement speed will be great. And also, once he picks up like Satanic afterwards, the spell lifesteal amplification will be, regular lifesteal amplification will be really good too. And there's someone's working on a Vlad's, I'm guessing. Nothing yet, but maybe at some point. He'll get lifesteal eventually.
Another double damage rune is available in the bottom part of the river. And you can see that Shad would love to move that courier over. He'd love to go and buy himself the relic. It's pretty difficult. They even use the scan. They know that Sox is camped out over there, so being very patient. Just look at the way he's camping. I love this. I love the fact that he's spending so much time just like, they're probably going to want to make moves. And with the creep wave that far forward. All right, yeah, they see it. No tail? Can he get there fast enough? No, not quite. Tried, though. Oh, Saksa, though. Maybe he'll intercept it.
Oh.
It's on its way.
Thompson as well. He just
They want it so bad. They don't have the vision, though.
Guesses, but yeah, not able.
Did they use, okay, I thought that was a, I thought they were trying to use a bait courier there. But Sax's carrier goes down.
Bring it for vision, I think. That's all. I mean, either way, this is still just Radiance. Radiance is good on Wraith King by all means, and it's going to give some mischance to PA when the fight actually does happen, but that's them trying to stabilize and go even. There's a 28k net worth advantage right now. It's hard to come through. Very scary moment.
I mean, Thompson set them up beautifully this game. He did so well in the mid lane. Looks like he's going to try to make a play here on Shad. So much damage all at once.
Just forcing reactions, basically. You know, with the Kaya-san, it's hard to kill Void Spirit with the chain stun that they've got, but they might invade on him. We'll see if they can grab him.
Moving. You need to be careful as mid one immediately slices up Celery. Kezu turns around. That is the BKB that just got used on mid one as well, so they'll waste a little bit of the time. One of the Necro creeps will fall. And there's a whole other fight on the backhand line there. Shad's just trying to man fight here with Seb. Does have Boom nearby. Seb trying to run away here. They still have the illusions as the follow-up is here. He just gets obliterated by mid one. Saxa hunting. Has his own Blink Dagger. He's not going to be able to quite grab Aramis though.
It's Thompson his bottle back. Thank you for the borrow. And now they're going to go high ground with 30 seconds on the Wraith King. Roar was used as well in that fight. Still have to worry about Echo Slam though. Gotta be a little careful.
They do, but they have to be able to have the follow-up here. So the Fissure gets tossed out. Just going to assume that Boom just keeps gliding.
So much HP on him.
Another Fissure. Toss out. The leap forward here over onto Boom. Kezu, the draw back in again though. Silence is going to come out with the double hold with the ulti coming out from Grimstroke, but it doesn't seem to matter at all.
That's a rough one to lose. They could have gotten a double roar if they just waited a bit, but it's so hard. Ember Spirit's trying to slow this down, but he gets disabled by the Remnant. There's always going to be follow-up with the Blink stun from Nyx Assassin. He doesn't get a chance to pop BKB. 2 racks down now. OG's not going to let up.
They don't need to let up. Look at them. They're just throwing their weight around. Mid one has just sliced people in half. Just all it takes, 2 or 3 hits over on the side here of Viking. Gonna try to make another play here. Wraithfire coming out. They don't have the reincarnation for another 38 seconds. Shad has to be very careful here as Sox was looking for the Impale. They just
80% evasion. How can you fight into him?
I don't know. That is the question again that Viking is asking themselves right now. They want to. Celery does get dragged in, and mid one, he jumps in. They get the kill on Celery. The follow-up. They do have the roar this time around. A couple of these remnants getting tossed out. They just don't have the damage as Shad goes down. He calls GG. They realize that this OG, bigger, meaner, and just playing so much faster than they're able to keep tempo.
I mean, that was absolute stomp by OG, but they looked really patient compared to the first game. Mid one having a much superior performance than his previous match, but man.
Intertwined. It's your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm, when the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm, when the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice.
Game 3 of OG versus Viking coming your way. Can Viking bounce back like they did in the series versus Nigma that they played, or will OG crush the opposition another time like they did in their series against Team Nigma? We're going to find out. We are in the draft. Brian on the big screen, of course, helping us dissect this draft. Still joined by Kyle and T-Governor, and we have a little bit of a different opening this time around because Shaker ignored for now.
For now.
Yeah, big fan of this. Big fan of this. I simply think that a lot of these teams, when they play up against OG, they don't try and diversify their openings, and then they get hit with the issue of, wait, they already understand the Shaker, for example. And then now in this scenario, OG, they pick up the Nyx. Viking go for the counter to Nyx with the Shaman. You have that Hex to deal with the Carapace. You then can shackle him after. You can fortify your positions really well. So I like that. They go for the Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
Very good against Shaman. Like,
oh yeah.
Textbook kind of openings now coming from these teams.
I love the way that OG responds differently to a different response here. So last game, the Earthshaker is dealt with by having a mid laner that's up in your face early on, setting the tempo, because Earthshaker doesn't like necessarily responding in the early to mid game. He wants to be farming up that Blink Dagger. In this case, they have the Shadow Shaman, who doesn't want summons and people to wrap around him. That's what he doesn't want, and Nature's Prophet's just perfect against that. So far, I think OG's picks have been great, and especially this third slot the last 2 games. And Viking GG, I do believe Shadow Shaman has better synergy with Beastmaster than Earthshaker does.
Yep.
So maybe it'll work a bit better for them here.
I was going to make that same point. That's the trouble with Earthshaker. We've discussed this in the past and why Earthshaker DP is such a nice opener. You typically want this hero that can play around the Fissure and wants to just kind of chill in the lane by himself at a point. Beastmaster isn't really offered much by Earthshaker in terms of the aggression you can output. So if he ever leaves as well, this is a PA cuddle. Like, they're actually going to pressure KZ real hard. So this allows you to actually be aggressive and truly dual lane, which is what Beastmaster prefers.
I guess for Viking, they're going to have to show respect to, for example, Troll Warlord as well. They're already banning out PA. These carries that independently can deal with what a Beastmaster brings. There's the Troll ban. Because if this Furion is going to be in that 5 role, he alone can deal with a +4 Shaman in that 1v1, and then it forces the carry to be in a 1v1 with the Beastmaster. I wouldn't be surprised, like Gyrocopter as well, for an example. We've seen this in some previous different regions, with the flat cannon build nowadays is an answer. Will OG go for it?
Is not a thing. You start with 2 charges. 2 flaks.
Yeah, level 1,
It's
but
only
level 2 or 3.
18-second cooldown.
Level 2 or level 3, 18-second cooldown. It goes bam, 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 and you kill everything.
Well, that
Thank you very much, Carl.
I mean, he made a very solid point with the clapping.
He's made a loud point. Just because you're the loudest doesn't mean you're the most right.
Me.
I learned from the best, pal. Yeah,
it worked for Brian. All right, we got the Lycan band out as well. And what can we read from OG's bans? Because we talked about Vikings bans and what they're going to remove.
They're scared of the overwhelming amount of pressure. Of course, we've seen High Coast Esports run this strategy. I think we saw Team Unique run the same strategy. It's the Beastmaster Shaman plus any active core. And this is where these are the big key three.
I think in the first game, OG realized that it's really annoying to have to play Nature's Prophet into cores you don't want to TP onto. DK is a good example. Death Prophet's another good example. Lycan is kind of running at you, doesn't really care about what you're doing on the map. So conceptually, these heroes not only synergize with Beastmaster really well, but they make it difficult for Prophet to play the way he wants to play.
I guess the only weakness I see from this in Viking is all their pressure comes from Beastmaster having a good lane and supports being able to play behind him. These supports don't actively look to go mid that comfortably unless there's a big initiating mid lane. And that's something that OG might be able to pressure, especially with that Fury and TP into mid and that kind of overwhelming global presence right now.
The concern as well is these two supports just don't really do anything to Furion. And Nyx is also even activated. Grimstroke's nuke and shield proc are very easy to carapace. And
the key thing though from Viking is if they get out of the laning phase, they can fortify a position really well with the Necro 3. These supports are very good when they are reacting to the engagement. When they're initiating, it can be awkward running into high ground areas, but if they already own these areas, this is why Nyx is so weak into Shaman. It's about kind of how you take the game. There we go, boys. I called it. Thank you very much. Woo!
I said it the first game. I'll take the.
No, thank you, Brian.
I'm on the same page.
My man, Brian. It's the bam, 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 bam. Am I right?
I do want to point out that when OG played Gyrocopter last in this Western European DPC League, they lost.
Yep.
It didn't go
tomato.
Yeah, exactly.
The hero is real risky, especially against a BKB piercing Roar, and enemy has last pick. This is also a team willing to pick Lifestealer, something I really wish they had done in the previous game. And it's something you got to be a little concerned about here because he certainly eats Gyrocopter alive.
I will say though, the important thing about the Gyro to Beast matchup is simply the trees being available for the Beastmaster to utilize. When you have your Boar and there's Necro and the summons, you need to be able to hide them during flak, especially in the first 4 or 5 minutes of laning phase. And I think if OG maybe puts his Fury in a 5 position, we'll be seeing the Fury use Nature's Call to be able to take away that vision advantage from the trees, and then the flak has all this optimization.
No, I would agree. It's a nice adaptation.
If it is,
it still could be offlane though, because Nyx is a relatively weak 4.
Oh, run it back, reverse it. I like it.
Damn.
Is this just a slap in the face?
This is such a slap.
I feel like it kind of is.
This is. If Void Spirit at any point dies in the laning phase, watch OG 5-man tip. You know, this is, the tips games will be insane.
The tips games is next level here for sure. This is, I mean, I can only imagine that this will be the mid matchup. Is there any chance it won't be, just to cover our bases?
I don't think
this is most likely.
This is a show of dominance right here. This is
unless it's some like mid.
I would be intimidated.
I want this to be the mid matchup for sure.
I think in my entire casting career, I've only seen once or twice where 2 mid lane players have swapped heroes, and the guys and the same players convincingly won both times. So this is something that Thompson, I think he knows that this is already getting in the head of Boom.
Oh. I hope for just the observing of the game, it has to be just mid lane the entire time. This just is a pure grub match. There's no side lanes occurring.
I'm sure Scriff and JJ are listening to us.
If you are, thank you.
And they will not stray from the path.
It's going to be bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
We already got that.
We got the bam, bam, bam. Yeah. You may show like a respect second or two. This is the side lane setup, but then we want it locked in on mid.
You can always, if you want to show the rest of the lane, you can always have that second cap.
The off screen, yes.
The off screen.
Okay, yeah. The off screen for side lane and just focus it up on mid. Up to 5 minutes, then maybe true.
Question becomes, what are you picking for Seb? It's a little wild. Haven't seen this very often, but something like a Tide could be effective. However, there's a Nyx in the game, so with Darkseer's gone too. There aren't many great laners with the Nyx. Prophet would be ideal, but to your point, T, Prophet Gyro down bottom would be a solid lane. You don't necessarily want to last pick No-Tails hero, although CM is available, which would be quite nice. The Enigma also, that would have been a sick pick. to take kill the boars immediately,
Yep.
secure lane. That might have been their choice. I think Viking with Jug and Ursa now gone are picking Lifestealer 100%.
How about the Wraith King?
God, I hope not.
No.
I mean,
You just never pick like Legion or a Baden here.
Doesn't
That's
OG
just not OG.
They might have Baden. A Baden sounds pretty cool, but
Dark is actually banned. Sorry, I didn't see that.
I mean, this dual core combo is one of my favorites. I think popularized initially by CDEC during TI5, and then later by Wings. Ember Gyro, like the chains, the flak, you get tons of vision. The damage and AoE presence is kind of nuts, and then add on to that the Wrath of Nature, which is now buffed beyond belief.
They're taking their time.
I want somebody that buys items for the gyro though. So if they leave the Nature's Prophet as a 5, that is the nice part about it. We've seen Nature Prophet 5s go literally anything. I think like the Vlads, the ACs, if he can, the Solar Crest, those type of items would make Gyro just such a more potent hero, because Gyro's job in game is to stand still, pushing flak. And there we go. That's good. I like it. It's just a hero that's going to buy items for this Gyro.
Yeah,
and enable him to stand his ground.
And the damage output for Vikings is super low right now.
I think the key thing here is OG now has this reset potential, where obviously Ember can always be in the fight, TP back, Remnant back in. Underlord can always dictate the fight as well. And for Viking, their fight is either they're in or they're out. And if you can abuse that with this the Underlord or even just the Ember Spirit alone, it's very hard for Viking. And I think this Fury and Gyro lane, this Beastmaster Shaman should not be able to achieve anything. I've seen this before, and it's so hard for them to have entry to lane when you have no trees to play behind. The flak's killing everything. I really like what OG has.
And I can't see any pick other than Lifestealer, which I believe under the circumstances OG is going to be prepared for. They just saw it, like it feels like forever ago, but that was the last series Viking played. They won a couple games with it.
Yep.
It's a perfect matchup in concept.
That's not true, Kyle.
What?
That's not the last series. The last series that Vikings played was versus High Coast.
Yeah, I forgot.
They did not.
That's why it does feel like a long time ago.
Lifestealer. Yeah, they picked it in their series versus Enigma, though.
Yes, which is the only series so far they've won.
This is also correct. They are 1-3 comparatively to OG, who is 3-1. By the way, for people that were not aware.
So it's not just comfort. It's like what else is good here? Like you need a game winner. You need damage. You need something that would scale with the beast, like perhaps a Dusa, but I don't like that because OG is going to play with tempo. You need this hero that buys cheaper items and is online fast. You know, Armlet, Deso, S and Y. Let's go. Like you can't lone druid. Lycan's already banned. I just don't see the options left for them.
Viking right now are in recovery mode for their draft. They've realized how bad things have got, and potentially they need to look at maybe changing up the lanes. I think that's a key thing. I don't think you can allow.
Into profit?
Not really. I'm not saying trying.
They gotta pick something though. Here we go. It will
Random.
be the Monkey King.
Random.
No.
I
they
actually
had
like it. I
couple
think they
seconds.
needed a kill hero. I was like thinking about like Slark, but he sounded really bad, so I couldn't think of any other hero that could deal with Underlord in lane. At this point, Underlord, the only way they can slow down the momentum of OG is by kind of gimping his game. So maybe OG will swap it up and put like an aggro tri-lane and put the Underlord safe lane, something like that. All for me, if OG gets a decent start on all three of their cores, I think they're just going to steamroll this game.
All right, thank you very much. What was that face? I didn't hear.
No, it was just like the shock and horror of how OG's got such a dominant position in this draft. And that alone is very scary because Viking does need strong lanes. We mentioned that in the game 2 post, and it's just not happened. It's very, very scary position for Viking.
Let's roll. Thompson, Boom, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit.
It's the showdown.
It's a matchup. It's a hero thing. Void Spirit, obviously, just a significantly better
You're setting
hero
up for the first spicy ending. Ooh.
And now that Thompson's on the Ember, I'm sure he'll get smashed this time.
Nah.
No, do you though?
We'll see.
We'll see.
OG's pace is going to be key. It's about how well does his Monkey King do in lane.
Oh, Viking's pace is key.
Viking's pace. Monkey King is on Viking's side.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right.
He just has to be ahead.
I just want to watch mid. I don't care. Can we just get to the game, please? I want to see
We will
Thompson
get
Viking.
to the
Thank
game,
you.
and we are gonna watch the mid lane now. Guys, and hopefully our observers will, have the camera always there. We're gonna find out though. Let's head over to Moxie and Purge for game 3.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We're getting a Game 3 Purge, and everyone's really hyped about that mid lane. And it seems like OG has a very tempo draft. Do you think that they're going to be able to steamroll Viking, as Kyle was saying, or what do you think?
It's definitely possible. I agreed a lot with what BSJ said. Like they have to be a little bit careful about the Monkey King versus Underlord. I think it was BSJ at least. Monkey King has the potential to pressure Underlord a lot. So if that lane can go okay for them, then yeah, maybe they'll be able to offset things a little bit. But I'm absolutely going to watch mid the whole time. I don't care about anything else that happens in this game. I want to see if Topson can go even or style on his opponent, then big advantage to him. It really says a lot about his ability to play Dota well, which is, I guess, could be proven more. You know, he could always use more wins.
For sure. I'm also interested because I think in game number 1, it just felt like every single one of those Aether Remnants was perfectly placed. I'm interested to see if Boom can do the same thing, because I believe Topson also maxed out the Remnants early.
He went, I think, 2-0-3 into 4-0-3 or 4-1-3, something like that. So slightly, yes. He did get it leveled up pretty fast.
Well, I've been assured.
Matchup for figuring out basically where Underlord is going to go and whether or not he'll match up against Monkey King. It's another significant thing here. Invisible Monkey King. Gonna spot
not
mid
really
one.
invisible.
Well, he was smoked briefly.
Sure.
But they spot out mid one, and no pressure on him.
No.
He'll be fine.
So we do have a bit of the invasion coming out here from Viking over into the Dire area. We've got a nice ward placed over on the side. Going to be able to spot any sort of rotation, swapping of lanes. And 2 observers right next to each other. They do have a D ward here if they'd like to drop it. And it is within vision, so Aramis is going to be able to get a nice start off here. 100 gold going over to him.
Good for them. Slight itemization difference here for Topson in the mid lane. Opts for 2 Iron Branches and a Blightstone. So this is his understanding of how to win this lane matchup, lower his armor, and therefore get these better physical trades out. So we'll see if that impacts things versus the Wraith Band Rush that Boom went for last game.
All right, well, runes are getting snapped up now. Looks like it should be a fairly even split. And all right, we got the mid camera on.
Just watch the mid split for the rest of the game.
Just the rest of the game. Nothing else matters here. Just Boom versus Topson.
And so Topson going to go fast bottle, it looks like, with the Blightstone. Probably needs the extra regen. If he does believe that Void Spirit has generally better harass, he'll need to bottle a little bit faster to leverage his mana. Flame Guard, too much magic damage here. Resonant Pulse only does 70 damage, so pretty easy to rely on Flame Guard on the first wave.
Already the harass is on between the 2 brothers. There is some movement going on in the other lanes too.
No, I don't believe it.
Okay. I like how we have side lane cam, you know, just in case anyone's wondering. For those of you joining in, it is all about this mid matchup. Topson versus Boom. Who's gonna come out on top?
I'm taking a decent amount of damage, but so did Chad, so not too bad. Soxa pulls the creep wave per usual. And Monkey King's not going to be able to lifesteal off of this either. So far, Topson doing great. 4 last hits, 4-1 versus the 3-0 of Boom here. Range creep, everything looking about normal. Basically just a normal mid lane, except for the whole drama that we have before. Other than that.
Just seeing a lot of that missile spam coming out in top lane. It's pretty annoying to have to deal with, but pretty simple stuff. Seb slicing away here in the bottom lane, throwing his weight around. But it's still very evenly matched here in this mid lane.
Yep. So I guess Topson is just better. And we can end it right here. Nah, he won a game convincingly. I mean, both of these are heroes he has a lot of experience in. So for whatever reason, just won his lane off. Profit in a little bit of trouble top.
Yep, No-Tail's taking a lot of harass. I think No-Tail is going to be the first blood, but Aramis is going to be next to fall. So a little bit of trading top. Feller's Courier does get hunted down by Saxa as well.
Seb in trouble now.
Seb, nice Inkswell coming out. Another little interrupt, though, coming out from Saxa will make it so that he's able to walk away.
No regen on Seb, though, so he's going to have some come out. He does have Tango coming. There's a stop coming for Saxa, which will help him get back in the lane, but that's the lane to be careful of. You know, other than the mid lane, definitely the off lane is one where the action will happen.
Yeah, aside from the extra couple denies that Topson has, very, very even. I don't even know what the items look like on them because we have our side lane cam. I don't know. All right, so we've got plenty of regen left over here on Topson. Not as much left here for the Void Spirit, but we do have... Okay, the Courier's coming out over to the mid lane. Gonna refresh a little bit. The side lane cam comes back up. I thought there was a big fight going on. I was like, oh gosh, I'm missing it. But we're just back to side lane. Pay attention to them.
One thing that makes a lot of sense about what Topson did here with the Blightstone is that, I mean, he And Boom obviously was using Sleight of Fist in the previous match as well, but it gives you 80 bonus hero damage. And by buying a Blightstone, you're increasing that by another 10% damage. So he's just like getting more harassment out of the right clicking that he is doing, and that's helped him to go basically even on this regen trade, which is part of the reason that Boom had a rough lane. So kind of just a small variation here, maybe just safer play, and Topson's going to go even, basically showing that he's not concerned about this matchup. But you know, it's kind of crazy to think that it still happens, but you know, even against some of the best players in the world, you will sometimes get these really one-sided mid matchups.
We are reaching the 4-minute rune rotation here, and you can see some of the supports are making their way over now. Boom, gonna try his luck in the bottom end. Topson's just hanging out over there.
Gonna delay Topson from getting to runes. He wanted to use Flame Guard to push out. Now as a result, there's no way he can contest top while still getting last hits, so doesn't matter that much. Not really. He's still up in last hits. Topson has the matchup understanding that's clearly better, but Seb pressured again here.
On the bottom lane, they have the Inkswell. They start winding up, and that'll connect. Nice impale again coming out from Saksa. They throw out the Boundless. Not quite enough damage to get the kill on Seb. He's had a couple close calls at this point. But I do see that Boom has teleported out of his lane.
Interesting. Back to heal, I guess. He wasn't able to get the rune himself, obviously, because it was top instead of bottom, so had to go back a little bit earlier than normal. Topson at 5.5, so more advantage to him, but it's not insurmountable this game. Like, certainly Boom can have an okay laning stage, and once he hits 6, we'll see him probably move around the map, probably to the bot lane, to really truly punish the Underlord. Bounty fights now on the bot lane. Saksa is gonna be able to get both. Maybe doesn't have enough for stun. Yep, and Celery steals it.
Yep. Underlord is teleported right back down to the bottom area now. He's refreshed, ready to go again. So we're getting closer to the level 6 over on Topson. Looks like that's really poking at Celery in the bottom lane. Not going to be able to get enough damage though.
Don't really see Topson getting a kill on Boom, but currently going to pressure him. Crucially, Topson just keeps waiting. He's been doing a nice thing in the mid lane. He basically waits to use Flame Guard until Boom uses at least one of his skills. Because you need both Remnant and Resonant Pulse to break through the Flame Guard. So as long as he just waits to use it until Boom goes for a last hit with Resonant Pulse, then he basically gets to abuse Flame Guard in a more effective way.
Bottom lane, it looks like Seb is taking a lot of damage. The Boundless comes in. They finally managed to get that kill on that pesky Underlord.
Not bad. The fact that it took that long was really good, considering this was the last pick of the draft. Shad's going to have an above average laning stage, but his last hits are not like insanely incredible. Gyro's doing better, 36 and 17 on Gyro versus the 26 and 10 of the Monkey King. So mid one's still doing great, considering he has the weaker carry traditionally. With the Gyro, I think this is a good start for OG.
I'm going to see Boom making a rotation now. Actually going to go top, maybe try to slow down mid one as Aramis getting into position here. Does manage to go and land the shackle. Casey's taking a lot of damage. Does have the axe to step forward though. Call down coming out from mid one. Not going to be quite enough damage as Casey's able to step out of it, and Boom collects himself a kill.
Nice rotation. Did this ward spot him going top? This dire one? I don't know if it might not be old enough, but either way, mid one gets punished. Now some mid pressure comes in to offset this. Boom rotates over to help, but with no Astral Step abilities, he's got to be a little careful. And a DD on Topson. Look how much damage they're getting into this tower. Celery's going to try to slow it down with a Stroke of Fate. It's going to help a little bit, but these creeps are lasting a long time.
Throw out the Remnant, draw Topson back underneath the tower. Sox is also here, though. They're going to try to punish this. Getting into position, looking for the Impale. Will be able to land over here onto Boom as they'll try to save him. As they throw the Inkswell out, they can turn this around. They do manage to get the kill onto No Tail, but Boom will go down as Topson's able to just go right forward and get the final hit off.
And mid one rotates as well. They want to just take this tower stupidly early here. And they've still got the DD. This is like one of the most valued DDs I've seen in a long time. And yeah, tower goes down at 7 minutes. All they lose out of this is slight farming time for a Gyrocopter, basically. Yeah, they lost the, Nature's Prophet 5 position. Who cares? Absolutely great rotation here from OG to solidify this map control. Now the game's going to get a little bit harder for Void Spirit. He's not going to be able to just, play in the mid lane, hit creeps, accelerate. He's going to have to move around and get kills.
Shad needs to be so careful. The Pit of Malice comes out. He goes, throws down the Boundless, but they have the Impale. And just like that, down goes Shad. They're just playing with so much tempo right now, Purge.
They are, yeah. And now Gyro basically making use of his levels. He has a lot of damage output as a carry at this phase of the game, and if you gank correctly, then it's absolutely going to pay off. So big rotations there. Topson thinking about heading over, but for now he's just going to farm. We'll see if they try to respond to this, but it looks like they're just trying to do the opposite thing on the other side of the map. Dive the no-tail.
Yep, they definitely spot him over here. The Hex will come out, and we do get these teleports, though, coming out very, very quickly. No-tail taking a lot of damage. He goes down. Topson now trying to punish Boom. They do manage to put the missile over on him. Monkey King, though, Shad standing up on the tree line. He's going to hop down. He sees mid one. Doesn't quite manage to land the ban list, though, as mid one tries to run away. Kazu using the roar. They'll find the kill, but they also manage to take down Kazu, as now Shad, he tries to dodge. He cannot do it. Topson gets himself a double kill. Aramis now trying to run away. Celery, he's got the ink swell. He's trying everything, but he cannot save the Shaman, as now the rest of the side of OG, they're here, and they're ready to try to get the final kill. Topson gets a triple kill with that last flight.
Jeez. Man, what good play there by OG. No-tail baiting, basically saying, I'm going to run for it, haha, and they use their spells that instantly gets canceled because at the same moment that he gets shown, they start teleporting all their cores in. And even though they lost the gyrocopter, Topson getting all of this net worth is certainly going to put them in a good spot. He went for a quick Orb of Corrosion, he's queuing up Maelstrom afterwards. His damage output and amount of disable is just really strong. He's also just left his Flame Guard at 2 points. He's all about disable and nuke right now with his, and his Searing Chains is so leveled up now. We're kind of in a similar situation as last game. The only difference being that his opponent is not as behind as they were.
This is very quickly turning into the Topson show again, like we saw in game number 2. And you gotta be a little bit nervous about that if you're a Viking. Ooh, cancel TP in the top lane. No-tail tries to buy himself enough time, but they do have the damage. Kazu will find the kill.
I think one of the other crucial difference though is that Gyro's not going to be as stabilized as a PA was in the last game. So OG will try to defend top tower.
Have to be careful here, Kazu. They have vision on him. They do have the double damage pop, but they'll turn around. They'll clean up some of these boars and some of these little necrobook creeps. Give them some nice gold.
Much harder for Gyro or for Beast of Pressure without summons anyway. So
they almost timed out.
Put so much effort into that. I mean, you don't ever know how long they're necessarily going to be up for or whatever, but yeah, and here's the issue with Gyro. Pressure's out the lane a little bit. He's picked up a Falcon Blade, normal Gyro item here, but they rotate and defend against it, so he's got to just farm a little bit slower than he might want to. But now they're rotating bottom. Now that they've defended top, they feel like they can pressure themselves.
Topson has his eyes over here on the Monkey King. Shad trying to hide in the trees. The teleports are coming out though from the side of Viking, as they do manage to go and hold Topson over in the corner. They have the Astral Step, they have the Remnant. Down goes Topson. They took down Aramis. Shad's not looking too great here. Does manage to get the lifesteal off, and still, boom, he's able to find the kill on Soxa with a little bit of help from Celery.
Great rotation from Aramis there to react to that, locking down Topson, making sure that he could not escape from the danger with the wards and everything, and they keep Shad alive. They need a little bit more damage. They needed a homing missile to hit, I don't know, maybe somebody else instead, but it all went on Shad. Shad ends up getting in the trees, defending himself, and Topson's first big error, and a lot of gold going to Boom, the Void Spirit. So, by the way, he's 4-1-1. The laning stage didn't go amazing, but he's been there for the crucial rotations. And even though he's died once, he's doing a great job to offset this.
I mean, that's what you have to do as a good mid player, right? If your lane doesn't go correctly, you've got to go and make your own opportunities. And I think he's definitely doing that.
Mid one, level 9 here, queuing up an SNY. Bucks are rotating down, ready to fight as well. See if they can grab Shad, but it might be a little bit tough.
Do have a smoke play coming out from the side of OG as Topson and Soxa are just combing through the jungle and maybe thinking of making a play over into the mid lane, but there's no one there. Shad, though, is going to take a missile to the head eventually, but not under any direct pressure here. As the top lane, they are trying to make the moves over onto Seb. And he's very tanky, but he's not tanky enough because he does go down to Kazu. And they're hunting now for this Monkey King. They're trying to break his tree, but at the last second, Shad, he's just hippity-hoppiting. Land over, and he's eventually found by Topson, and he is just gonna get chonked down here.
Huge kill. Fairy Trinket definitely going a long ways there. Had to do a lot of remnants, it's a lot of extra mana, and able to go all the way and grab them. It's a nice advantage. 3k advantage now for OG, despite losing Seb on the opposite side of the map. And now they invade. I think Gyro pivoted on item builds. Mid one making so many. It's interesting how many different itemizations he queues up during his game, but he goes Mask of Madness in the end.
Do we like
Something that he can use. Yeah, it's one of Gyro's issues is he doesn't jungle very well compared to most carries. And you can solve this by buying Maelstrom maybe or Ags, but both of those items are a little bit slow to get. Mask of Madness kind of solves the same problem. A lot of attack speed allows him to jungle without having to spend tons of mana, and should allow him to transition to other items. I'm not really sure where he'll go after this. It's common to go Ags, but some people find that it's just weak right now. So they just prefer like BKB fighting items, and then they just get Gyro in the fights constantly to help leverage his net worth that way instead.
Well, I think if they're playing tempo, doesn't a BKB make the most sense here?
It does, yeah. Yeah, for that reason, basically. He can show up to the fights, he still feels valuable without having to worry about just being chain bursted by magic damage.
This was a pretty big stack that they took over here. They even used the Serpent Wards to help out. Be a nice influx
Always
of
feels
cash.
good. For now, game is pretty even across the map, but small net worth advantage for OG still. As Topson finishes Maelstrom, he'll farm a little bit faster here, but generally just good splits of farm. Soxa getting close to his Blink Dagger, about 1,000 away. Once he gets that, it'll be really easy for him to follow up on allies. And it'll probably be like slight chains from Ember into Blink Stun from Nyx, or they'll do Pit of Malice on Underlord. They're smoking in. They might find Topson though.
Get Topson here. Boom, jumping forward immediately. Remnant, he sidesteps it. Nicely done here by Topson. The rest of the team, though, quickly collapsing again. Mid one leading the charge. They're already walking out. We'll throw out an Aether Remnant, draw back in. You see Seb staying close by. And Soxa standing on the high ground, hoping he can get some sort of information, but they do have the Necros online.
Very dangerous for Topson there, but he manages to get out using 2 Remnants.
Ooh, it's a nice Remnant, just anticipating that they're going to try to go for the rune, so they go forward, put a little damage over onto Seb, but Aramis over on the side, they get the double chain off here.
Double shackle.
And can they finish up, though? Do they have the damage? They take down Aramis, now they use the Roar. Boom's taking so much damage over on the back lines, it's not looking super great for him as Kazu falls. Boom, he's got a missile coming for his head, Seb trying to cut them off. To see that Celery's over here, nice dodge, though. Celery with the Inkswells, trying to push them away. Nice silence, making sure that they can't spike Carapace, but they do, of course, have the Pit of Malice. So down goes Celery, and Boom is just left to hide in the trees.
Very ready to fight there. Nicely done. Despite the double shackle, they still end up staying alive through it. I felt like there wasn't damage follow-up. I don't think Monkey King was there, probably, is what happened. If Monkey King's there, drops his ulti, damages them while they're getting shackled, surely they can win the fight. But here's the replay once again. Take a look at the map. Yep, Monkey King all the way in the top lane. So I don't know if he showed on the creep wave just there or what, but they ran in, they forced the fight here. Nice spike Carapace actually to limit Boom's damage. And then the Pit of Malice, it just limited what Boom could do damage-wise. So they just got to pick off their targets here and there after the big cooldowns were used on the Viking side. Monkey King did start rotating over, but it just wasn't worth it at that point. The fight, all of their big spells have been used. And it was better for him to go back to farming.
Nice slow death there on poor Grimstroke. All right, so 5K net worth lead going over to the side of OG. And Soxa is going to be just a little annoying here. It's going to poke away at Shad. You can see, though, that Ember is hot on his heels, and so is the Nature's Prophet. They're looking to see if they can make the play here. Shackles will land. Remnant zipping forward here. They need to be careful. There's going to be the Hex. Just a little bit outside of this Wukong's command. This is not looking great for Topson. He needs to get out of there, and he needs to get out of there fast, but he's not going to be able to as the final hit comes off. No Remnants were left. Maybe just a little bit too greedy.
Look, that was a true Topson play right there. Just some crazy against the wall doing insane stuff with all of his rem. When he slighted, I was like, all right, he's gonna Remnant. I click on him. He's so far away from it. Another kill here, maybe.
It's a good dust here as they'll go and grab themselves a Soxa and also grab themselves a neutral item. True efficiency.
People's gift for Void Spirit, lots of raw HP here. All right, and now that they've thrown their lives away, doing a little greedy stuff against the Monkey King, it's looked good. Basically, Boom, Shad did the right thing there. He got off the tree so that Ember Spirit couldn't stun him for 4 seconds, but very punished. Now they gotta defend.
The Roar comes out. They'll go, they'll drop the Pit of Malice, but it doesn't matter because his Gyrocopter's just dead. He's not gonna be here to go and defend. Seb, the Slight comes out though here from Topson. They're gonna try to clean up these Necro books at the very least. Trying to get a little space here on the tower as the Serpent Wards do chonk down on it a bit.
Honestly, not bad. I think that was pretty worthwhile considering they lost their carry for it. They defend the tower, keep map control up. A lot of big cooldowns here. Soxa already hunting too.
Aramis is trying to hold on to this Nature's Prophet for enough time, but he is slipping away. You do have Boom following up here with the Astral Step. Hex comes out again, and they find themselves a quick pick-off on No Tail, but they might be able to do a little something here against Shad. Nope. Topson decides it's a little bit too risky, because there's more people in the vicinity.
Sox is still struggling to finish his Blink Dagger, about 200 gold away, but he's got other stuff to do. It's tough in this circumstance where, like, if he just sits in his lane, yeah, he's going to finish Blink, but then your team holds pressure off for that period of time, and it feels a little bit dangerous to slow down. Snagging a Bullwhip, very solid. Queuing up a Crimson Guard against all the physical damage of the enemy squad. Very smart pickup here.
So is it the BKB that we're seeing for the Gyrocopter? Is that next? Yes,
Yes.
it is. Okay.
400 gold away and he'll have it. Grobo really good on Gyro. Lots of magic damage from the hero, so perfect item. But for now, it's just slowing things down a little bit on the OG side. I don't think this is too bad or anything like that. Everything's looking all right. They have decent scaling. I have less faith in Gyro as an ultra late game carry than a lot of other heroes, but I think with this kind of safe itemization, it should help limit the amount of times he dies, and therefore stabilize him a little bit more.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a lot of this hero any longer.
Eggs up on Monkey King as well, so his farm rate's going to go up even more than it was before. But yeah, Gyro's actually, his net worth is actually pretty significantly above the pack, so he's pretty happy actually. I don't know if he knows that for sure, but yeah, he's been farming well. 3, 3, and 4 and having this much net worth over your opponents, that's just because OG's been playing really aggressive on the map. Maybe it's like one of the reasons, like you can point at Topson's Death Bottom as technically bad, but it did create space. And like doing stuff like that, even if he has some misses sometimes, is part of the reason that Shad's net worth is just not the same right now.
That was a great hawk. It just spotted out the fact that there was a smoke play that came out from the side of OG, although they are split up, so.
Cool by No Tail. Use his treants to block camp respawns. It's another reason that they're just not farming as fast. We haven't seen this in a long time, but it's not super commonly. But spending time like that rather than farming, yeah, block the camps. Less time, less net worth for your opponents.
All right, well, there goes the tower. And Sox is doing a little bit of hunting here, realizing there's no detection over on the side. Do have it, though, over here in the castle area, so just need to be a little bit careful.
Picks up the Void Spirit. Sorry for OG when they initiate, they might go on Gyro, but it's not safe.
They're waiting for him. Look at this trap. They're hoping that Ember's gonna come right back over here to this remnant. But
Topson would never do something so dangerous.
He's enjoying his time here in the bottom lane. He's got no reason to zip back. Spending a lot of time just camping it too. We got double there. Here, Topson.
He's playing safe. Almost got BKB of his own. He goes for it.
Goes for it, but were they? No, they weren't there anymore.
And he still hits the small camp. He's like, eh.
He's not.
If they were here, I'd be dead.
It's true. All right, well. 5k net worth lead at around 21 minutes. This Gyro has been farming very, very well.
He really has. You know, queuing up Ags next. He's got the survivability from BKB, so now his team fights feel comfortable. Buying Ags, more raw HP, better team fight, just more raw damage, but he's getting smoked down. There's a blink on Beastmaster actually. If they spot him at all, he gets gone.
Oh, they spotted themselves a Gyrocopter. They'll use the roar, they'll use the Hex, and Kazu will collect the kill.
Beautiful ink swell on initiators with long duration stuns. It's so good. Makes like any hero killable.
I use the Wukong's command here in the bottom lane, trying to push back on Sox. I do have to be careful though, because the rest of the team, they're coming in. They know where this Monkey King is. Look at this, a 4-man gank just to take down Shad.
Really good pressure by Soxa. He's not afraid to do these little pressure moments. And yeah, they're going to get Roche out of this, but not terrible all things considered. Trading the carries for the carries. Seb's going to do some damage.
He runs in, but it's still going to the Radiant, and they still get themselves the Aegis. Nice tail, Soxa. He finds the kill on Kazu, and is not going to be able to go and get the kill on Aramis. Not this time around. His career also goes down.
Oh, he wants it so bad. Oh, the Necro dies. Too bad. Good pressure, though. I mean, getting significant kills in the response is pretty solid. Forcing your opponents back, they get to take the tri-camp now, buys them more time for the BKB of Ember Spirit. And Aegis, while really effective, it's not necessarily on the guy you want it to be on. You probably want that on Monkey King there. That way it becomes harder for you to commit to killing him. But now, kill Monkey King, and yeah, Boom is still there, doing AoE damage, getting some harassment in and stuff, but Monkey King is like by far the bigger damage output for a slightly longer fight. So.
Now, are you at all concerned? Like, we're looking at the net worth now, and people seem fairly close in terms of, you know, who's on top. Are we concerned about that for OG? Just because they are supposed to be playing such a tempo lineup?
I mean, they could have been playing a crazy tempo lineup where they go really ahead and close the game up, but I think they're still fine with their current positioning. It's not like they have weird cores or anything like that. Like, yeah, they're maybe not the most meta, but all their heroes scale completely fine. Gyro's ahead of top net worths, and he's the hero that's maybe the most vulnerable. They've got gank potential. They kind of have all the pieces they might need, basically.
I see. Okay, see. Saksa, there's a roar coming in. Nice soul bind. It's going to be able to hold them both in place. Plus the hex. They need a little bit more damage, though. Do they have it? Can they take him down? There's going to be the shackle hold. Need a little bit more. They have the BKB over here onto mid one. They need to put out more physical damage, and I'm not sure they quite have it, although Shad coming in now. It's looking pretty darn good. Boom, taking so much damage. He is going to fall, but he had the Aegis. It's absolutely fine. Shad, though, needing to be a little bit careful. They'll be able to go throw up the Pit of Malice here. As they're gonna try to man fight, Seb tries to get away, but they have the balance. Kezi making his way over. And there's the leap over, the drag back in. This is looking like a dead Seb. It's gonna take a lot of damage, though, to take him down, but eventually Shad will collect the kill.
Great initiation once again, locking down mid one so that his BKB just ends up coming really, really late there. And one thing that also hurt him, I think he ended up killing one of the Necro minions right before he got stunned, so his HP just dropped low really, really quickly. Also, because he was so low, he couldn't pop Mask of Madness. That was a little bit of a tough thing, too. Losing the bounty and your life.
Oh, no, he's going to be merciful.
Not bad. Okay. But yeah, just a little limited on mid one so far. It's difficult for him to engage because nobody else on his team is really going in other than maybe Nyx or Ember, but in these circumstances, it's actually kind of surprising me that his net worth is still really high, honestly. He's still the most farmed hero. He's 3, 5, and 4. But he's just been doing such a good job farming that it justifies it, I guess.
All right. Now we're seeing some more push here in the bottom lane. Do you have those big old Tyrians coming in now from No Tail?
Still have their mid tower. Getting a little bit low, but everything's fine there.
He went back for the Ags over here on mid one.
Very close. 700 gold to go, and he's got a... Oh, they're going somewhere. They're going bottom with everybody. Yeah, they want to push the tier 2. Defend mid, instantly down to bottom. Very cool move. Nice and fast.
Yep. And I don't think that Viking's going to be able to get down here quite fast enough. They just lack the sort of movement that they have coming out from the side of OG. And also, they're just already camped out here. It's pretty scary to go into that. So yeah, bottom tower will fall.
They're probably going to have to let that one go. Okay, they're going. Maybe Thompson can get it. We'll see.
Still pushing here in this bottom lane. Very aggressive here. Call down comes out. They're hoping to just clear up some of these creeps, including that Necro book. No Tail keeping back down. Kezu getting into position here, does manage to get that roar off. Saksa was looking for the counter initiation. Do manage to stun up Boom. This is not looking good for him, but they managed to go. They get the soul bind off and the Wukong's command. Boom's actually going to be allowed to survive this as Sep goes down, and Shad is just wailing away over here, trying to just defend his towers. Oh, the jump forward again coming out from Boom. They get the silence off. He has to be careful, though. It's going to be the Aether Remnant over on the side. Celery goes down. Celery, he will buy back here as axes are being thrown. The Hex comes out, and they've trapped him in the wards here for Thompson. Do they have enough damage, though? Can they keep him locked down long enough? Do they have the silence? It's looking damn good. Somehow, though, Thompson's still alive, and he's gonna escape with 100-something hit points. Maybe no Kezu's on his heels. That's a double kill now.
What a big fight for Viking there. Very crucial that they were able to keep their cores alive for as long as they did. Void Spirit gets a little bit in danger. Monkey King gets a big Black King bar initiation, and ultimately OG just got a little bit too aggressive on the high ground, and they couldn't deal with the BKB cores. They could not touch Monkey King. Gyro is not going to deal well with Monkey King, at least until he picks up another item or two, if that. but like fighting, like he's a magic immune, and he's got like 24 armor from his ulti. Like you just can't touch him as a gyrocopter. So finding some cracks in their armor here. Soxa missed a crucial blink stun as well. So just a couple small mistakes from OG to once again try to force the tempo too much, and rough for them.
I love that play from Aramis over there. He sees the double damage. He sees that Treant. He was going over there to try to deny it, and he just throws out the shackle so that way Boom can grab up the double damage. I like that.
It's a big win for Void, as we've seen
Because he knows
before.
he can't chip it down fast enough.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Slow it
I'm
down even
saving
further.
it for
It's
you.
very important. Wow, he had it. Incredible.
All right. Well, we had a very large net worth lead over the side of OG, and we have shifted considerably now to being just about even here, Purge.
Yeah, definitely looking scary for them.
All right.
Mid one's queued up a rapier. He'll maybe get there eventually. It's a perfect gyrocopter item. Is it going to be enough? Maybe. It'll help.
Oh,
But here
there's
comes
a
the fight.
lot of people here. Seb considering it. They use the dust already. They'll drag back over here, try to take him out. But mid one is here. We've got the BKB over here on Boom, followed up with the roar coming out from Kazus. Seb is the first to go down. This
man.
gyrocopter cannot stand toe-to-toe with them, as he also will end up, we lose No Tail during all of that to Boom. Soxa is going to be able to teleport out.
That's a big team fight loss for OG. I mean, once or twice here or there, it's fine, but now it feels really bad. And I think the crucial thing was Grimstroke's silence there. Throws it onto the Underlord. Underlord cannot dispel that with Guardian Greaves, and as a result, he doesn't get any spells off other than his items. No Pit of Malice, no Firestorm. And that just means that their opponents can do whatever the heck they want in that fight. Doesn't force BKBs defensively, they just get to do everything they want. Gyrocopter didn't get BKB off, but realistically, I don't think it mattered. They got everything they wanted on top of their opponents and heavily punished. And now things are starting to look really bad for OG.
Well, they even go and they use the wards here. Soxa's going to be pretty happy about that.
It's fine, but realistically, not much is happening right now. Is Roche up anytime soon? Could respawn here.
Pops in with the BKB, puts out a lot of damage over here onto KZ. He's going to be able to just teleport out, it looks like. Yeah, Shad is now trying to man-fight, and you can see that the Underlord is making his way over. Glimmer Cape, though, coming out. Do they have the detection? They'll drop a ward. Shad, with the BKB, is going to be able to just teleport away, and it looks like Celery most likely going to die here, as he does throw out the Soul Bind. He's hoping he can buy a little bit more time, maybe make some space, but down he goes. But over in the mid lane here, Aramis and Boom, they just find a kill on mid one. Aramis with the Hex again. Boom doesn't want to stay here any longer. He knows that everyone's on their way, but they teleport out.
They're just pressuring the map so much. I feels like Ember Spirit's just not a useful hero here, honestly. That's what I'm feeling out of this. He had a great laning stage. He pressured well and got some kills. Yeah, he made some mistakes, but also like his impact compared to Void Spirit or Monkey King just doesn't feel the same in these fights. Maybe it's different if they have a different carry or something like that, but it just, like, he's slight chaining people, and that's fine, but it's not doing enough.
Mm-hmm.
They need, like, save or something to save Gyrocopter, but, like, their opponents are just outmaneuvering them. They have a lot more built-in mobility. That's got to be at least some of it. Their disables and their kills just feel easier.
I mean, one of the things that I always see with like a gyrocopter generally is something to buff him, right? Or as Brian would say, you know, a steroid. You know, whether it's an IO paired up with a gyrocopter or, you know, Bloodlust, anything. Is that one of the reasons why that feels like it's falling a little bit flat right now?
I would agree if mid one's net worth hadn't been so good.
Okay.
Like, he clearly stacked, his allies stacked for him. He farmed efficiently, but every engagement has been him getting stunned and chain stun to low, then he pops BKB, but it's too late for a hero like Gyro. So that's what's made the game hard. Like, maybe it's itemization, but in reality, it's probably mostly just that his opponents have been engaging on him and not vice versa. But it's hard for OG to initiate. Like, it has to be Nyx, maybe, or they want to sit Underlord in the front. He gets initiated on, his opponents respond once Underlord gets initiated on, but it's like they're not turning well enough. Underlord isn't quite tanky enough here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's
at least against the silence.
That's been the problem, is that, you know, Seb has been very forward. We see them, you know, start out with that Pit of Malice holding people into place, but the BKBs are up and running, and he's a tanky boy, but it just doesn't feel like he is.
Yeah, they're putting enough damage into him. He can't infinitely tank. He's got the 20 health regen talent at least now, so that'll buy him a little bit more in the fights, but Maybe he should have bought Hood a little faster this game. The Crimson made a lot of sense, but maybe Hood into Crimson would have been overall better for his team. Kind of hard to say. I just feel like OG hasn't had a normal team fight, with the exception of like maybe one or two. Almost every engagement has been Boom taking good engagements, getting pickoffs, and starting fights on the right heroes.
All right, well, you can see that Viking, they're playing very tight right now. Everybody grouped around here in the castle area. They get a couple D wards off. And I feel like this is very smart the way that they're playing right now. Oh, we have the Shard over online for Shadow Shaman. That is like one of my favorites.
Cool.
So good at pushing out waves, so good at performing ganks.
Lane, stuff like that, very good stuff. They're just sitting as 5 on the high ground here. They kind of feel like OG is going to be in slight desperation mode, so that's usually when people start doing smoke ganks together. In reality, they're just hitting creeps, so it's fine. I think mid one's still queuing up Rapier. I think that's definitely where the game is starting to go a little bit. He's got the Rocket Barrage talent. Maybe he'll go Shard. Some talk about it being like it does an insane amount of damage, but again against BKBs, not good.
Yeah.
But with Rapier, they could certainly win this game, I think. But they've got to buy time for that.
It's scary a lot of the times though, because I feel like a lot of times when we see mid one queue up the Rapier, it's always where he feels a bit squishy or he's having difficulty staying alive in a lot of these fights.
Yeah. But OG does like drafting lineups that aim for this like really coordinated timing thing. So you might like you can say yes, it's always in these moments of desperation, but they're drafting lineups that are aiming for this window and they don't really care. It's like they're aiming for the window. If they don't miss it, they just keep trying again because they're OG, and eventually they're gonna like really understand the meta and the patch and what they can do and what they can't do. And that's one thing that I respect about them a lot. So even if it looks kind of weak here, obviously DPC is a huge deal, but this is like an OG special. They pick stuff that they think makes sense, and they're gonna do it anyways, even if it ends up being a little weird.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it time and time again, too, with the fact that Secret often does things that seem a little bit strange, or just not really the meta, but it's the people that create the meta that are usually the best at what they do. So,
yep.
But I'm sure some people are a little worried just because, you know, it is the DPC, it is every game, really, really matters here. So it's tough when you see one of your favorite teams going in for something that seems a little strange to you. In fact, Thompson, he pops the BKB. It's kind of a weird initiation here. Might be able to go and take down the Grimstroke. They have the vision, so they don't have to worry about that Inkswell coming in. Step forward, though, coming out from Boom. There's going to be a buyback, too, from the Grimstroke. The Hex comes out. Boom jumping onto the back lines here. Monkey King Shad getting into position. They want to try to grab Thompson. They're not going to be able to. So that is a BKB charge down on Thompson, down on Boom, and a buyback now from Celery.
X changing everything for Ember, because now what he gets to do is force his opponents into weird situations, forcing them to pop BKBs. He just dove the whole team by himself, and with help of Soxa on the backline, killed the Grimstroke, one of the scarier heroes that's preventing Seb from being able to play his game. So, and he doesn't have BKB right now, but the speed and the skill that Thompson is wielding is certainly something that can force mistakes like this.
They know that
Viking on the defense.
They just saw the double damage rune disappear thanks to the boar. Viking very much on the defensive. But realizing that, OG just Delta split, go back to farming.
Yep. They'll clear the mid wave. They'll continue to sit together, using the Necro to spot out Invis heroes, to deward any wards. So things are going to reset again for a little bit of time here.
Still feels
they
like
want to kill the Necro.
Yeah, this was very surprising to me when he zipped in after Boom, and then he's just in the middle of all of these heroes.
But with BKB, it's kind of the same situation that OG's been struggling with. Their opponents use BKB, they can't fight. Well, hey, he pops a BKB, he's super mobile. Unless he gets roared there, they can't lock him down. Leveler picked up, and mid one only about 1,600 gold away from finishing his Rapier. So lots of attack. Leveler really good too, bonus damage. If they do want to fight, he's going to shred buildings stupidly fast with Rapier.
Alright.
Prism picked up as well. Now over to Ember Spirit. Even lower Remnant recharge times. I like Flicker. I was going to say Flicker on OG would have been amazing too. Out of the silences from the Void Spirit. But
not gotten lucky enough to find that on their side just yet. Shard's doing a lot of work here over here on Aramis. He's able to help push out lanes. and put that pressure down onto the map, which immediately, of course, does get countered by No Tail, but it's just the push and pull of things right now in this game where Roche, they really want to seem to get in there, but they just haven't found that advantageous way of getting in.
Mid one having a big crisis here with his neutral items. He's got 3 really good ones. Yeah, Pen Edge, Sword, Ninja Gear, Leveler. He's like, oh god, I want them all. Also good. He's gonna sit on Ninja Gear though.
Yeah, just keep one in your backpack for now, you know. There'll be time to hit buildings later on, hopefully.
Exactly. If they win a fight, he'll swap in Leveler, crush buildings. We didn't quite get the range. Necro there. It's wanted it bad, doesn't get it. Almost got the Rapier.
Oh,
70 gold to go. It's gonna cross the map though.
and I feel like that Roche is going to be even more important for the side of OG to get their hands on.
Yeah, with the Rapier, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just been sitting there, though. Had a couple skirmishes around the pit. And we do have quite the pressure coming out from No Tail, especially when you have those really big treants. They do so much damage. They've got so much health as well.
That's the obese treants, I remember.
They're not obese, Purge. We've talked about this. They're just very voluptuous. But look at that. They just immediately clean them up. That sweet, sweet 18 to 24 gold that you get for those.
Rapier.
It's done?
They really want to go in, but they do have better vision around the Roche pit right now. Just a lot of sentries on the side of Viking, but they got to be so careful.
They have a gem too now over on the side of Viking.
They killed all the trees by Roche pit too, so no Monkey King able to stand on the cliff. That's what they were waiting for, I think. That's scary. The hawk is in the area. Smoke is used.
All right, smoke is up. They're looking for a way to catch them by surprise here. As Boom very forward. But who's your initiation again? We talked about this.
And if they can catch somebody with a blink impale with Gyro doing damage for 2.5 seconds, that's a kill.
We'll send the Necro books out, do a little bit of scouting. There is the Arcane Rune that's up and running over there. Pops and bottles it up, they're aware. Socks
time's out.
They've got a nice ward here down over on the low ground. For that smoke to pop. Just a brief flirtation back and forth between both teams. They're very reluctant to hard commit here.
So scary. There's no buyback on Gyro. I mean, if he dies, Rapier's gone. Game is effectively over. Rapier in the hands of either Void Spirit or Monkey King would be really terrifying. So, yeah, they got to be so careful what they do here. Dire now scanning because they're a little outmaneuvered for a moment. Gyro does have a TP available, so he could go to the shrine if the fight does start happening. Thompson's got buyback. Most people have buyback.
Thompson's just going to spend a little time chilling in the trees here. Does have the Arcane Rune bottle that he got earlier. And you just keep seeing the battle of the units. Treants go in. Boars, birds, Necro units. But they're in the pit now. Viking needs to get over there soon. But how do they approach this? Hawk's going to go out. Trying to gain a little bit of vision. Zip forward here, coming out from Thompson. Immediately the dodge from Boom.
Oh, they're going in.
Use the Yules over here onto Kazik, but he does have the BKB, and over on the back, Boom going and dropping down all of the damage that he possibly can. Sub's trying to get everybody into the car, but mid one, he goes down. Divine Rapier picked up now on Void Spirit. Oh.
A rough one. They kind of committed. Thompson jumps in, trying to slow things down, but they use the trees near this large camp to jump in the rest of the way. And once he's in and pops BKB, he also stunned Gyro pretty early there. BKB didn't come out on mid one just fast enough, and as a result, he just stayed way too long. Took too long for him to get out of that fight. So now they got to get the Rapier back.
Yes, they do. That is what they're looking for here, but there's a lot of damage being dumped out over into Soxflu. Go to get the stun up. Thompson remnanting forward. He's looking to see maybe they can get it down, but not quite enough damage as finally they do manage to get that Aegis Kaiser trying to run away. He's just getting chased down by Thompson. He's going to go down. Boom, stepping forward, has his eyes over onto Sox, but he's too far away. They're going to be able to go. They take him down. They get the Rapier back online now here for Ember Spirit as Shad is forced to run away. Yules will set up very nicely for the Impale. Thompson coming in hot here. He's got No Tail as well. Go eat the cheese. BKB comes out. They'll turn right back around again. They get the Hex. They're holding him into place. They have the balance. Down goes Thompson. They can go and they can pick that Rapier right back up again as soon as they can get over there. And it is going to be Monkey King snatching it back up. No Tail on the run. He's trying to get away. Soxy takes so much damage from that one monkey on the back lines. Buybacks coming out en masse. This rapier is just a game of hot potato.
We've seen some net worth swings in the last 45 seconds. All right, well, his Courier's very dead, unfortunately. Thompson trying to buy prep for his Lincoln Sphere. He needed it in that fight for sure. He had the rapier, but the Shaman blinked forward, utilized his BKB, and guaranteed the lockdown to secure the rapier. Went back into the other hands, but I mean, based on how things are looking, this game is still potentially winnable for OG. They just got to get the rapier back. At least the Aegis is gone, so any pick you get puts you in a great spot. But this is what's scary about it, is that Monkey King now has the rapier himself, arguably the better between himself and Void Spirit, and he's queuing up a Satanic. So if this guy just stays alive, fight's over, and his raw HP is insane right now.
This would be a huge upset. Viking not sitting even in the top 4 right now for rankings of the DPC, and I think it'll surprise a lot of people if they're able to take this game.
It would definitely be a big upset. Really mess up. I mean, it's like who's supposed to go down in Tier 1, Division 1 in Europe? It's like somebody's gonna get disappointed, basically. This could really shake things up.
Has to be a loser, unfortunately, so we shall...
Has to go stomp Division 2 next season, basically.
Right.
That's what it feels like.
Well, it's all part of the growing process here, Purge. You know, the only way you get better is if you start playing better opponents. Otherwise, you're just a big fish in a small pond.
Good one thinking about Butterfly next. Scott is cursed in there. Yeah, he's buying out.
All right.
A little interesting. 25 agility. Give him some armor. It's okay. Doesn't help against Rapier's True Strike and all, but you know. Monkey King's net worth is disgusting with this Divine Rapier pickup. Big swings the last couple fights.
Look at that damage. Oof.
Pharaoh's net worth below almost everybody's on his team. More, at least the 2 cores. Underlord and Ember Spirit all sitting higher. Not fun to lose your Rapier.
No, it's not. It is a big risk, big reward sort of play. And it's funny because we have seen like more and more of these coming out because we see teams, especially OG, looking for those very tempo timings. I kind of miss the old days where it was like the desperation play, right? Where you would see them pick one up and everyone would just get so excited. You'd be breathless. You're like, oh my God, anything could happen. And even though this game, you know, it did get picked up to be that tempo timing, I still really think that this is super fun to watch them move around, and especially when you see it trade so many hands like this. But here we go. Smoke coming out here.
He's got Lincolns.
Yeah, so they pop the Lincolns with the Hex. Saksa joining right back in, but there it is. There's a Roar with the Wukong's command, and they just absolutely blow up Saksa. Thompson goes down. No buyback on either one of these guys, as now Viking will just slice through the tower like a hot knife in butter and make their way towards those tier 3s.
He's managed to farm the Butterfly in the meantime, but yeah, 2 heroes dead. It's looking dangerous.
Oh God, the step forward immediately. Is there? Very far forward. Look at this damage. It doesn't matter. This BKB mid-1. He's trying to get out. He can't. He's just immediately dead. No buyback on the Starcopter. You do have all of these trees making their way into the Radiant base, but look at how fast Viking just slices through these buildings. Fortifications coming out on both sides. This is gonna be a very rough one here for OG. Again, no buyback on the cores, no buyback on stocks. So they're looking to just end this. They want to just take this victory. The Hex comes out as they just go right immediately over onto No-Tail. They get the kill there. And they'll take down Seb. He buys back. No-Tail actually still alive over on the side, but the buildings, they're going down, Purge. Seb, he's trying to throw his body at them, trying to get any sort of distraction, but there's too much damage coming out from Shad as he murders them. They go and they get the shackles off over the back line. This is looking like a dead No-Tail. GG gets called. Viking have done it. They have taken the series from OG, and they're all smiles. Look at them.
They should be. I mean, that big upset here. They were one of the lower ranked in the groups right now with their standings. They upset the 2-time TI champs. They steal their rapiers, they shut down their cores, and OG doing some weird stuff a little bit, but it wasn't anything really, really weird. So Viking beating OG at their own game. Absolute huge props to Viking for taking the win here.
I think that's going to surprise a lot of people, but oh my gosh, wasn't it fun to watch?
It was.
it's your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I don't wanna live a lie. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look at I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you found me When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you.
Girl, I adore you, and I never met another woman like you, and I like you, yeah. Don't let anybody tell you something different, cause you're different, and there's no one that can tell me something new. It's true, cause girl, it's all about you.
Welcome back, DreamLeague. Wow, I don't care if I have to say all the intro every single time. I only care one thing. I care Secret Alliance, and I mostly care about the help that we have in the draft. What's up, Kyle? You can't say that while being muted. Kazu, I am so happy that you're joining us for this draft, and sorry that we couldn't get the interview, but we have like a mini interview right now. First of all, how's the cat?
Hey. They're doing great. They're actually both sleeping. Sadly, not on cam, but yeah.
No.
Also curious, is this going to be a permanent fixture for Viking? Are you just standing in for the day?
I guess we'll see how it goes. Maybe yes, maybe no. I think it's gonna depend how we both feel about it.
Okay.
But I guess so far it's been okay.
It's been okay. Kazu with the 100% win rate versus OG, two-time TI champions. Also, since the game coordinator is apparently being updated, great timing, we have still got a little bit more time, which means I get to ask my one good question I had. During the draft, game 3 of your series versus OG, what was it like when basically OG picked Ember Spirit into your Void Spirit, obviously making it very clear that was going to be a reverse rematch?
I mean, I don't think it matters that much. I think it was just an okay pick for them. You know, sometimes matchups will go one way, sometimes they'll go the other way. In that game, he also had 4 bounty runes. He had a kill pre-game, and I think Boom didn't go to lane with full HP or whatever. I mean, I don't think it... At the end of the day, I don't think it matters much. If they want to be like cool or whatever, they can do that. But I think they picked Ember because they thought it's a good hero for the game.
Politically correct.
Do you think that played a role in your win? Do you think OG was just trying to be too cool?
For school, yeah. Yes.
No.
It's
I think they made a lot of mistakes, and that's why they lost.
Over aggression, that's it.
Yeah.
Hi, Kazu. Big fan, by the way.
Hi, T.
Hi, Kazu. That's it.
Is that it? No question?
What? This is not a full-on interview, Kazu.
Well, at the moment, it is. Well, he's multitasking.
All right.
Interviewee,
okay,
analyst.
Fine.
I'm just trying to help you here, T.
No, it's fine. I'd just like to say that your Discord is very happy for your win.
Are you in his sub-Discord?
Yeah, why not? Of course I am. There's been 2,000 messages there, Kazu, that you need to read after this panel. A lot of heart, sort of pepes flowing around. our stream run heart, so I just thought I'd update him because he probably won't read that. But luckily, we have a draft. That's way more
have
important.
a draft.
I thought they were peeps until I was like 27. Like, no kidding.
These peeps too strong.
Straight up, until I think like year 2 of doing this.
Okay. Well, we have Kezu.
They went
Let's not waste
mainstream
his time.
fast.
What do you prefer, Kezu? First or second pick? Let's try and analyze everything you know about Dota.
Do I prefer? I don't really know if I want to go too much into detail here.
That's fine.
I think they both have their pros and cons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Personally, I prefer second pick.
Okay.
I will not give too many reasons.
That's
but
fine.
I think it's more comfortable for more teams than others. I think most teams prefer second.
What do you think about that man on screen right now?
About Mr. Limp?
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty good. I think he's shaped up to be one of the best mids. I think at least right now his mechanical skill and his laning is like really top tier.
All right, so we have a couple of bans that are expected. Shaker and the Puck, notably. I guess the Lycan kind of joins the fray from what we've seen over the last couple of days. That being said, these two teams haven't picked Lycan at all.
They don't like Lycan.
They not Lycan.
I think it mainly sets up to the idea that Alliance has probably got a plan already in place, and Lycan will be the hero that will be able to dismantle said plan.
They left Bat. Will Alliance pick Bat?
What do you think about that, Kazu? I don't know if you would have seen the first series that Alliance played in the league. It was against Team Nigma, and they first phased Bat every game with the intention of putting it mid.
Yeah, I think the Lycan ban, at least the one hero where it would make sense for you to then first pick is Nyx. Without going too much into, obviously Nyx is a really good hero right now. Yeah, we all know that and we can see it. I think heroes that naturally build Necrobook, or just overrun him are really good against him, such as Beast, which we had, or Lycan. So I think their first pick makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I really like Lion a lot as a hero, and if you consider it is a replacement to Shadow Shaman, you have a lot more single target burst. I think it's better against Nyx because you've got a really easy Hex into stun setup, even if he carapaces. But importantly, it synergizes really well with a lot of the meta cores right now, notably Monkey King and Ursa.
Yeah, the key thing is
and Jug.
It's just the instant lockdown. That's the key thing. You know, the Shaman, the Lion, they are the two options you go for. I think Puck and Nyx both suffer the same issues in the game with these two heroes, like the fundamentals. So Secret keeping their draft a bit more open with the Lion rather than pitching themselves with the Shaman.
I mean, that's also pretty nice against Nyx. If you have someone that can, you know, once this guy shows, the problem is that a lot of heroes that try to keep him in place or slow him, they'll all get stunned, right?
Exactly, yeah.
But if you have this Lion, you hex him, boom, this guy, now he feels sad and he's probably just gonna die.
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked about Death Prophet with Kazu for a couple of weeks now. We're both of the opinion that it's a busted hero that's really good.
How often do you talk to Kyle, Kazu?
Every now and then, you know. I mean, I wish I could have joined you guys there, but turns out I did anyway.
Hey,
Fashion.
Subtle
question is, do you message Kyle or does Kyle message you?
It goes both ways.
Just checking. Don't know if Kyle's a big
We're friends.
fanboy.
Who is sending
Just because you're a fan.
presents tomorrow?
I've lived
What?
in a... Go on, sorry.
Kazu's going to get plenty of gifts. He's going to get like 50 subs.
They're probably gifting subs to his channel
probably
right
not.
now.
They
You should
actually
give me a
will
present.
probably be gifting subs right
Yeah,
now.
I'll check his Discord.
Single, by the way, not expecting anything.
Sad.
I was just checking his Discord again, sorry.
I was setting up production for the sound, but someone's asleep at the wheel. Chris, where you at, man?
Like Kezu just said again as well, against the Nyx Assassin, the Necro 3, very prominent. And then, look, we have the instant lockdown. It's not the Shaman, it's the Lion. And then we have the Necro Buyer, it was Nyx. So, yeah. Strong opening from Siege.
Puppy, notice when the interview's on, lights always off. After the interview, lights come on. I'm sensing a pattern. I don't know what that means.
Does it
Kezu,
need
you're the
to
streamer
mean
with
something?
lighting. Do you know anything about this?
No. I mean, I always have a lamp on, so I don't know about other people.
That's fair.
Personal preference.
Lamp on beats OG,
Also,
confirmed.
you have who had art? You have Phoenix art.
Yeah,
that's from
really
the same
cool.
place. That's the same style as the Warcraft 3 art we had in
I have one with
Shad's room.
Juggernaut.
Just that it's multiple paintings doesn't mean it's the same style.
It's the same because it's leveled, like middle, highest.
That is a very common.
It's literally the same.
Yeah.
Literally
Just
the
a
same.
different pit. Yeah, it's a different bit of art, but yeah, same.
Yeah,
So
literally.
it's definitely the same company. I'm just saying, it's a pattern there too.
So Kezu, do you like the idea that drafts have 2 bans to start with and 3 in the middle? or do you prefer having more heavy bans at the start and then less going into the middle to later portions?
I think I would rather have 3 in the start. I think it would be better if you start with 3 and then you go 2-2. Isn't that what we used to have even?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe it was 3-2-1 though.
Or maybe 3-1. I feel like 3-2-2 would be pretty nice. Even
what about
without
3-2-3?
What's
so funny?
I feel like
just a lot of bans.
They just want to have 3-2-2s. Yeah, I get it. The Dota community, all the same.
Yeah.
That's
gotta go there.
But as you were saying, Kazu?
What about just 2 phases?
Shut up, Kyle.
Yeah, or that. I just feel like this 2-2 is a bit weird right now.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Hear me out. 4 bans before any picks made. 2 bans in the second phase, and no third phase.
Yes, that's why we're in Dota now.
Yeah. What? So bad.
Anyway, going back to the
Thank you.
Thank
oh
you,
my God.
Kazu.
Can we replace 1K
this
for the other K?
Beastmaster, if Alliance don't address this Beastmaster properly, so first of all, if they put DP5, it's bad. If they put Nyx 5, it's also bad. Or rather, if those 2 heroes lane in the lane against Beastmaster, it's not good. So they kind of need to pick a 5 and a carry matchup that is good against Beast, because this hero right now, with how it's set up, if he has a good lane, he will do way too much. And seeing that it's also Zai playing it, he definitely would perform. So they need to really be careful with what they pick. And hopefully they don't put the CP5 or Nyx.
I think the obvious 5s for Alliance would most likely be like the Grimstroke, the Wyvern. I think the other options to deal with Beastmaster are a little bit too weak right here. I think CM and Witch Doctor are a bit too lane dependent. So I'd like to see a bit more kind of team fight going on to
You could...
FNG.
Bat's still a possibility. Just saying. They're getting its second phase now.
I do want to point out the Death Prophet. The last 2 games that Alliance has played, it has been DP for Limp.
Yes.
And they have prioritized hard S4's hero for the last pick, setting him up for success most of all. And I think we might be seeing the same thing here.
Also, the Secret haven't actually... Oh, I was going to say Timber... Oh, okay, cool. I was going to say they haven't banned out the Timbersaw yet. I feel like with the initial picks, it just gives S4 a free game.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is Secret cover their Beastmaster, but instead of banning out like 3 of the same role, they actually just remove what I would say are the 3 best heroes against Beast, even though they're all different roles.
You say that, but there's still, for example, like the Troll available for Alliance. There's a lot of options.
There's a FNG Chen, by the way. It's pretty solid in this game.
Ooh, offlane DP.
The heal is good with DP.
Yeah.
The heal is... Oh, they take it.
Ooh,
there you go.
Puppy Chen, boy.
Mate, it's DreamLeague. Say what you want. Do what you want. No,
Puppy just that step ahead.
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
It's also one of my favorite heroes with a Lion. Chen gives you a somewhat lack of control, and Lion gives you a lot of that, but you prefer to have these frontliners. You want something that can push towers, that can run creeps ahead of you, and in addition, Chen gets his farm from the jungle. Lion will be the support that can take lanes, and a Yapzor Lion's one of my favorite player heroes.
I think it has to be Grim or Wyvern for Alliance here. Like, I don't see any other 5 that has nice enough wave clear, but the issue is I don't know how well they do under the immense pressure you get like pre-15, you know? As soon as you exit laning phase, they're good going 25 minutes into the game. It's not so optimal.
You already feel super good here, because like you have Beastmaster Chen against the Nyx. And we talked about this in the game that OG won with the Nyx Darkseer, that you needed this Darkseer, because otherwise Nyx is effectively a creep against all of these creeps.
Oh, are they just going to IO Jaro?
They have played IO before, always Hanskin playing it though, and Nyx Assassin would then be for FNG.
But you pick Chen into Wisp. Like, this is Puppy, Kuro, Notel, like, fly. Every big captain likes the Chen strat against Wisp.
10 seconds remaining.
Mind games, Kyle. Mind games.
5 seconds.
Kazu, are Chen players buying the shard? Do you know, like in your pubs?
What does the shard?
What is the shard?
TP fuel back to base. So it doesn't come to the
I
Chen?
haven't even seen any Chens in my games.
Oh,
Okay,
it's the old time. Send back to Fountain.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like the poor man's coddle now, where rather than, you take the fight, you TP them back to base, then TP back into the fight and go. So it's kind of like the reverse of what it used to be. Just trying to think about potential kind of int mid heroes that want to utilize that TP potentially. But we haven't really seen it.
Another deny pick perhaps with the troll pick up from Team Secret.
Oh, this is on point.
They're just in Alliance ahead.
They saw Alliance do IO Troll earlier in this tournament.
Yep.
And I think that they've just got an incredible draft. And they have last pick for their mid. Like, they're in such an insane spot.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, don't the Lions like need some gyro hero?
Yeah,
I really think they need to pair up this IO with someone which is gonna have a good game in the lane. First of all, a good lane so that you have a good game on your carry and to slow down this beast a little bit. And well, you need some AoE damage. This Nyx IO, they're not dealing damage. They're just enabling your other cores to do it. So you need to pick heroes that with this enabling achieve doing this.
But Troll eats gyro alive.
Yeah, he kind of does.
He does. But I think the key thing is, like Kezu just mentioned, it's the fact that they need to have a good lane here, and other carries aren't really going to fare well into the Beastmaster. At least with Gyro, we learned from the previous series, Gyro has a pretty good time into the Beastmaster. You kill off the trees, you have flak, you can't really save your board, they just die. Like it's not bad. It's the post-laning phase. Your choices have to be so critical and correct, otherwise it just suddenly goes on your head and then the gyro.
I feel you guys. I agree with your theory, but this feels like I feel when I watch like Magnus Carlsen play other grandmasters.
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Like,
Didn't he actually just lose the other week though?
Relax.
Right?
It's good.
Okay. Yeah.
But you just feel like Carlsen's going to win, and throughout the entire game, he just gets further and further ahead, and then in the end game, he crushes you.
That's
Like this lineup and the order, like everything is just perfect. Like Secret are
such a Secret fanboy.
It's
biased.
It's just good.
He's so biased.
I'm not. It's
out of here.
Yeah. Thanks, Kezu, for joining us. Kyle was a bit too biased. Okay, but more importantly, right? When you see Alliance's lineup, Kezu, do you see how they have like the laning phase potentially? And like, you're not clearly favoring Secret entirely, right?
I mean, obviously I would say that Secret are in a better spot, but obviously, I mean,
ignore the team names.
Yet, right?
Ignore the team names and just look at like just the draft alone, right? Like.
So the thing is, if you look at the draft here, I give a slight edge to Secret.
Yep.
The thing that you need to remember is that they have last pick. So if you like the second team picks, if you like the second team's lineup more, 4 picks in, they are most likely going to end with a better draft. Because you see 4 picks from each team, but the strongest pick is still left for the second pick team, which is Secret.
Yeah, and they remove the big mid-game team fight from Alliance. The Kunkka would have been nice. Your spot, if you want to beat Secret here, you need the ability to battle for your towers early on and take advantage in map control mid-game, abuse the speed at which Wisp Gyro can play. Secret will have a strong early game. They want to take a couple of towers, acquire map control, and then lean on the troll to actually win them the game.
I'd like to see potentially just a Mars or something from Alliance, just a simple offlane to provide some more early team fight. Maybe pressure Secret when they move to an objective. If he comes in at the right time, you have to relocate, big setup. And yeah, it's just a stable S4 hero to play.
Just the thing about this Nyx Assassin, it feels like it won't have a place in this game. It's a denies bat, denies Darkseer, sure, but it really doesn't look good against Secret's lineup, and it doesn't really complement what Alliance are looking to do here.
Maybe they have to take their team fight from mid or they initiate. So I like the Mars pick, but the problem is you're going to end up with this Nyx Mars lane, which is like pretty weird, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So if you can work around it, maybe you can put the DP into the offlane with the Nyx and then get your initiator / team fighter from the mid lane, because then you have like less of a weird side lane matchup.
Is Pango available? I think Pango is also pretty good here, no?
Wouldn't mind.
I like Pango. They could offlane it too.
Yep.
What if they just pick bat? The thing is, I actually really like bat for Alliance, I'll be honest. Because they need something that Limp can play to sort of take over if they go for a mid here.
Ooh, okay.
IO Bristle?
Okay. I dig that too.
Where's he going? Off?
Yeah.
Yeah, against Chen. I guess it's Chen counter.
Yeah, it's just going to be the S4 offlane Bristle just trying to be annoying, and it soaks up so much time and space that it opens up the gyro to freely farm the jungle because everyone's thinking about this offlane. It's hard to invade. So yeah, I don't mind it.
What about if they just pick a Viper? Do they pick Viper here? Is that a thing? Just for the break?
I mean, I think Viper is good against Alliance's heroes, but to be fair, I think if you're Secret, you want to have a mid hero that first of all deals magic damage because you lack it a bit, and one that has the option of rotating.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you want to help this beast at some point, especially if he doesn't have a good lane.
Just go for the Viper.
Never mind.
It gives you control of the win condition, right? Because again,
it's still very good.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's the mid game you're worried about, and now you remove Bristle as a threat. Like, you have break. You can always try to kill the Bristle, whereas without a break mechanic, S4's itemization could get him to this breaking point where he now can run at you with no fear.
This game just kind of reminds me of how this team, Viking, just overcame OG. They're going to have to play on the defense, have to wait for them to run into them aggressively. And that's where Secret, with the correct rotations and positioning, will be able to overcome the kind of pressure that Alliance's draft does have. But I don't see Secret really making these forward plays unless Beastmaster crushes his lane and basically gets everyone behind him to start pushing down towers. But yeah, Secret will be on the defense for quite some time.
Final thoughts on the draft from you, Kazu?
Well, I'm generally a Secret fanboy, but I think even without trying to be biased, I think the draft is a little bit better than Alliance. But I think the game is fairly even. It's going to come down a lot to like the 5 to 12 minutes, some rotations to the lanes, and how people are doing there.
All right, thank you very much for joining us for the draft. Yeah, lovely to hear from you.
Thank you, Kazu.
And congratulations again, of course.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Have a good time.
Bye, Kazu.
Thank you.
Look, I'm not a Secret fanboy. If anything, I'm a fan of Alliance. One of my favorite streamers is still a member of Alliance, and I just think they're outdrafted. I think that Secret have the answers. They pre-picked heroes Alliance may have wanted that also match up against what Alliance effectively had to pick. You say they had to gyro, I agree, but it doesn't feel good. It's a Puppy Chen against Wisp. They got all the answers. They stole the quiz sheet.
Yeah, I like Secret's draft. I think the quiz sheet, like you mentioned, what do you mean? How am I to like pivot off that? Anyway, more importantly, yeah, Secret draft pretty cool. Block pick a lot of times. I think if they play defensively really well, they should win this game. That's what they do in their nature. I think Secret should win.
The win condition is great, the IO Bristle, but then they just take Viper and say, no, that won't work, sorry. You need BKB timings.
But Alliance have the lanes though, and they're really good at laning phase. And if they win the lanes, then they could win the game. But Secret,
These two could argue for the next hour, but you know what will be way better if for the next hour you'd actually watch the game. Indeed, and we're gonna do exactly that while listening to OD Pixel and Fog.
Yeah, should be a good one here. Secret versus Alliance. We've just had the draft done, Fogged. As the panel said, definitely some sort of answers to Alliance's heroes coming out from Secret. Does that make you believe that this is going to be a tough one for Alliance, or do you see something in Alliance's lineup that maybe the panel didn't quite?
I think BKB timings could be pretty strong for them when they do get to those points, right? If the Bristle, unfortunately, he's going to have to probably go for it this game since he is versus that Viper. I think they can play pretty decently around that. But it is still this looming pressure. The Puppy Chen, we've seen him play it. He's one of the few people to still be playing it currently in this. It applies a lot of pressure. Even if they're going to be more on that defensive aspect, you know that they're going to be able to still hit back and look for these fights anyway into this big team fight lineup that Alliance has drafted.
Oh, I'm going to see if they get the catch-up. We've got the level 1 home and missile coming in over towards Puppy, but Puppy's able to get back under the tier 2. They can't chase him any further there.
Yep, we see the ward coming out. Zai, as soon as he sees an opportunity, he walks over and puts one down too. So Secret putting down their 2 early wards, looking to get a read of where these lanes are going to be and just a read of that early aggression. You know, they have Lion Chen level 1. Same thing with Beastmaster. Not the strongest at the start. Take a little bit of, 1 or 2 levels, was a creep or so, to actually have their power. So they will be more defensive on Secret here. Kyle's whole phrases, it still has me cracking up. They stole the quiz sheet. I can't even think straight still.
If Secret want to make a move to try and secure their bounty here.
The rocket's down, but they have 3 ranged heroes, so it's just dead. Free money. And it is going to be a postured, aggressive tri-lane, it seems like, from Secret. So they want to get Zai something. I guess they're really trying to avoid that matchup and just get Zai in a 1v1 versus Bristle. Has the stick ready. Alliance is swapping. They want to avoid this tri-lane.
And what's sort of the main reason why Alliance is going to be pretty... stuck on trying to dodge this setup? Is it they don't want the Gyro to deal with the aggressive tri-lane?
He doesn't want to suffer in particular. Gyro not great versus like the 3 heroes. Flak, pretty awful now at level 1. Your barrage and your homing missile won't help you too much. And then you're actually versus the Beastmaster. So, you want to be able to verse him so you can clear out those summons and actually pressure him and slow him down. Bristleback eats the pressure. As we will see FNG get opened up on. Should be okay.
A lot of damage, though.
Yeah. Troll is known as pretty much like the strongest carry for a reason, just laning phase, at least in particular. Always able to apply so much pressure, even as an aggro laner. S4, he comes up, eats a stun, eats like 3-4 right clicks. Has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, and I guess Troll as well, one of the better sort of carries in the lane set up against the Bristle, because those stick charges, you put the mana that you're getting to good work. The amount of spam ability you have to throw back.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
And we see Puppy, he gets himself a little creep, one of the better ones you can get early on. This purge is quite impactful. Yeah, a nice choice. We don't get to see too many aggro tri-lanes, but I feel like when we have lately, they've been really strong, especially from Secret. I've been seeing them do it a lot, where they position aggro tri-lane and they switch the lanes with like a bottle refill or something. I remember that in particular when they were playing the Luna, and Zai was playing the safe lane with Pango, and they did, they broke the tri-lane at some point. They refilled, bottled, and they swapped the whole lanes around, and it worked really well for them. Could be something they look to do again here, as FNG is actually stuck.
Oh.
He's stuck between the creeps. They keep blocking him.
Is he still stuck?
He's stuck.
He tried to tango his way up, but he got the tree that was like at an angle.
Oh! He got the stun to lift the creep up and walk through it because he lifted it.
He might still be very dead here.
He might still be dead. The Purge.
Yeah. They've got
another Purge.
Oh,
and he uses the salve.
A salve down the drain as well as his life.
And they're able to do this because Nyx and Io also just kind of weak laners in particular. So Nyx gets taken advantage of. S4, he gets bullied away by the troll by himself. Oh, yeah, really good stuff. And it's really hard for Alliance to break their lanes and move the Io. They don't want to Io and Nyx together because they don't pose much of a threat at all with what they're up against.
See, so I mean, on to the other lanes, what are we having so far? Mid lane, Limp with a little bit of a lead against Nisha.
Yeah, he's doing well.
It's close. I mean, is it sort of expected that the Death Prophet has a little easier time than the Viper in this?
First few levels for sure. You start to get harassed back as we see, you know, the level 3 comes out from that Viper. Limp just has better damage. You know, Death Prophet has like a solid 12 damage, better animation, and a way to clear and push the wave in. So it's nice to play that matchup. You will start to get poked and harassed, and you'll have to get some regen on DP at some point, but you're fine with this matchup as S4. Let's step up a bit far.
I'm going to start going on him. They've got the stun, and S4, he's got the stick charges.
Blocked.
But the root's out. They're going to be able to get this kill.
Uh-oh. A Bristle who's in his safe lane getting significantly shut down, and he's versus a Viper. That's always probably feels pretty bad for S4 as this second to last pick Bristle. Bottom, we are still seeing the gyro farming really well, which is the most important thing. And you see his build, he's just maxing the flak so he can attempt to kill the boars at the start. Will make his aggression a lot weaker, but I think that's what they're just going for a farm style more on these gyros.
Yeah, I think Nico Baby's going to have to do some quite heavy carrying this game if sort of, especially if S4 has struggles. As you say, you know, being a Bristle that's not having the easiest of lanes up there and is going to be playing into a Viper. It's not going to be easy for S4 this game.
But that is why they picked the gyro. You know, that's why they have the IO picked first up too, is to just make this the super carry. He's the one who has to just literally put the whole team on his back. Limp will be able to still dish out good damage because he's a Death Prophet. As long as he's not just killed at the start of every fight, he's going to have his own damage element. So gyro has to really just 5v1, or 1v5, sorry.
Well, that's
not easy when Matu's given all the space. Like, they're even giving Matu all the experience top. There's a level 4 troll. The Absolar hits 3. Puppy only level 2. We see the Bristle of S4 just hit level 4 when he's kind of been playing alone up top. FNG's level 1, for reference.
No, it's not. It's not been easy up on this top half of the map for Alliance with the setup that Secret came in with, and as we saw, you know, Alliance did dodge. They did choose to have it like this, but it didn't necessarily mean that S4 was going to be set up for success, as he is having a very slow start up there.
Do they have stack? I'm looking. They do at least have like one set of stacks, it appears, and a set of Ancients also stacked up. He needs to be able to farm those to catch back up.
Well, that's
the gyro's going to have to wait a little. That's
well,
the one
I was going to say, surely Nico Baby wants them, or you think you have to give those to the Bristle to get S4 into the game?
If S4 doesn't take them, his game is just completely over, which maybe they do anyway because he's versus a Viper, but I feel like if you just sack a whole hero, there's no way you win this game. You need a frontliner for this gyrocopter, or he's just literally going to get trained on and roared every single fight by Zai. So I don't feel like you can neglect S4 completely here. He has to get some farm. And I'm seeing Puppy, he's walking in and scouting these stacks and even trying to take them and just mess with it a little bit here. Even if it's like a single troll summoner, he is killing it.
They're going to pop the Ghost and try and get aggressive onto mid, but Nisha is able to just step away as FNG tries to swing in from the trees. TP's coming in as well from Secret as they're ready to hold this tower and make sure that minimal damage is done with this first exorcism.
Even if it's like a weird rotation, they just bring the 2 supports, even though they don't really do much of anything. They push the Death Prophet away from the lane, and we say S4, he is farming these stacks. But look at Matu. Like, this is just the best. This is the best situation in the world. You're an off-lane troll, just with no pressure at all. Full experience given to him, too. This is going to be level 6 already on Matu.
I mean, down bottom, you know, Nico Baby is also getting comparable farm. Like, he's right at the level in CS, about half a level difference. So, you know, this gyro is still going to hit some very good timings. It's just going to be sort of a case of how the gyro matches up in the action against the troll, and sort of what the panel was saying, that what troll, for the most part, plays pretty well into gyro.
He plays really well into gyro through, like, all stages, yeah. Unless you start, like, significantly falling behind, I mean, even then, it's not that bad of a matchup for the troll. It depends on how far behind. If you're even level as a troll versus a gyro, you're happy. If you're ahead, you're super happy. Matu now getting time to hit the tower. So Nico Baby, he's trying to push into this catapult wave so he can start doing the same as Matu. But he's not going to be able to as quickly. We see Hanskin has been backing away, continuing to stack these Ancients to set themselves up.
They have got a juicy amount stacked up.
They do. They are preparing for it. So lanes did go slightly in Secret's favor off of the start here. But they do have a ton of stacks.
I mean, Matu, he's going to get the kill on FNG for sure.
S4 has to be careful too. He can start to get turned on as well.
See how aggressive they want to play into him. They've got the
battle
ult.
trance.
They're just going to commit, get that attack speed up, and S4, he's going to go down. It's a double kill for Matu in that top lane as it only gets better and better. At the same time, down bottom, Hansken and Nico Baby were able to take down Zai, so still keeping Nico Baby's game in a good position, but yeah, this top lane, Matu is just getting so much free farm and 3 kills so far.
Is that... Wait a minute. 1 second. Is that S4's actual items right now at 8 minutes? He's naked. He is unbelievably squishy. He has like no stat items or anything. He went for the bottle so he could try to sustain, but I'm really worried just for his HP. Like 980 HP, 8 minutes. This is usually where you're seeing like the Vanguard or something start to get in preparation for.
I mean, that's the thing. Would you say, is it getting to the point where you sort of just do have to sack S4's game and you don't let him have these Ancients? Like, who's getting these Ancients now? Are you trying to recover S4's start, or are you saying it's going to be a tough game for Bristle, let's let him go and just buff up the Nico Baby's gyro farm?
I think you just give it to Nico Baby. FNG getting chased down here. Matu should have the chase.
He's going to have to slow. He's got this. This troll, Matumba, man. This is one of those dream starts for the troll warlord.
Yeah, and they're not going to have a good frontliner to protect the Death Prophet or the Gyrocopter at the moment right now, as S4 is just really struggling. He needs to buy any type of small HP items, I feel like, here. Just treads, bracers, anything, at least for the start, as he's really going to struggle. And it's even more so because he's versus a Viper who's going boots of travel. So we are seeing Anisha looking for that speed so he can match the movements of Io, Gyro, be able to match all the movement speed and all the collapse that Alliance will start to do with their draft. I mean, and they're running in and stealing the stacks too. He's even running in now, taking some of these, and they even have a Hawk also watching the Ancient side too. So Secret in preparation for the next stages, and Alliance are starting to set up their own push bottom.
Obviously top lane, Matu is able to finish off the tower, 9 minutes in. Very early tier 1 to be taken, and the mid S4, he's got to keep his distance.
He can't do his job. His job is to protect these towers. This is really bad, the fact this is happening for Alliance. Like, Beastmaster might have the same net worth as Bristleback, but he does way more with that little, because he just gets his book online and it works well with his lineup. S4 has to find himself a little bit more farm somehow. But he also has to defend the tower, so he doesn't have much room to work with.
Yeah, they'll bring Nico Baby in as well, and he will be able to clear out the creeps.
At least they can slow it down a bit.
Now we've seen Nico Baby about 800 gold off his Maelstrom timing. And Matu just about 300 away. So Maelstrom is going to come out incredibly quickly on the troll. Do find themselves the possessed mask for Nico Baby. That will be very nice and will allow him to clear out these stacks a little safer than with that life still in the buff off with the tether of Hansken. They'll probably want to do it soon. Mid S4. They got the raw into the finger. He's dead. He just can't show himself in a lane.
Oh,
it's too scary.
And they use the call down. That's a dead mid tower. They're gonna have to bring Limp to try to defend this one, but without call down, it feels pretty unlikely. Very long cooldown that you can take advantage of now. They're gonna swing the Nyx in. The books are up. They gotta try to stop it and slow it down somehow.
Gotta bring in everything in here to stop Secret from taking this tower.
Nisha down bottom though, will be able to continue his push.
Getting these very fast timings out. Poppy has got his mech done, ready for the group moves. And we'll see the Maelstrom done on Matumba Man. So Nisha moving around with the bots and already well on the way towards that Rod of Atos.
Mech is, in typical Puppy fashion, he picks it up so early, and it's really, really strong this game with what he's up against. It kind of counteracts all of the Gyro's early damage with the call down and with his flak. I'll be feeling some concerns for Alliance in these next few moments, as they're not the ones really dictating the pace with this big team fight, and I feel like Secret's just waiting for item timing still, even though they're able to pressure. Because they're playing versus Nyx Assassin, so their lineup just plays so well into this. Is FNG actually gonna be able to
He's
survive?
gonna be alright, but they'll turn their attention away from FNG and look towards top. As Matu's chasing him with the ult. S4, has he got any way out of this? He has not. He just, any lane that he goes to, Secret will kill him off very easily right now.
Matu level 11 now at this point. The Gyro, who's now clearing through his stacks, is just level 9, to put in that in reference to just how much they've been giving this troll and how much this troll just has absolute freedom in the game. He's just up top by himself. He has the bots to be able to come help him from Nisha at all times too, so he doesn't feel as pressured.
I mean,
and FNG now finally hits 6, so now they can maybe make their own hit, which they really need on Alliance.
And this is a big one. As they find Matu, they're coming in, and they're bringing in the relocate. They'll have the firepower surely to take him down. They do. They needed that. They are able to find and take down the Trop. So he's going to get brought back though. As it, yeah, will just be Hansken.
Just the IO.
He's not going to take anyone else into this setup here from Secret.
Still a good hit, slows him down significantly. Gyro will be able to now push out a wave himself a little bit safer. They get this top wave out. Secret though immediately, as we said, they set up for their own move. Viper gonna push out the lane. They get some tower pressure. And there is some time now for S4 to slowly catch back up in, but it's a game where it doesn't feel like he's ever gonna be able to, because he versus that Viper, he's already out of the game, and his net worth will not, he'll never be able to tank up versus the damage now at this point.
Yeah, they're well and truly shut him down so far here, Secret. It'll be very hard.
Now they've taken all the tier 1s as well, so it's a lot harder for Alliance to get onto the opposing side of the map at all. And look for these plays that their lineup actually kind of thrives around, right? With the IO, with the Nyx, they can look for those global plays, but now it's so much harder now that you've lost these 3 towers. All this information is gone. And Secret's just chilling. They've got more than they wanted to get in this early game. I think the panel was also saying how they felt Secret was going to be the ones a little bit under the pressure in the early start, but now they have this 4K advantage with the troll, with the win condition on their team for the later stages. It's looking like a good matchup for Matu to really take advantage of this game, as he's already, it looks like he's queuing up the Satanic.
All right,
Maelstrom into Satanic, I believe.
All right. I mean, he's going to get it at a very good time at this rate. As you said, definitely a bit of a switch. I mean, especially for an item that we're seeing a lot of people stray away from nowadays.
It works really well with Chen, though, right? Your Divine Favor, the way it manipulates everything, too. It's going to make him be able to just stay in the fights versus the overwhelming damage that does come from Exorcism and Gyro. He's going to actually be able to hold his ground if he gets this item. And I'm seeing, like, Ice Armor as well on Puppey, even the armor creep, too. It's all about just buffing up Matu so he can stand in the midst of everything when those fights finally do kick off from Alliance, because they're gonna soon. Limp is level 12. They've got some decent timings now, a hood on S4. They are looking to be pretty battle ready.
Alliance is gonna try and come in, see what they can find with the smoke character set up. With the stun, and it's gonna be TP's coming in. He's still alive. He's got an invis. He's able to step out to the side. He turns with the rod straight away onto S4. Matu moves in. As they're focusing down the bristle, they'll get him. S4 dies, broken by the toxin and burst down by Yapso's finger. And the chase will continue here for Secret as they move up to the high ground, over to FNG. It's another kill from a Timberman. Alliance losing the 3 of them. As it really just seems to be the case that because they don't have that frontliner, they really can't take any fights against Secret right now, which is definitely a huge issue for their draft, being behind like this.
Yeah, just no frontliner. S4 just dies instantly once he gets turned on, and unfortunate for them, they don't have any reveal, as Nisha with the bots able to scurry away, invis, and reset the whole fight. They didn't even have to use the Hand of God. They just had to use the mech to turn away all that damage.
Well, hang on, I know Nico Baby's down here.
Nico Baby.
He's out. He's out in a way. Ooh, was close. Was close. I mean, Yaps with this very early blink with the way things are going.
How does he have? He has blink as well. 207. They do have. It is 11-2. And they have dominated the whole map, but somehow they're making it feel worse than it even is. Like Alliance.
I mean, we'll see this.
That was their Exorcism fight with their big timing of items, and they just couldn't do anything.
They don't. I mean, you say Invis is popped. He's well away. And suddenly, S4 You know, the rest of them, they're starting to back up where you see. He's in the break, a finger comes out, and he just disappears.
And even just look, like, I'm looking at the flank too from the wraparound. The zoo, you know, the tornado comes in from the wild wing. Then these boars are slowing these already kind of slow heroes. It's looking really grim for Alliance. Such a quick pace. 17 minutes in, 11-2. Nico Baby looks like he wanted to go for SNY, but I'm feeling like he might just have to BKB to just clear out the summons, to attempt to be able to clear out the Bo3, which is going to cause big problems for their draft as well.
Yeah, this is a very hard game for Nico Baby to carry.
Yeah, I mean, as for the last pick in their draft, 0-5-0. Secret has completely addressed what Alliance wanted to do with their draft about having this Bristle be that front line, be able to protect and guard these squishy, big damage dealing cores, but he's just unable to. They shut him down way too hard from the start.
I'm going to be able to get this tier 2 as well, pre-20 minutes. As S4, not much more that he can do other than watch from the trees.
They can't fight into the Aegis. There's no way. And now it's going to be a Satanic, finished up on Matu. Didn't have the damage for him at all before, and he has a Satanic.
That's going to be a patch fastest, for sure.
Yep.
18 minutes Satanic.
They're gonna start knocking on the high ground a bit. Force the reaction back from Alliance. 18 minutes in. There it is.
Now what can Alliance do to slow this? There we go. 11 minutes 49, faster than the patch fastest.
Oh my god.
I mean, of course, not normally built this early progression, but, you know, still a very impressive timing there from Matu. FNG.
Nico Baby has to just buy the S and Y to be able to fight, because they have to fight here or they just lose the game. Secret's just bringing the battle to them. They're poking, but
no.
S4.
He's trying to get in on this, but he's the power of the Viper.
He can't even poke.
The poison's too strong. As they're just losing the barracks. Secret.
They can't even. They have exorcism and they can't even walk up and fight.
Oh, that's dead IO. Well, I mean.
Alrighty then. On to the next one, I believe, pretty soon.
Let's hope game 2's a bit closer. I mean.
I honestly, like, Kyle, the way Kyle was saying it, where they took the quiz sheet, it really did feel like that with the way they set up their picks. Yeah. Kyle was absolutely right. This Chen pick after the IO, we've seen them do this before. Well, it was actually the IO pick after the Chen. They picked it into it. And Secrets just played their own game and played it perfectly. This aggro tri-lane working wonders.
They really did. They made the switch against it, but it just felt awkward. You know, it was sort of the best of a bad situation when it came to the lane setups for Alliance, and Secret knew that. They knew that they're coming with a strong draft, and they're playing like it.
And now last hurrah, really, it feels like for Alliance, trying to get a wraparound, this Nyx Assassin into this heavy push lineup. You know, this first pick, Secret have abused it through and through. They're even going to back up, look to pick up their own bounties. FNG might be able to snag it. Oh, he will. All right, so Nisha's going to know that he's standing on top of him. He's racing him. Won't be able to make it faster, though. Very speedy bug.
How long to the relocates up? Can they go for something? They got relocate in 5.
I think they'll get turned on. I don't think they want to set up onto this
sort of crazy relocate play to try and get a pick off and open some opportunities up.
They might have to try. The thing is, though, Puppy's going to run over. Holy Locket, Mac, and Hand to God and heal him for 1,000-something HP. Like, this is actually over 1,000 healing that he can provide onto somebody. So I feel like just making these plays is super difficult. You're just at such a disadvantage. Like, your whole map is just closed way too quickly. You're still away from your big item timings, which, like I was saying, is the BKB timings for Alliance. They're trying to farm these. Limp as well as the Gyro. Limp is pretty close. Nico Baby's still a ways away. But that's their biggest timing to be able to fight around. I feel like it's already been addressed by Secret. This huge lead that they have. Alliance just has to wait for the looming push.
Oh no.
That's 4.
Uh-oh, get him out of there. Get him out of there. Gotta protect S4 at all costs here.
FNG's really waiting for an opportunity on the side here.
I don't know if that opportunity is gonna come.
I don't know if it's gonna come. Uh-oh.
Oh, S4. He's in.
Nice stun.
They're keeping him a little safe with the tether. He's getting low and he's gone. Yapsil's able to burst in with a finger. They'll move themselves out of the cooldown. Zai does get stunned before the roar comes out. We're going to see Troll now turn Matu with the lifesteal. He's standing his ground. He's looking towards FNG. Now he turns over towards Lim, pops the battle trance.
Oh my God.
Cleaning up again, Secret. 3 dead.
Look at the buffs.
And yeah, they'll call it GG. Well played indeed. 22 minutes, 17 for 2. As this was just another one of those Secret games, Fog.
It well and truly was. The aggro.
And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. side by side. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I am coming to fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. And I've lost everything, forever living in the dark. it's your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak.
Game 2 between Team Secret and Alliance is ready for you. We are in the draft. We're joined by Purge, who's going to help us break it down. We're here also with Kyle and Tigov still as well, and some heroes already banned on both sides. Purge, anything you want to see this game, or you want to not see this game specifically?
I'm flexible, basically. I just want to see a cool draft come out. I don't think that other than the lane setup advantage that they had, I don't think there was anything like super specific that needs banning to solve what happened last game.
Ooh, I love this ban from Secret. I love the fact that they pushed the Nyx up into a higher order of ban just because they see the Necro free, like the Lycan and the Beast take it away.
Yep. And also, it's a good tip, any of you tier 2, tier 1 teams out there, although, be honest, anybody watching Secret right now is probably tier 2 in comparison. Necro 3 against Nyx. They have obviously solved that. And if you can't get it available, Nyx becomes much better as a hero choice.
It's also the 1-2 punch of the lockdown, but yeah, for sure. Okay, and something I wanted to touch on is simply the idea that I think second pick feels a lot better just because you know that the meta heroes, is probably 4 or 5 of them, it's harder to draft when you're forced to pick one of the meta heroes and then the other team has a good, strong response to it and like builds the entire draft around that. Like when you're first pick, unless you have some insane idea on how to draft away from the meta, you do feel kind of already pigeonholed in the first phase.
Yeah, and they go back for the puck, which is what they did to answer Coddle, if I'm not mistaken, in the first series they played up in this DPC. High reach, coil him, very easy to take him down.
Second series they play.
Second series, sorry.
But yeah, we've seen. We saw the versus Viking. We saw Puppy play a lot of puck for the squad. So flex
Also
pick.
really good in that it rotates as a mid hero, and Coddle's not so good at countering that and shutting it down. So it kind of covers a lot of bases.
And I like the idea that because you see this position 5 or 4 already, you're not going to see this instant lockdown hero, because can you really go Kotl plus Lion, Kotl plus Shaman? You know, you're forced into like a Kotl plus
and Shaker's banned.
Shaker's banned, so it's kind of, you really only have the position 4 now, and it's only Earth Spirit, in my opinion, that can. So, okay. And this is where I feel like the draft kind of already feels a bit awkward because you're forced into this awkward support duo. Right?
And if I'm Secret, like I actually think Alliance have to ban Lone Druid in this spot. Yeah, he's not a Necro 3 hero, but that's always been a very difficult hero for spots like this where you have 2 squishy backline supports. Like the bear's just gonna run at you, and if you can't get through the bear, these heroes can't. Then you can't touch Secret's heroes.
I guess the question for Secret is simply the bans might look towards the bigger offlaners that enable these type of heroes, so like the Tide and the Bristle, I think are good bans, unless you have an idea of how to counter maybe the Tide on turn, but still banning out the Bristle.
I can see a Dark Willow from Secret as a possibility, or even better, the Furion. This is the OG special. When you see 2 squishy supports, we've seen this throughout the DPC. Pick a Furion. Your lanes are almost guaranteed, one of them, the Furion lane, is guaranteed to win.
It's a solid hero.
At least the line will get boots first, probably, so he'll be faster than Treants generally, and Coddle can blast him a little bit, but you're definitely right that it gives him decent matchup options.
That being said, it's not that much of a flex pick for Team Secret, is it? It's normally Zai playing it.
Yeah, but you see both supports. I think it's fine in that spot.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is you can play the puck in the middle 5, you can play the Furion, and I think depending on how the draft develops, they'll happily flex the heroes into what's best.
And
we've seen them play it before, that's the key thing.
And unlike other teams, even if they play it, Secret really like the puck as a 5. So if this is an OG lineup, we're like, okay, that's Thompson's puck, and it's a no-teller set profit. You flip that here, because it's either Puppy or Nisha who will be on the puck. Likely Puppy, and again, because you see the supports, it doesn't really matter what core you pick. If it's landing with a Coddle, you're going to feel just fine as a profit against it.
I would like to say though, and put a lot of emphasis on this, when we talk about Secret's draft and we praise certain aspects, it's simply because of the defensive nature that they install into their gameplay, that certain heroes do feel a lot stronger, or they have options to pick new heroes because they're not often smoking early. They're not crossing that river and trying to really get strong map control. They're playing for strong laning setups and the ability just to have a slow entry into the game. And that alone, unlike other teams like Alliance, for example, we praise them on their 4-minute rotation, breaking down that mid lane. And it's a product of being able to play out the start of the game, that laning phase. And if they don't have that, it's harder for them to play. And that's why I think often when we look at Secret's draft, we praise them a lot more just because their gameplay is so opposite of most of these teams in the DPC right now.
In other words, Secret good.
Yes. Well, it's
Secret patient.
I think that the allegories to chess are most defined. Like when you watch Secret play, they're picking opening lines that are understood, but they just do it in a way that is more solid than effectively everyone else in Dota. And they're good enough that they can take these minute advantage and positional changes to just kind of crush an endgame. Like that match against Alliance, like was just.
This Viper ban from Alliance is like, we don't want them to take away our tanky offlane hero.
Yeah.
And then Secret instantly pivots from like the Ricky ban into, oh wait, hold on guys, hold on. The Viper's in play.
And Bristle's probably going to be our
exactly.
next ban.
Yep.
And I like the Pango ban from Alliance. They did their scouting because when they've done this in the past, specifically with this puck opener, they've third picked Pangolier because it gives this puck 5 a ton of value, because now just a coil and a Pango is absurdly strong in these mid-game team fights.
Which is kind of interesting because Pango is also a hero that normally Zai would play. I guess it's everything is a little bit flex. What are you thinking, Purge? I see frowns.
Yeah, yeah, everything is so flexible. It's hard to identify where Secret is going to go with their heroes, so it definitely makes it really hard. Like you guys have been saying, to know where they're going to lean. Their matchups look solid right now. Troll is the carry that's been stabilizing them, so makes sense to ban that as well. Basically, just a lot of lane strength heroes out of the second phase for Alliance. Kyle, you doing laps or?
Yeah, he's getting his steps for the day. He's thinking this series.
I know what they're gonna do. It makes sense. It's beautiful. They're gonna. Oh, you want to ban our break mechanic? Okay, we'll ban the 2 heroes that we need a break mechanic for.
But what if this is Alliance controlling the draft now? You ban out a Viper and Secret are forced to have to ban these 2, and then you pivot somewhere else.
They're understood lines. Like this is. It's. I get to your point. Yes, it's good from both sides. Sure, Alliance are forcing this movement, but let's see how they capitalize on it.
Exactly. And then, okay.
Earth Spirit coming out.
Dude.
Now you have the Earth Spirit Puck combination. Of course, it now aligns to me that I think Puck most likely will be mid simply because of that combination alone.
This is stuff that Puppy is. This concept has been what Puppy's been working with since they won the Shanghai Major. Profit plus global mobility, high reach, lots of catch.
Okay, so in simple terms,
capitalize on kills. That means towers.
Poor positioning, damage to apply to that, and that +1 factor. Okay.
Yeah.
It works even better because Alliance's 2 supports so far are really squishy. They're vulnerable to being dove, to being silenced, to being gone on. So
Alliance
perfect.
Yeah, and they are able to deal with this Earth Spirit Puck combination because Void Spirit in the lane against Puck, you have the Quelling Blade, you're a melee hero, you do pretty well. And then in the early points, you don't care about Earth Spirit rotation. Of course, when Puck gets coil, that's when it gets a bit awkward.
I think it's Puppy Puck though.
Yeah, if it is the Puck mid, that is. That's what I'm saying about the Void Spirit. Now maybe you can put the Puck lower down because like we don't have that instant hard easy matchup where it's like coil into kill.
Yeah, but you see it. So now Secret have this advantage where they don't feel like that matchup's too bad. They just take Puppy's hero here, and you save your last pick, or you just take a core that can be mid or safe. In this spot in the past, I think they have gone. They don't pick Kunkka 4th. Usually that would be 5th. I still think Lone Druid is excellent.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see a carry here. Okay, they go for a DP.
Works too, yeah. Same concept though. It's still open. You still actually don't know for sure if it's a Puppy Puck or not.
Just you know, create even more confusion. Does Nisha play Earth Spirit mid?
Don't think so.
Okay.
I think maybe once or twice. It's not been like a
It's
prominent
possible.
Everything's possible. What is Dota anymore?
Yeah.
Silence is really good here as well.
Yep.
Very good hero that fits into their ambiguity while also giving good matchup.
Yeah, 3 heroes with the silence
I
already.
really want to see Mars though from Alliance, I think. Because if it's Puck or Fury in 5, I think Mars will do well. With the Coddle, you now have a lot of spam on that lane. And I said it in the last series, but I feel like Alliance, they need a hero that when Secret try and go to an objective, they need to be able to command the fight and do something.
Yeah,
and for like, okay, they go for the Wraith King. All right.
I will. I should have seen the DP, but that is the best win rate or best matchup against Void Spirit, just in the lane and throughout the game, because you naturally invite aggression. That's how you like to play the game. You buy BKB, you buy Yols, you apply a lot of tower pressure early, and you have an advantage in the laning phase.
This is a good Wraith King pick from Alliance in the fact that they needed someone to be that front line. A lot of Secret's damage comes within the ultimate chaining, and obviously Wraith King can tank that. You know, we've seen it 1,000 times before now. My only fear for Alliance is simply the pacing of their early damage. They have some nice wave clear to some degree, but I'm not seeing them be able to smoke up early on.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe a finger kill, compared to like the Secret, where they do have a lot of more skirmishing desires, and they can also unlock Roshan and some of these towers. But yeah, again, I think if they have a strong offlaner that has good team fight and tower defense from S4, I think Alliance are in a good position to not obviously be walked over in 22 minutes.
Mars,
Oh, there's the Mars ban. Oh.
Yeah, Mars would have been really good because it would have made it so easy for them to chainstone like 3 times in a row on anybody they went with.
Yep.
Between Void and Wraith King in line. So yeah, damage, disable, some mix of that for their offlaner.
So what's left for S4?
Darkseer. They have a lot of melee cores. Doesn't particularly counter the enemy, but
most of his heroes are banned out at this point. This is the difficulty in the patch right now. When you leave your offlane to the last pick, I think it's so hard to pick with confidence because there's only 5 or 6 offlaners that have that real kind of defend our tower mentality. And other than that, it's a lot more kind of skirmishing fight. And right now, for Alliance's draft, they need the defense.
So they banned Slark. I can see the Matu Lone Druid in my mind's eye. And I just think to myself, damn, that mid-game tempo, they're going to run a bear in, pop all their spells, and represent so much more damage. The difficulty with the Alliance lineup right now is their lack of sustained DPS in fights until their Wraith King is able to actually be their single core.
What are they going to Bat Rider mid on Alliance and do offlane Void? Is that what the Slark is?
Oh, that could be sick. Yeah. I think you ban Bat if you're Secret. That's a really good point.
Yep.
Nice, good call.
Yeah, that's really nice, Kev, because that would shift the dynamic, right? The balance of power now. Suddenly Secret can't draft for themselves. They have to address the Bat. And that's a really cool move. I think Alliance banning the Slark may telegraph it a bit, but you can't pick Bat with Slark available.
For Alliance, it's like, I think Viper or Brew are the only 2 that really come to mind. Viper's already banned out, so I think Brewmaster maybe. Like, you can't deal with the fight, but at least just take away one hero and then take the fight once the Wraith King's ready. But it's a real difficult position right now for Alliance.
You have limited stuns. Like, Lion is lockdown, Void Spirit is catch, sure, but it's just hard to play fast.
There's no Pangolier, there's no Mars, there's no Bristlebat, there's no Timber.
Clock?
Tide.
Okay. Tide's still there. I don't mind that. Of course, it stands in front of towers. It does great there. I'm just scared of the damage because outside of Illuminate, Lion Finger, a couple Astral Steps, that's about it for your early damage. It's like a bit worrisome.
I mean, Gush is pretty good. It's like -4 armor with level 1 Gush, so that plus Void Spirit and Wraith King could get some kills on like DP pre-plate melts. But
what is Matu? I mean, Jug, Lifestealer, pretty simple options, like good matchups. The innate BKB is quite nice. I think Lone Druid's less likely against Tide, but still very possible. I just really want to see Matu play it. I think it's real underrated. Oh my God, we forgot Ursa. Jesus.
I was actually thinking the Ursa, and I didn't want to say it. Oh,
it's like
it's nice.
Yeah, you benefit from the pace your team can play with.
Yeah.
Tide is now just like, oh God, not this. Man, the status resist innate against all this lockdown.
I think the key difference though is for Alliance, they have a way to awkwardly defend towers and prolong the game, and then we have seen Wraith Kings where once they get over that hurdle of early aggression, they can tank up some key damage.
Whoa.
What's the way? Is there anything different?
Prophet Puppy and a Zai Puck.
Wow. We don't often get to see the offlane Puck because it doesn't apply as much pressure to the safe lane, so normally teams have been shifting away from that, but be interesting to see how that works out this time.
When you're against Wraith King Coddle though, Puck in theory can actually be
You can dodge everything, right?
He's safer than a Furion would be in the lane, and it allows the Absol to play around middle or bottom.
Sure. Interesting stuff.
Interesting stuff. Final thoughts on the draft, Purge?
Yeah, I agree with what you guys said. I think the only downside is then you have Prophet against a Tide, which isn't that amazing, but I guess you can punish the Lion, go for that instead, and Ursa should give them the oomph they need. So probably Secret, but I think Alliance has some okay laning setups.
All right, thank you very much. Kyle.
Yeah, look, Alliance have looked a lot better over this DPC. They've been steadily improving, but I swear, Secret is just right now ahead of the game. Like, they're just too damn good at a level that we haven't really seen often, if not ever, in our game. So I favor them here. I think they've got answers.
Yeah, I'm worried about the impact of the support duo. I think the core players have got very comfortable heroes for themselves, but I'm just skeptical of the support duo. And but either way, I think maybe Nico Baby Wraith King with time might be able to do something. But yeah, of course, Secret favored for now.
Yeah.
Some time though.
Are they gonna get that time for Nico Baby's Wraith King? We're gonna find out. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fogged for the second game of the series.
Yeah, so what do you reckon, Fogged? Are we going to get a closer game here, or are you already worried once again for Alliance's well-being against what Secret's drafted?
Having some concerns, as I'm seeing some limited team fight really coming out from Alliance. I'm worried if they don't have Ravage, they almost can never fight. A lot of these times when I've been seeing the Wraith Kings, they don't join the game. They literally don't play Dota until they have that Radiance online. I think maybe with the Coddle, they can change that up a little bit with recalls and whatnot, but I'm very worried on just the spells in general. When I look at Secret's team fight, Death Prophet ulti, Puck ulti, Earth Spirit ulti, Nature's Prophet ulti, all these great damage instances, great for team fighting. Alliances is mostly pick off single target besides like Tidehunter. It should be very hard for them to play besides having that Ravage. But it looks like they're going to maybe pose themselves as an aggro tri-lane themselves so they can get this good matchup for S4 so we can avoid this Ursa, which I think is a pretty good approach. As long as they can protect S4's game, then I'm feeling a little bit better for Alliance.
I mean, and that Ursa as well, how highly do you rate that finishing pick here from Secret? Is it a pretty nice game for the Matu Bear?
Yeah, it looks great. Long duration team fights, they thrive. I feel like Alliance, they have to have this big explosion, a big explosive connection at the instant start of these fights. Otherwise, the fights look really difficult. Wraith King versus the Death Prop, Exorcism, you pop your Reincarnate, Exorcism still going to keep going and hitting you. It really does feel quite an uphill battle for Alliance. As both of their supports don't really bring too much team fight in general. They have to be just playing around their cores pretty much exclusively this game.
Okay. And we'll see if Alliance are able to give it a better shot here in game 2. As you say.
Yeah, let's see.
As long as S4 doesn't have a sort of rougher beginning and is able to contribute, then I think already we're going to be a step towards having a bit of a closer game than game 1 was.
He is in the tough lane, though. He's going to be playing versus that Ursa. At least it's a Puppy Nature's Prophet, which maybe would be a little bit better because it's, that you can actually deal with the harassment from the trains and whatnot as a Tide in comparison to the Puck, where I feel like Puck actually threatens a little bit more versus the Tider, but this is the approach that Secret wanted to take. As Puppy probably feels like he can probably zone the support as Nature's Prophet while the Ursa zones out the Tide. But Puppy actually might just get gone on from the Gush.
No, he's going to have to TP himself. Actually, he doesn't go out to base, just stick in the lane, at least stays behind the tower. Good aggression from Alliance to really weaken him up here at the start of the lane. And then sort of up top, as the panel's talking about, seeing Zai play the Puck back on the off lane. Rob, we do see it in sometimes, but not really too frequently nowadays as compared to more traditional mid position.
Yeah.
Is it like what's sort of the reasoning for this game? Is this a game where Zai will be able to perform with this hero from the offlane?
So the thing that I'm seeing is why they transitioned is not only because the Puck is versus that Lion, so we see, the priority shifted a bit, but I see in this game, he can actually force the lane in. He can force this wave in versus a Coddle and versus a Wraith King, and Puck actually harasses really well. His damage is actually quite high versus a low base armor hero like the Wraith King, and I feel like, those are probably the big reasons, and he can just dodge the spells. Dodge the stun, dodge the Illuminate if it does come. YapzOr is just chasing FNG. So we see YapzOr starting with boots so he can keep up in speed versus the Coddle who does not have boots.
FNG's got to be...
Matu's actually struggling a little bit bottom.
Yeah,
the Gush
he
spam
nearly died.
Quite hurting him.
He very nearly died there earlier when they were diving under the tower. So definitely, already sort of a better ability for Alliance to perform with these two heroes down here. make sure that S4 is not getting zoned out completely. As you know, so far S4 is trading farm very nicely with these two.
And that's huge. That's the most important thing I feel for this game, is just making sure S4 gets off the bat with a decent start, not dying, which is, I mean, already as a Tidehunter winner like this versus an Ursa, you're feeling pretty damn good. Seeing the mid lane being a bit difficult for Limp just because of the nature of the matchup versus the Death Prophet, just range and constant harassment. You're getting forced, the wave is getting forced on you, better animation and damage on the Death Prophet. It's a tough lane for Limp to do better in than how he is doing already.
No, for sure, yeah. Any time he tries to step up, he's going to take an unfavorable trade of damage. He's close to the bottle though, so then we'll see him being able to play a bit more aggressive with the nukes to secure that CS.
Yeah, he's not at risk of dying by any means. He just can't actually last hit as well as the Death Prophet by any means. We're seeing Nico Baby still getting a solid amount of farm. He's getting harassed a lot. No regen left on this top lane for Alliance.
On bottom.
Both of them are down to their last tank now. Bottom. Ooh, close.
I mean, they're really doing a good job here, S4 and Hanskin, of really keeping Matu on his toes, making him go for a lot of regen down bottom.
Might be able to get Puppy here, but no, he's got the stick charges. He's able to reset, and the train harasses too much. Either really starting down Matu. He just has literally zero regen. Yeah, he's got the courier coming out with boots, and Puppy's probably gonna bring him a salve. But yeah, he's very limited down here. Maybe with boots they commit for the kill to try to fix up this lane a little bit. Gonna prep the first overpower, as they do know Lion is moving from the lane, so S4 does have to be a bit cautious at the moment. A nice rune check coming out from Hanskin. And he does have the bottle from S4 that he had taken, so it's going to be brought down bottom. And S4 does survive that aggressive move that they tried to take advantage of.
Yeah, as you said, bottle in the south, he's going to be fine. And be able to keep it in that lane and stop Matu from getting this free farm.
The Treant broke his salve and his bottle thing. So.
Oh, that's
does lose a bit of the
little
regen.
Unfortunate, but top lane, try and get the setup on a YapzOr, but not quite catching him in the Illuminate Blast. So we're seeing top lane, the farm very even.
FNG.
They, well, finally able to break the piece that we've had here. YapzOr does get FNG. I mean, we've seen the two of them playing around with each other, both, you know, with FNG in particular on very low HP. YapzOr able to punish him this time.
YapzOr just, I think for the last 5 minutes, he just played around the pull. He just prevented the pull from being even being available to spawn, and just sitting on FNG, just watching if the Illuminates come out. And with that ward too, they're able to see that. The ward does now finally get taken out, but it did its damage already. At least FNG gets the gold for it though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, we'll see.
Exorcism in mid. Nisha pops the glyph also to keep the wave alive. With his catapult coming in, he's able to apply this pressure. Limp's still not quite 6, so he can't actually do anything to this. And Lion is going to start making his way over, but Coddle, a hero that doesn't rotate nearly as well, doesn't have a TP available either to try to help out this push. Now YapzOr is going to make the connection over, maybe tank a hit or two from the tower, keep that catapult alive. Venetia.
Oh. Get the stun, but now Limp's hit the 6.
Limp is 6.
He's hit the 6. He's able to get in and burst him.
Very nice.
And now over towards YapzOr as well. YapzOr does have a roll available. But Limp's got a remnant. YapzOr's going to get dragged back into the Illuminate. Not actually able to find the opportunity to roll out. I guess he felt that if he did go for the roll, the remnant would always have the time to be set out and stop him. So couldn't escape. Down bottom, Secret are at least able to make the most of S4 being on his own. And we'll get the pick off. But so some strong hold there from Alliance, coming in and punishing that first exorcism. And I guess he didn't quite expect to be caught by the stun of Hanskin coming from the trees there. He was rather far up, Nisha.
Nisha, again, he's getting set up on it.
I mean, and he's very, very dead. 2 times in a row. Big moves from Alliance around mid. Really shaking up Nisha's early game with those 2 back-to-back deaths.
I don't think he expected Hanskin or the Coddle in either one of those situations. Really good stuff coming out from Limp and the boys. As bottom, S4. He's getting body blocked a lot. Fury swipes. They're adding up.
Oh, and he's going to go down. Matu. Can FNG get this? He's going to have the blast. He is going to be able to find it. FNG cleans up and gets the trade. As Matu also losing his courier there under the tower. So that's going to be that was actually his completed treads out of the game for a minute as well.
Good stuff from Alliance quickly in these first 7 minutes. Just nice rotations from the supports. They're breaking the lanes, and it seems to be catching Secret off guard nicely. As Nico Baby, he has started to just fully free farm top, so they know that they can break the lanes like this.
And he just getting himself that armlet straight up. I mean, having the armlet as soon as he can in this game against these heroes like the off-lane puck means that he's very hard to burst down. If he plays it smartly, this puck's never going to be in a position to really threaten the Wraith King at all with this quick armlet.
Yeah, I've been pretty close to debating between these two items where I'm seeing these safe laners on Wraith King. They rush either the Helm of Iron Will or the Chainmail. I think I'm liking the Helm of Iron Will a little bit more a lot of these times. Sure, it's a lot more gold you have to wait for, but you're going to get it at some point anyway in the Wraith King, and I love Armlet.
Oh, and hang on, Nisha.
Nisha.
They're able to get the jump on him. Have they quite got the burst into the Hex? Yet Zai is here to help out. This time around, they won't be able to burst Nisha down. As now Nisha's trying to turn with the help of Yapsor. And chasing over towards Limp. Puppey comes in as well. Limp, has he got any further way to get out of this? He hasn't. As this time around, Secret make sure they bring in the backup and punish Alliance for trying to get aggressive onto Nisha.
Matu bottom, also now getting moved on.
He has got the ult.
He'll be okay. Forced a lot of rotations, though. Even though Limp does die, a lot of moves coming out from Secret to try to bail him out of that situation. So they do get the kill, but we do see the Wraith King get all the space in the world to farm. We see FNG continue to start stacking. Some good stuff from Alliance in these first few moments. Puppey's still level 6 somehow at a very early point on the Nature's Prophet, just being a little greedy for himself. So they do have to factor in the Wrath of Nature in these next few moments when they do go for any of these plays. And yeah, FNG stacking, Lion also stacking, Alliance just looking to maximize as best as they can because they have the Wraith King. So they know Wraith King, he's going to have to sit in the jungle at some time to be able to catch back up and just get that good timing on the Radiance.
And I feel like he's going to be pretty safe. I mean, I'm sort of looking at the lineup of Secret, and it feels hard to sort of find the tools, the collection of heroes that's going to be able to make a move on this Wraith King and secure killing him twice, really, right? If Nico Baby's going to have quite a big window of this game where I don't think he's going to be too scared of anything running at him.
The only thing he has to really worry about is just the exorcism, because that's the thing that will kill him on the reincarnate immediately. So I think Nisha's next rotation has to be pretty important for Secret to slow down Alliance right now, because Alliance are in a really good spot. So Nisha, he's going to TP top to start to threaten up there, and this has to be red here. Alliance has to be very careful. I mean, you have a ward that'll spot it, but
are you fighting this, or are you getting you getting Nico Baby out of here and somewhere else on the map?
You can fight this if S4 wants to. That's really up to him if he wants to, and I think they absolutely can with this Wraith King having an armlet already. I think they should take this fight.
I mean, Secret themselves being very tentative at how hard they sort of push for action up there, as already they're starting to break it back up. Nisha's coming back over towards mid. They don't feel that the opportunity was there to go for it, or as you say, they were aware that Alliance would be happy to turn up and try and turn things around. There's only Zai and Puppey sticking up here for now, and Alliance, they're on their way up here.
Yeah, I think Secret's going to play a little bit more defensively because of how this early game went. They probably wanted to do better in the lanes, and they know that Alliance did really well, so S4 is in a good spot to defend and go for all those towers. And then these are where the supports can actually swing and play around those cores. Hanskin with the finger at the ready. Also an Arcane Rune on Limp, so they can get aggro onto Nisha.
He's going to get the jump in. Oh, off the mark, though, with the step and the Remnant. Neither connecting onto Nisha, so Limp's got to get out. That's woo, that Nature's Wrath, that hurts. Yeah, he'll be okay, but not quite able to get the jump that he needed to make the magic happen. They're down bottom. Matu sees there's an opportunity. He's onto S4. S4 getting blocked off. He's actually going to pop the Ravage here. It might just save him. Treants are out, and S4, he is going to be able to get away there.
No Ravage to defend their towers when the push does come from Secret, but at least gets himself to survive. As FNG recalls mid, they wanted to try to catch Zai with the Hex, but not quite in range.
Oh, yeah, I mean, 11.5 minutes in 4-4, less than 1k in. And this is certainly the sort of game you hope to see from two teams very much at the top of the league.
Yeah, they're in really good position for Alliance to just get all these farms too, because it is hard for Secret to invade. That they haven't gotten this mid tower, they haven't gotten the top tower either. Last game they had all 3 towers already taken super early on. This time Alliance has really capitalized on defending them and doing it without actually having S4 park himself. You know, the fact that they have this coddle to deep push as well is really working out for them at the moment. To just keep the Wraith King chilling, getting his farm. and then they'll actually be able to play the 5v5. So that's always the concern I have with these Wraith King picks is you're playing 4v5 for the majority, but they're getting away with it. Nico Baby's getting all the space.
No, he really is. He really is. He's having no complaints this game. This is a very happy place for Nico Baby to be in right now.
Okay, the Secret, they're going for a very farm heavy items. Bots on Nisha, bots queued up from Zai, and a Battle Fury on Ursa. So all three cores have gone for the greediest choice they can. So that is probably going to put them in a bit of a weird position versus Alliance, who are pretty ready to fight. They're pretty keen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how much Alliance do try and punish that. Because I guess, you know, Alliance themselves, we say, you know, Nico Baby's going to be happy sitting back and farming that, that Radiance up, you know, pretty defensively over his half of the map. Not really looking to get involved unless he really needs to. So I guess sort of, yeah, down to the other four of Alliance, Limpim and S4 in particular, to see what moves they can make into Secret at this time where, as you say, especially sort of Zai and Nisha, might not quite have the ability to save themselves against Alliance's moves as much as they want at this stage.
Their heroes do not benefit as much as from items from others. You know, just their innate toolkit is as strong as it can be. The Puck, Orb, Silence, Coil, same thing with Exorcism. You can't buff those up, just give yourself a little bit more survivability in particular. So there's that aspect for Secret where if these heroes don't get caught and taken advantage of because of their positioning, these items will work. Their spells are still going to do the damage.
If they can get away with it. I mean, and you know, to be fair, with 13 minutes and only 4-4, there's not a huge amount of action going on.
No. But Nico Baby's, like, this is the dream for a Wraith King. You're able to go bottom. You're level 11. You've been given the absolute most freedom in the game. You're able to dictate the pace right now as Alliance, even though you don't really have as overwhelming team fight as Secret does. You just have your Ravage. They're able to actually pose a threat as Puppey.
They're ready to make the jump. Limp, he's coming in, and he's caught him.
Nice.
Easy catch onto Puppey as he tries to soak up some action underneath the tower. It's going to push S4 very close to having that blink done. 1700 towards it on the tide.
Okay, so he's going for the blink. I feel like he knows he can't get tanky enough to deal with Ursa anyway. If he gets coiled and Ursa gets on him, he's dead. So he needs to be the one to start the fight. So that's a pretty cool approach if he's able to get it at a good time.
No, for sure. And it's exactly what they need to try and play into the faces of these heroes that, you know, have gone for sort of these items that will benefit the lack of action if there is some. So that blink's really going to allow Alliance to step it up and to just jump, you know, on sort of this bot's DP. Nisha, if he gets committed on with a Ravage into an Impale, he will die very easily to the members of Alliance, even when Nico Baby's not around. They'll have the damage with the other four by far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. See Puppey doing some very deep wards with this Nature's Prophet. It's always the great thing about having this hero as a support. You just free warding, free deep wards that will never get countered. They're very unexpected as he's able to watch S4. He even blocks the camp, I believe, with the Sentry Ward too, so maybe that does get taken away, but
nice bit of a boost here for Alliance as well. We're getting 3 of those bounty runes.
Aetherland's finished up on the Lion now too. They're getting farm on everybody. The stacks that these two supports did get on the map, they've gotten quite a good chunk of gold from them. 2k gold lead now for Alliance. They're benefiting more from this downtime.
Oh, and Anskin.
Zai.
There's the Ether Lens coming into play straight up. Hex in the finger. They burst down. Zai, he's gone. Over to the side. Matu will jump in onto S4, but he pops the Ravage. Gets the 3 of them. There'll be a buyback from Zai. Matu trying to chase down S4, but Hansken slowing Matu down with the mana drain. They'll lose Nico Baby the once. Another great stun from Hansken out to the 2 of the Limp. Jumps back in. Gets the Remnant grab back onto Yapso. Yapso's gone.
Nico Baby,
he needs help. Is he going to get it? He isn't. The coil holds him in place. Alliance will lose their Wraith King.
And they got the big target. They got the Wraith King. Their Spirit dies. All ults used from Secret. The Ravage connects beautifully on everyone, but that's what we're saying is Secret's overall team fight, their heroes, just their ultimates when they get popped are a little bit stronger than what Alliance can pose, even though they catch the puck. And also, of course, Zai buying back helps a little bit to finish off that kill on Nico Baby, but...
See down bottom, Nisha. It's gonna, immediately S4. Going with the
bots?
The TP out there's nothing to stop it.
Nope.
S4 makes it away. And we'll see it again.
They got the tower too.
I mean, there's this straight up move. Zai, of course, just not prepared really for Hansken to have that cast range with the Ether Lens as early as he did. As back in action at the top lane, Hansken is ready to set up for more. They're in. Onto Puppey. He's out to the side with the Glimmer. He's hiding. As Lip. He's looking for it.
He baited them. They thought he was in the Sprout. Now they'll find him.
They'll get him anyway. Or will they? He's got Glimmer back up.
Keep you with the Glimmer.
Yeah, they're scared now.
Scared.
They think backup's going to be coming on the way, and it is. Nisha's here.
It is.
I mean, Hatsuki got out, but Limp, he got left behind. As Puppey with that Glimmer and the lack of control and detection meant that Puppey's going to be more than fine. Limp just having to desperately scramble his way out of this. As Yapso's chasing. Another dissimilar
he's
over
getting
the
recall?
side. Oh, and he's away.
Oh.
He will manage to get out of there just in time. A Secret there bringing in even more. Zai was on the way over with a Dream Coil. So a good job he was taken out there when he did.
And they got Roche during it. They just snuck straight into the Roche pit when Ravage was down, and they make that play. When the play is happening on Puppey top, they make their own play.
I'll say it again. There, just say that. Said it with the Sprout.
Secret, sorry.
They just couldn't get him.
He baited them.
Yeah, he did. he made them work for it, and they never got him. Time was brought for the rest of Secret to swing it. And starting to get a hold of that. A little bit of a lead that Alliance did have early on. Still around a 3K up, but Roshan will definitely bump it back a bit. And as you can see, XP as close as ever. Just back and forth.
Still very close game. As Nico Baby has his Radiance up, so he is still in a really good fighting form. Still gonna have some big problems of like Nisha in particular. His damage is still always gonna be there. I see he's rushing for BKB, and they're gonna have to try to get some situations where they're able to actually focus fire him instead of Zai. Because I feel like Zai's gonna play a lot of this baiting game where he jumps in and baits the line to go for him. And even though he dies, which sucks for Secret, they're protecting Nisha from like the finger and from the burst and from overall that control. So I feel like it's gonna be on Hanskin in particular, and maybe even just the Ravage and all the coordination to just get on this Death Prophet and burst her. Because her damage is it's gonna take control of the fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, there's the Radiance.
I mean, let's see. I mean, with the Aegis on Matu, it definitely makes it a little harder for Alliance to bring the action. They are going to try, though. They do want to still try and utilize the strength that they do have around S4's Ravage, especially with S4 now level 12.
If they catch Zai, like, he has no buyback. He's dead for a very long time if he does go down right away. So that could be still a really nice grab for them in these moments, as it will be a straight up 4v5 then at that point.
I'm trying to see if there's going to be any action around the bounty runes, but Secret aren't coming over for these.
No, Secret's avoiding it.
Yeah, they know everyone's off the map. They're not putting themselves in positions to get jumped.
And they don't want to give Alliance a setup for when Alliance is looking for the fight, then they don't want to just walk into it. If they're looking for the fight on Secret, they do, and they're also very close to some items, so I'm pretty sure that's what they were waiting for. Nisha's BKB is done now after this creep, so that's going to give them a lot more protection versus the Ravage that's going to be coming in. Alliance, they're forcing bottom.
Okay. I mean, we'll see. You know, Secret, do they try and fight this tier 2, or they just sort of let Alliance have this?
Do they have the BKB on? They do have the BKB. I think they can fight this.
Matu's TPing in. He's going to start off the action. Jumps in, starts to commit onto Nico Baby. Zai's botsing over. They'll turn with the stun onto Matu to hold him back, Alliance. They're already starting to reset. They got the smoke up on the two of them. Secret are trying to chase in on this Zai. He's going to be fine. S4 is going to jump in. He's able to get the Ravage actually on the four of them. It's a beautiful setup. The follow stuns there onto Zai. They got the damage to take him down. They do. They take down Zai. The Hex controlling Matu. Matu's trying to commit to get the kill on Hanskin, and he'll find it. They'll get the line now. Matu turning over towards S4. They'll pick up another Secret. As Alliance, they're trying to desperately scramble themselves away from this. The Secret are chasing. Puppey comes in with a TP. He's turning over towards Nico Baby. Yapso's able to roll and kick him back. They'll take him down the one.
They still have Exorcism going.
Is there anything Alliance could do to save him? It doesn't look like it, as he's trapped in the Sprout. Matu able to get the swipes built up. Nico Baby, can he toggle his way out of this one? He cannot, as the Ghost will finish him off. Secret coming. The tier 2 tower does go down, but at quite a cost here for Alliance.
I think it's too much attention on the puck. They get it's a 5-man Ravage. S4 actually catches all 5 of them. And I think they just used way too much on Zai. Like, the coil and everything's a problem, but Nisha's able to get his BKB off, and then the Exorcism just overwhelms the fight with the Ursa leading the charge.
I mean, we're
going to see it again here. Watch Zai. Watch how much focus they actually end up putting on him.
I mean, you're right there as well. Nisha also caught off screen there towards the top.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't. Yeah, they couldn't. I guess they just didn't see him at the time, but he was under ward vision.
Back in the action, Matu. Is Aegis about to expire? The Aegis has just expired. It has just expired, and he has just died. So Alliance able to perfectly make something happen with that opportunity.
Guess Secret got baited, going for Hanskin. Alliance able to punch back on this one there. Very nice.
And that's okay. I mean, Limp's very close to his next item now. Aghanim's nearly out on the Void Spirit. Nico Baby's
and
got
they
his
have Blink on Wraith King.
Yeah,
the Blink Wraith King is huge because then it lets you coordinate with your Ravage perfectly, and you guys can pick and choose which target you go for. Then he can follow up and get on top of Nisha, which they really do have to put focus on him. This Death Prophet, I think, is going to be really big problems. I think Zai, he's going to be annoying, but that's it. I feel like you have to probably use Finger every single one of these times on Nisha. You can't just be wasting it on the puck in these situations.
Absolutely.
Zai is just, it's Zai. You know, this is what he plays for. He's there to bait your spells. He's there to be that nuisance for his two core players to really take over.
For sure. You know, he's gonna be that burst. He's gonna hold you in position, but he's not gonna be the one kicking out persistent damage for the entire duration of his life, such as a DP will with the Ghost, and of course Matu will with those big old claws of his.
Yeah, I'm seeing the way, like, Zai's also getting the Aeon Disc, so he's expecting to be that main focus. This Aeon Disc might catch them off guard if they try to full initiate on him. Then it can just get even worse. They can just get turned on fully and Zai survives. So Hanskin definitely gonna have to recognize that one. He's also trying to build toward that Blink. If they can get all these Blinks together, they can always go for these big initiations and pop the targets. And also an Ags on FN.
They've got it.
They are very farmed.
It's a quick one.
That Will-O-Wisp could actually be really nice with the Ravage combos.
There's a DD. And Nisha will just take this.
I actually can't believe how fast FNG was able to get that. Yes, he is 2-1 and 3. He's been pretty free this game, and I love this Will-O-Wisp with the way it works now, where you can chakra it. You can just keep reducing the cooldown on it for the fight frequency.
Some smoke on smoke action here. Let's see who gets the jump. BKB done on Matu.
Secret.
Yeah, these cores are going to be hard to take unless they can get that opening stun on them, Alliance.
They do have great vision right now on the high ground. If they can see an opportunity where they do show. Let's see, S4. He's also under vision himself.
Oh, he's a little split from the team. But he is a tough one to go on.
But not for Matu.
They're going to try anyway. They're in onto him. He's silenced. He's heading over back to the walls to safety of the rest of his team, but he's trapped in the Sprout. And S4, he's going to go down. They've got no fight to fight now. They've got to get out of there. The Dream Coil will miss. Nico Baby turns over towards Nisha. They're going to try and jump in and burst for Nisha. They're able to do so. They take down the Death Prophet 100-0, but Matu, he's in onto Hanskin. Hanskin goes down. A buyback comes out from Nisha as Matu's committing with the BKB. He's trying to chase down S4. S4 brought back for this. He's been silenced. Can he get out to the side? He's able to get the Ravage off as they look to turn onto Matu. Matu still has the Enrage going, but the Will-O-Wisp drags him back in. Matu's down, and now Alliance, they've got the catch onto Zai. The Impale from Hanskin locks down Zai. They're turning it around. Nisha, he brought back for this one, but Alliance, they're ready to surround him and bring him out of the game. Hex out from Hanskin, the Siphons, they're buying him some time, but it isn't enough. As the crit comes in, Alliance will take the team fight.
Beautiful wards coming into play. They see absolutely everything that Secret's trying to do. Sure, they lose S4 at the start, but they see the high ground. They see Nisha isolated for a second. FNG has ult, recalls S4. Ravage isn't what gets Nisha killed, but either way, Alliance ready for that fight, even though they lose their tide. Quick decisions to take the fight. Nisha dying back. This time they really put the focus on Nisha.
Yeah, so he's going for this puppy. He's going to come in and help out, but the Will-O-Wisp is back up. It's back up. It's ready for another round. They might lose FNG, but they're going to be able to get 2 kills for this in return. As Puppy and Yapso both losing their lives there for that effort onto FNG, and it's exactly as you say. Well, with the chakra, that Will-O-Wisp, it's as soon as it's gone, it's back up. It's available. It's ready again.
Yeah, the frequency that it does come up from chakra is absolutely insane. And Secret, they get halted pretty hard now. Nisha's itemization now going to be very much so stagnated after that last fight.
Matu.
SS4.
And he's got a Ghost Scepter.
Let's be a little careful. I like that pickup from S4, actually. The Ghost Scepter is really nice. Protect him versus that Ursa who's just chasing him and following him in all the fights. Now he can actually buy time to be able to get the Ravage off once those BKBs go down. Alliance doing a great job here in this game. making it Wraith King, making Nico Baby be the king.
He is.
He's almost got the AC, almost level 20 as well. He's starting to be a real beast.
And as we're seeing, they've just got a great pattern of how to execute the fights. If they get the jump and get Nico Baby on top of one of these targets, you know, ideally, I guess Nisha, because he's sort of the easiest to get taken down. You know, the chances are if you don't 100-0 Matu will be able to put the enrage, then he's going to be a big issue.
Alliance is ready for this fight.
They are.
Ravage is up in 5 seconds.
Secret's got to be very careful around it. Limp's going to check things out in the pit, see what the status is. Zai.
Initiating.
Coil. Matu's coming over. He's coming in with the BKB. He's looking towards FNG, but FNG's giving a bit of the ring around the Rosie. He's running around. FNG's up to the high ground. They're chasing him from there. We'll find him. But at the same time, Limp's been given the time to take that puppy. S4's in with the Ravage. He gets the 3 of them. They jump in onto Matu. Matu silenced. He can't get the enrage off in time. As Matu goes down, it's a triple kill for Limp. They're cleaning up. Nisha's got the ghost out, but it doesn't matter. Remnant into the finger. Alliance. They've done it again. Another clean fight from them as they take 4 down. Puppy will buy back, but there's nothing he can do to turn this around. As Alliance, they're into the pit. And this Roche, it should be theirs unless Yapso can come in with a steal.
He's trying to. He's getting vision with that Remnant right now. The Stone Remnant with the Edge Shard does get vision, but they're on him.
Hansken hunts him down. That ward still paying dividends here on the high ground.
Beautiful play there. S4 with the reset, getting the Ravage on everybody as soon as the BKBs end. Limp with the follow-up silences onto the Ursa. The Rage comes out as he's dying. Great coordination coming out from Alliance and Limp. 12-1-7, 19 of the 20 kills. Seizing the opportunities and just seizing perfectly when he sees those chances to jump and pop those heroes.
They're popping off this game, Alliance. Well, they're hitting back very, very mightily here after that first game 1, which was an incredibly tough one for the team.
How many stacks did they actually have this game? Because these supports, I feel like, are doing so much work on the side of Alliance from all this gold that they have. They're able to just control the fights really nicely. Like Hanskin's just playing around the back line. FNG's just speeding in the midst of it all, just avoiding all these spells too. It's been really good stuff from Alliance from these 2 supports.
I think pretty much double the stacks.
Yep.
As Secret was able to achieve them for themselves this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now Secret heavily on the back foot. They're having to rely on Puppy's Treants to push out the waves. Nisha forcing out bottom with his bots. Nisha still a ways away from a Shiva's guard to protect himself too, and he's, you know, those last 2 deaths really hurt him. That dieback death in particular. This Alliance will get themselves the 2 for 2 bounty runes.
And this is, you know, this is definitely when these sort of games get interesting. You know, we've seen Secret roll over games, but it's always fun to see them put under pressure to see what they're able to pull out now. As you know, down 10k. Alliance with the lead already.
Up on a lot right now.
The catch there from the trees. They're opening with a Hex on to Nisha. Nisha's got to put the BKB and TP out of here. Zai's going to be left behind. Eon Disc will buy him some safety, popping the coil to stop them from chasing, but Limp's still in. Closing the gap, Yules into the Remnant. They'll find themselves the catch on Zai. Yeah, Hanskin getting a decent amount of stacks up this game on his finger. Already 5 stacks up here.
He's almost level 18 as well. Yeah, he's done a lot of work this game. He's actually just targeting Zai, making him quite miserable. Limp looking to pressure Matu even here with these arcane runes.
He can see what he can poke out of Matu here. As S4's over, there's a Ravage available. Matu's got to really think about what he needs to commit with the BKB or an Enrage. And Enrage, at least, is going to be popped as it'll allow him to jump up to the high ground. And Limp's getting in aggressive here under the tier 3s. They're moving on to Puppy. Nico Baby, he's into the base.
Yapsor.
He just jumps straight in and lands himself on top of Yapsor. Limp, he's poking up right towards the fountain. They're dragging in Puppy. They're diving in. They're killing Secret within their own base.
Limp is feeling himself. He's feeling the power. Secondary or 3rd arcane rune that he had, able to chase forward beautifully. Love his itemization this game too. The Yules, the Ags, the Shivas to counteract all this healing that's coming out. And Alliance, they might have just claimed themselves a Rax, if not just the game here.
This is going to be a lot. Puppy down for 50, Absol still down for 15. They're really doing it here, Alliance. This game too showing. Proving that they're not just going to be tossed aside by Secret.
And quickly, too, with the way that they took the fight and just so convincingly with that top, how fast it all just collapses onto Secret. 15,000 gold lead, 2 racks is down now. Pretty irrecoverable for the side of Secret.
Yeah, they've got to pull out some insane moves to swing this game around. The Bash done on Matu. They're going to try and get out, but again, with the time that's passed, Alliance, they still have all ults ready to go. It's not as if there's a window here that Secret's being able to punish. It's just that Secret, they've got to try something. As the opportunity to actually do anything whilst the ults have been used, at this stage, it's just going to be very unlikely that ever happens. Alliance, with the lead that they have, they're only going to be popping these ults if they're securing kills, and that's going to render Secret unable to make any sort of move out into the map.
They only have 1 more Rax left, too. Alliance can just commit onto this Rax. The Secret has to get the hell back here and defend it. This is not an easy defense by any means here either. They do have the split push going. We're watching these Treants start to slow stuff down, but there's a Radiant solution pushing and cutting the wave anyway, so we don't care about these Treants.
Yeah, there's going to be no creep wave to back them up.
No. Alliance continuing to hold this high ground, continuing to grow this lead. Secret trapped in the base.
I mean, yeah.
A rare sight to see.
Nico Baby's getting very close to the abyss. In fact, does he has it. He has it. He has it
yes,
complete.
He does.
Yeah, 33 minutes in, Nico Baby.
Oh boy, that is some nice fortunate items too, as I did just see he had the Orb Corruption, the Orb Destruction since the 27-minute mark.
I mean,
too, so
it
fortune
really
favors.
Whoever they jump, Nico Baby's now going to have pretty much the damage single-handedly to take them down for a stun or 2. It doesn't even matter if it's Matu. If they're able to get the jump on him before he BKBs, pops the ult, they will be able to do serious damage to this bear before he gets a chance to fight back.
Yeah, and he's got control. He's just got control in general for the BKB. So Nisha, a hero that really relies on mobility, can just get crippled and destroyed even through it.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, Secret again, just smoking up from the high ground, waiting to see if Alliance sort of split up, leave someone behind, but Alliance just aren't doing that.
Yeah, look at the way they're parking
it's
Nico
so
Baby right at the front here. FNG and Hanskin are just sitting right behind. Maybe if Hanskin steps up a little bit too far north, they're going to get gone on. Nice dodge.
Hanskin, he's out of the side. Will-O-Wisp down. It's going to stop them from being able to chase any further. Limp and
Matu.
They're already looking for the targets. Matu tries to go in on a Nico Baby, but Matu's so low, he's got to run. He's going to be able to get the bash off, and that will allow him to blink back to safety. Nisha is committed with the BKB onto Limp, but Limp's out. As now Nisha is having a run. Nico Baby's in on top of them. The BKB of Nisha comes to an end, but he has the movement speed. Will manage to break away, get back up to the base. As nobody will fall.
Nobody dies. Somehow nobody falls. Hanskin with the vision, he sees them rolling in. I think he saw the Earth Spirit just for like a fraction of a second when he was put down the boulder. So he's able to blink dodge. They reset on the 2 supports. They survive. Secret unable to take advantage of the 1 second that they did see the supports out of position. Alliance very, very prepared for those type of wraparounds, it does seem.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff this game too from Alliance.
Yep, they'll send Hanskin back to base. He refills up. He's going to get recalled back into the fight, and he'll be available for this next and final push from Alliance. Secret, without their BKBs, can they hold?
And Matu, he's trying to have a bit of a go. On to Nico Baby here. Only gets him down to half HP. Now the Will-O-Wisp is out. Matu is in trouble. He's fingered. He's out of the game. He's out of the game for 80 with the Abyssal. They're jumping over towards Nisha. Limp is diving in deep. Bestball's got the follow Ravage to keep Nisha stunned in position. As that's both course down, it's game over. GG is called. Alliance hit back with a solid punch here in game 2 to bring the series 1-1. I mean, they really stepped it up in this second game. I mean, how come we did see such a difference between this and the last game? What does this really say to you? Is it just that last game, the draft was that unplayable for Alliance, and when the playing field's a little more level, we do get to see Alliance at their sort of full potential?
Yes, and also I think that they just seemed a lot more alive in this game. Like, the players were just moving all over the place. They used Coddle and Lion to gank all over the place. They were...
And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you found me, you learned when the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you found me, you learned when the chaos there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I am coming on fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same, all you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I don't wanna live a I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
cover space. Still covered in duck, you're out of luck, we don't give up. Yeah, we're going up, next floor is us, you're riding with us.
Third game of the series. Alliance and Team Secret 1-1 here, and this series has a lot of implications regarding the group standings here for the Western European DPC League. And we're in the draft. We're obviously joined on the big screen by Purge, Kyle, and Tigov with me here as well. And in the draft is we are hoping for this game, Purge, that the lanes are gonna be set up more evenly. Would you agree?
I mean, I thought the lanes last game were kind of even. Obviously, like the Tide is a little bit worried about Ursa, but Alliance stabilized it pretty well. No, I would love a repeat of last game. I thought it was very cool. Even then, cool fights in the mid game. That's what I'm all about.
All right. I do like cool fights in the mid game. Need more enigmas.
Am I the only one? Okay.
No. I like the circle strats. All the circles.
It's my favorite shape.
The circle, great.
How would you find the circumference of a circle?
Don't know.
Can't take you seriously with the glasses.
I do want to point out that compared to previous game, we have got the only hero not banned yet is Lycan, and so Alliance is thinking about what they will pick. Also, big change. This game, it will actually be Alliance who has second pick and last pick.
That's a key thing here. I think going into this third game, again, I don't know who actually selected this, but it feels like maybe something a Secret would do, simply because of the factor of this Keeper of the Light. They don't want to use a ban on it,
And that's exactly what Alliance. Look at that!
Look
at that.
They're currently discussing.
Look at that.
Do we want to take it or ban, or let them have it or ban it? Exactly.
There is not like people normally don't take this long to think about their first phase bans, and they ban out Pango, so both are still in the pool, both Lycan and Keeper of the Light in this case.
Okay, so right now what's available? Puck.
Yep.
Keeper of the Light.
Yep. Clockwork.
Lycan.
Ooh, good point.
True. But they go for the Keeper of the Light, of course. Yep, sure. So now what does Alliance do against Keeper of the Light?
I mean, Batrider is still solid. I don't think they'll open with it. I hope they don't, because it's something that's somewhat solved. They could just take the Lycan instead.
Ooh.
Surprise.
Wow.
This is something that High Coast Esports used to do a lot, especially back in the qualifiers. It'd be like SD, Mars, big presence in the side lane, big overwhelming fight, and the save. It's really hard to deal with the disruption and the arena. And yeah, I wouldn't mind if Alliance went down this route potentially.
I just hope they have something prepped, because my only concern with Shadow Demon is there's a lot less power represented in comparison to like a Coddle.
This was also quite a nice pick to cover from the potential bristleback that Secret could have maybe done on the 7.
It's true.
Because
break.
Yep, exactly. But no, and then Secret instead just go for the Boy Sprint instead.
Yeah, both heroes were in the hands of Alliance previous game. Well, and they are also heroes that are just meta good, right? It's a very safe opening on the side of Team Secret, and Alliance is going a little bit more exotic with their Shadow Demon.
Very exotic.
I like the exotic opening though, because it's gonna change up the strat here for game 3. Kind of put your opponents on the back foot. It's like you can't. It's not like you're solving the draft solution within 3 games. It's like, all right, here's something completely new. Let's see if you can beat it. And they have experience playing this. I've watched Hanskin play it as a 4 position. They do end up going for the Batrider, but the saves are amazing. And they're not picked super heavily right now. It's generally people focus more on disable and gank type stuff. And because Shadow Demon can stack extra well compared to most supports with Shadow Poison, and because you can transition potentially to get those break solutions that are constantly banned in the second phase on heroes like Viper, I think it's a pretty flexible support right now, even in the first phase.
Also, a really interesting thing about Alliance with this SD opening, they've always paired it with a Timbersaw or Bristleback in the offlane. And then 4 of the 5 games, it's been with a Wraith King carry. So it's very much the idea that they have this big presence in the offlane, and it'll be interesting to see if Secret, with heroes that don't really deal with that, are they going to tailor their bans towards how Alliance have kind of utilized the Shadow Demon in the past.
This is also, I think it was an EG combination quite a bit back in the day, utilized by ROTK teams as well. But you combine the Soul Catcher with the Bat Lasso and the Disrupt to set up. If you use Ultimate as well, it is a ton of burst damage and control, and just a really nice dual set, because that initial target can just get blown up.
Yeah, right now for Secret, there's pretty much 3 bans that you need to use here. Mirana, Timbersaw, and Bristleback. They've already banned out the Lion, and Alliance will get one of these heroes.
Do you really think Mirana is a must ban?
I think the tankier boys for sure are, but I think the simplicity of the SD plus stat roam has been very prominent before.
I would disagree, just because both Abaddon and LC are available, Tidehunter as well. I think it's less difficult. When you consider there's already a Bat, I think having another easily cleansable stun that's also single target just kind of lowers the value. And then all of a sudden, an Abaddon core just breaks you.
Okay, I think in that case, I think Secret, if they offer them up, we have to look towards Alliance, having these easy long-range stuns to pair with the SD, and it'll be the Mirana or the Jakiro, then with the tankier offlaner being present. Secret ban out the Mars, still offering up the Timbersaw and the Bristleback potentially from Alliance. Ooh,
I kind of agree with Kyle on the. I agree with Kyle on the Mirana. I think it's a little bit like, obviously it's very good with Lasso and they have some flexibility there, but it just like the like if that's your double support and you go for like these like disruption air kills, I just don't feel its impact as highly as playing more normal heroes.
Yep. I think you beat Secret playing a more standard setup. You had a solid mid game. You had the team fight to match scaling. It was a very balanced lineup, and I want them to capitalize on that again. I'm a little concerned because Secret has the Coddle, so I'm hoping they have something in response. Maybe a Riki coming out 4th pick. We'll see. Alliance will have overall last pick. So.
Alliance right now, they're banning out these elusive heroes, but of course when you show Bat +1, you really don't.
They learned their lesson.
Yes.
No more Slark.
You need the Bat to be able to enter the fight and have kind of an easy way to target the core. You don't want to have to go, okay, we need to catch him if he doesn't phase shift or you start. But, you know, it's just so much easier for this bat to play, especially with it being mid most likely.
Yeah, and to reiterate the stakes, I mean, Alliance win this game, they go to 4-1. They're almost guaranteed in the major. Whereas if they lose, they suddenly go into the throng. Like, am I even going to the major now? Becomes the question.
It gets very messy for
us.
Oh, yeah.
Who do they play still? Isn't it? It's OG
Alliance,
and
Liquid and Viking.
Liquid and Viking.
Yeah.
So really kind of such volatile series. It really depends if Liquid and Viking, if they turn up on the day, they can either be great or,
EU so stacked.
It really is. It is
and
mad.
Look at the synchronization on the wing flapping.
They're actually not.
Oh, no, they are very...
No, they're slowly. They'll get back to it. It's like orbits. You have to give it time to come back. See?
Oh, there we go. Oh, no, we missed it. Okay.
Bat is just a little bit faster.
So someone in chat could work out the rate in which Jakiro and Bat have the same...
There it is again.
There you go.
Great analysis. Purge, help me out here.
There
What do you think about these first 6 heroes on the board?
Well, you know what it actually reminds me of is when you're at a red light and people's blinkers eventually shift up to be on the same phase. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you, Purge.
We're in the main.
Maybe more of an American example.
That's the long-range stun that I was talking about. You know, that they found their way. It's not the Mirana, but, you know, it's going to be position 4 Shadow Demon, the position 5 Jakiro.
That's a typical counter to the Coddle that we've seen throughout. Also a nice laning matchup against the Void Spirit, but still open. That could be mid, could be safe, and that's what you want to have, flexibility as the overall aspect. What is so funny?
Nothing.
Pay attention to the draft.
I just looked at myself.
Yeah.
That's how we react every single day.
See, you laugh. I
Thanks
just
for saying it.
cry. Never mind. It's just... Nah, never mind. I'm not going to get into it.
It's all good. No, we're good.
Okay.
How many like fire flying your own Monkey King out of a tree do you think we'll see this game? Got to be like at least one, right?
Or Macropire.
Yeah, I want to see the Macropire.
Oh, no.
Then he jumps onto a tree, then the Firefly comes in as well, so it's like the double stun.
And Keeper of the Light, if he gets an axe as well, the Will-O-Wisp breaks all the trees, right?
Oh, that's a good point. That's also such a weird... I don't know how to think about Will-O-Wisp anymore because it's not nearly as powerful, but because it's not your ultimate, it feels like it's just up it's like in 2 fights, or twice in a fight.
Also,
It's not value enough to kill it.
Rubik can also steal Macropire and Firefly.
Ooh, and then it becomes Wildfire.
And then there's no freeze whatsoever.
No. Nothing left of the red keep either.
No, there is quite a lot of bonus time being used here for this 4th pick for Alliance. What are they discussing? What do they need to have? What do they want to say?
Secret?
Yeah, Secret is looking for a big pick right now.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe they could... It's so hard.
It's the melon.
Okay. So some break, you can like get out of Kraken Shell, out of the lasso, or some of the other damage stuff.
So someone who can actually walk up into the high grounds, I think.
And
gone.
With Coddle, like we saw in the previous game, you have Ursa against Tide. Terrible matchup. But because of the Coddle and the pressure you can output with Gush spam and waves, it's not nearly as bad because you can play aggressive on a Monkey King.
Yeah, so in the previous game, it was the Tide Lion lane, very strong, but my fear is simply, I don't think Rubik Tide has the same depth and strength that we saw from that game. And maybe, like you said, the Coddle could be a pretty good replacement for that. It depends if they want to put the Coddle plus Tide in the same lane, especially with Rubik being not so dominant in the laning phase. It might hinder Matumbaman's ability to play. But they could also like do some aggro try to start with Tide sacrificing himself early on. You punish the Monkey King with a big aggressive core pick. We've seen Secret run like Luna before. I'm not saying it's good, but the idea, the essence of the pressure and then this solo Tide.
5 seconds remaining.
Secret are now seeing the fact that these big offlaners are often paired with this SD. So this is the Bristleback ban. Potentially the Timbersaw ban would come into play simply because of the Tide Hunter.
It's just I think you've got to get rid of it. It's just that S4 hero that gives Alliance's draft that frontliner it needs.
You have 2
right
big
now.
spaces.
But also more trees. They're gonna get destroyed.
Have we switched roles today?
It's the glasses, I think.
She put something
the glasses.
The personality. It's like Clark Kent and Superman, except in this case, it's.
Glasses?
Yes, could finish that sentence.
No.
Why don't you use a Wonder Woman example? That would have been way more appropriate.
Yeah, way more.
Yeah,
appropriate.
without the
Come on,
glasses,
Kyle.
you're Wonder Woman. With the glasses, you're Wonder Woman 84.
I don't know her last name. Just Diana something. That's all I got.
What?
Wonder Woman's like alter ego or whatever. It's like Diana something.
I don't know.
It's Diane Keaton.
Nobody cares.
No, yeah,
I
sorry.
care only about the draft. We have the
Ooh.
Ursa as the last ban, actually. So Timber remains to be in the pool. There's maybe a chance they want to pick it up themselves. Doesn't really fit, but who knows? What do they want? Because they were looking for a Matu hero, I believe, on the side of Team Secret, and they get to pick first out of this ban phase.
Maybe.
I mean, they could have some Batrider solutions like Jug or Lifestealer maybe. But they don't match very well against
they could, I love this Lone ban from Alliance. I think, especially when they haven't banned out the Timber Saw on Secret, it opens up for a good Lone game. You can't really go Timber with confidence, and So now Secret are like, okay, what's our plan B, guys? What is our hero that we can potentially lane into a last pick Timber Saw?
And they have no time left in their bonus time. Well, at least very little.
You don't often see Secret in this position where they have no reserve time.
They do not.
Backs up against the wall. 10 seconds left, Kyle. What is Matumba Man's hero?
It's tough.
PA.
Okay.
Not sold.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, I kind of like
all right,
it.
yeah.
Like, if there is a Timber Saw pick, for example, you can still play with the dagger spam. You can jump away, and there's kind of smaller plays to make. But in the big picture of the game, you always will blow up Jakira, and you can get
exactly. It's tough to pick a hero. You don't want to be susceptible to just be getting illusions made of you. You have the high reach necessary to kill these squishy int heroes. And against Monkey King 101, you're not bad. He doesn't want to buy MKB.
You think he would? It's his weapon, but yeah. I definitely agree. It's very good against the supports.
Maybe he doesn't buy it, he thinks he already has it.
That's good. Yeah, that could be it.
Thank you.
Kevin's so tired.
Yeah, I know, right?
Is Timber still a good option here, or are we looking for something else? We obviously know that S4 also plays a mean bat, although he hasn't played it for a little while. They could still switch it around.
Can we?
Because right now it's just like Lasso, Ice Path, Disruption. It's like not enough reliable disable, I think, to deal with the PA.
Okay.
Axe.
We need S4 webcam right now.
Oh,
this is
wait,
this is the pick, right? We'll see by his face alone if the Timber's going to be picked.
He's on camera right now. There he is.
Okay, I need to pick. Oh, no.
We need a close up.
Yeah,
there he is.
Is he smiling? Maybe not. Oh, he's sitting up. Okay, yeah, not the Timber.
What?
Because he
There
wasn't
it is.
smiling, it wasn't the Timber. I think that was a lie.
Off-lane Morphling.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What?
No.
What?
No, it's the off. What do you mean?
Okay, mid monkey?
Batter Monkey.
Yeah, it's Battle Monkey offlane.
Wait. Monkey offlane. It's S4 Monkey. He's been playing it in pubs.
Fine, yeah.
And it's a great matchup against the PA.
Cool.
It could also be S4 bat.
Yes, Pudge? You had a ooh.
And he's been I did a weatherman on this. He just like keeps mischiefing the Illuminate. So it's like the matchup is really not bad at all here.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And yeah, Limp is playing bat. Like you have Limp, you have a favorable matchup.
And now
I'm always about to pop off.
Yeah, and now you have this situation where the Tide doesn't have a good lane. He doesn't feel comfortable pressuring this Morphling. So I think Alliance really greatly utilized this Monkey King. And yeah, I like the position Alliance are in.
With the SD as well, like you have so much damage if you disrupt into a shotgun setup or disrupt the morph for pushing power.
I don't often say this, but I prefer Alliance's draft compared to Secret. Mainly that being, I don't often Secret has really good drafts, but this time Alliance has got a really good draft, not Flaming Alliance. I'm kind of...
All right.
Use Flaming Alliance, don't backpedal.
Purge, what do you have?
I think I like what Alliance did there. They've got the solutions to their lanes. Maybe Secret will do some like lane rotation that'll make it better for them, but on paper, I like what Alliance has.
Will it be a close game, Kyle?
Yes, I think this will be a even game. I like that both teams are in a position that they can certainly win the game. Watch out for the Ravages.
Yep.
The focus on controlling the Tide, how you initiate team fights in Secret is going to be what determines this game. But I would certainly favor Alliance, and I do think our boy Limp is going to pop off.
Yeah. I just want to see, I just like Nico Baby Morphling, and the fact he gets it in a last pick situation.
Scenario.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a winning scenario. So yeah, I like what Alliance has done. I'm excited to see them potentially beat Secret.
I am excited for this game as well. And indeed, we reached past midnight, so happy Valentine's Day here. Indeed, it is time. Game 3, final game of the night. Team Secret Alliance, our first Valentine's present from us to you. Ooh. Enjoy OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shiva. Should be a great game as well here. Game 3, the deciding match between Team Secret and Alliance. Fog, but we've heard from the panel and Pudge that they seem to be big fans of what Alliance has come out with in this Game 3. I mean, do you agree? Is this the time we're sort of just seeing draft-wise Alliance having the edge?
looks pretty nice with the last pick Nico Baby Morphling versus some pretty limited disables, right? They've got a Lift and an Aether Remnant as their non-ulti disables. So that looks pretty good to be a Morph player in these situations, and some limited burst damage that's really coming out. Where's the actual burst that's coming out? Fade Bolt and Illuminate, and I guess your Void Spirit spells are your best burst, but these are all you're seeable as a Morphling. So Nico Baby, he can get prepared for this, and you're probably going to see that early Manta to be able to deal with if the Void Spirit goes for this Silence or the Aghanims rush. It looks like a pretty good game for Morph.
And do you like sort of the way that they've shifted to lane things to be able to fit in that Morph, having S4 on the offlane Monkey King? As we'll see first, but maybe go down here. Oh, S4 is able to help out a little bit there with the Boundless. Not able to help enough, though. As they're able to still get in on top of FNG, they make sure the Nisha gets the first blood.
He gets the sentry down before he dies, though, and it's right in range of that ward that Secret did play, so at least he will give Limp a good amount of gold as he does die. Pretty nice.
And we'll see S4 TP down to the bottom. You're laning up.
You were asking me a question, apologies.
Yeah, so
blanked out.
S4 on the Monkey King. You think it's going to be a good time for him to pull that out this game in the matchup that he has?
Yep, it's been rising across Europe so much lately, especially we saw OG doing it at the start of this season quite a lot, and then they kind of tapered away from it, but it's been seen a lot, and it's really good versus the Illuminate in particular. As Kevin did say at the end there, the Mischief dodges can be pretty clever versus those big telegraphed blasts. And happy Valentine's, by the way, Owen.
Oh, thank you, folks.
Wish we were spending it together. Unfortunately, I'm all the way over here. But...
No. There's no boundaries to our love. Don't worry. And happy Valentine's Day. Tuning in is
except for some of them.
Wait, what? Well, here we go. Bottom lane, how we're seeing on the CS. 5 for 0. 4 for 6. It's close. It's even. We've got sticks out on the two of them as S4 got himself a stick out.
He does?
He has. He's prepared. He's ready for those daggers.
Yep, not a lot of regen down here on the Secret side. We see Puppy's already bringing some more, actually bringing a salve out, but Matu has already expended all of his. It's just going to be a Band of Elven skin rush. That's a little bit different than I've seen from most of the PAs.
Oh. Yeah, it is. It's not sort of your standard build-up. I mean, it's a build-up. It'll get you into that treads eventually, but...
Definitely interesting. Not a Wraith Band or anything like that. He doesn't want Wraith Bands. Doesn't like Wraith Bands. He just wants straight treads.
Okay. All right. Well, mid lane Nisha is getting nice and sticky here. 9 stacks up on him. 10 stacks up on him. Oh.
But look at those last hits, though. He got his boots rushed out very early on versus this Batrider matchup, and 10-6 to the 7-1.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he's really giving it his all in this mid lane matchup. Very strong start here. On top lane, I mean, Nico Baby, this is pretty much a lane where the more farms unpressured.
Absolutely. Jakiro is one of the best, if not the best, pressuring support at level 1-2. Witch Doctor, the other one, Jakiro, very good in this game for the laning phase. There is a Rubik, though, for later on that we will have to watch out for FNG covering his ice paths, because Yapstor, if he's able to get those later on, the cast range now that you get is insane with Ice Path. It covers majority of the team fight. Seeing bottom, the nice plays by Hanskin here, actually, using the disruption to block the hard camp while he body blocks the small camp himself. Nice clever stuff coming out from the Shadow Demon. As it will be giving S4 a very good time down bottom. 16-4, we are seeing Matu keeping up with the farm, but S4 not getting slowed down whatsoever.
No, the only one really losing out a little bit of the laning stage, it is Limp at the moment on that bat. And all other cores getting pretty perfect farm. Just that mid lane where there's the offset.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see this matchup of like these really dominant two players who are really comfortable on the matchup, because I've been seeing the good Void Spirits, they win the matchup, but the Batriders who are playing versus the worst Void Spirits, they take advantage of those Void Spirits quite heavily. Yeah, Nisha very comfortable with this matchup.
We do. We've seen. I feel like we've seen this matchup probably the most out of
I think the most.
A lot of the mid matchups that we get. You know, Void Spirit Bat seems to be coming back again and again, and in so many different games through both of the regions.
Ooh, Puppy does get the kill onto the DD rune bottom. Hanskin can't quite grab it. Both supports will be checking that one out. Important to point out is that Zai is getting a lot of farm, though, up top. Sure, they're not slowing down Nico Baby, but the fact that Tide isn't getting slowed down whatsoever is always a really good sign for the Tidehunter. sometimes he does suffer in some of these lanes. That's bottom.
Yeah,
I'll just quickly jump out.
Instantly away.
To share the field of battle with such beauty.
Yeah, but I was going to say who's sort of going to be the one getting the vessel out this game. It is going to be Zai. All right. So because they're going to need it. Someone's got to get it right. Against this Morph Monkey King, it's pretty essential.
It is super value, yeah. Nice build up too for his Tidehunter. Like it does give you everything you kind of want. You know, a little bit of armor, a little bit of stats, a little bit of regen for your mana. Very nice. As we see bounties being set up, Alliance setting themselves up for at least 3 of them. Which does mean Nisha might have a slight level advantage. Actually, Limp's got a stack for himself to work on. So it's going to be really close between these two. But Nisha might catch 6 just a little bit before Limp. So waiting to see if maybe there's going to be a rotation that Secret does look to punish with onto this Bat Rider. And it does look like it. YapzOr maybe is making his swing over. Maybe just to grab the bounty, but...
Well, see, Nisha already getting aggressive on his own as soon as he has that 6 up. Trying to...
YapzOr swinging over.
Yeah, Limp's... He's got those couple of bold charges, so still sitting pretty high on the HP here mid. And Nisha himself a little low on mana to fully commit with a full combo.
I think YapzOr should just stay around here, though. Tidehunter is already fine on his own. I think if he plays around mid, controls the rune, it'll be really nice for Nisha. Limp will see it, because that ward he does have on the high ground over there. But maybe he can at least deny the rune or something. But nope, Limp's actually just going to go for the kill on YapzOr.
He is. He's got FNG swinging over. And Limp's going to be able to do something about YapzOr hanging around for this. Remnant off the mark as well, so Limp, he's able to get away with that.
Oh, Nisha actually darted over, wasn't able to grab the rune. Now he's going to go back and get it. Don't let the Bat Rider grab down. And Limp will have to go back. They've actually done a good job of slowing down Matu down bottom, too. He's actually only at 25 last hits. The Monkey King does apply that pressure.
And with this Orb of Corrosion, once he has the phase boost as well on top of that, the amount of pressure he's going to be able to put on is going to lead him to potential kill opportunities. Is nearly getting Poppy. We'll see top lane. FNG does get chased down here. His bottom S4's getting gone on. And is he able to get the lifesteal off in time? Ooh, it's not enough. It's not enough at this moment as Matu and Poppy just commit onto him. And there's no backup around. S4 alone and taken out.
That's a pretty painful death, too. He is really owning that lane, too, so it gives a lot to Matamba Man as well as Puppy. And that's, Hanskin has to be more careful when Hanskin is backing up and doing these stacks. It's always that push and pull play of the off lane that whenever your support leaves, you have to play more cautious. As Hanskin shows face mid, Nisha.
He's trying to dive in for this, but he's low on the mana, Nisha.
Yeah.
And with Limp around, he doesn't want to poke any further. They are starting to swing Zai over there. Oh, they're going to take some of these stacks away.
Just the one on that side at the moment. But Limp will walk over, he'll see it, he'll be sad. And now Nisha making his way over perhaps as well, looking to secure the rune for this Void Spirit. As Nico Baby is getting the most freedom in the world too, you know, this Morph is gonna have a very solid game for himself, just what can he turn it into in this game?
He's got the bots queued up.
Bots queued up, yeah, I saw that.
I mean, why do you feel that I mean, if he does commit for that, why does he want to go that route? Like,
just be able to match the movements and I guess be able to show up to the fights when PA won't show up, because PA needs to farm Battle Fury and he needs to like match versus the recall and stuff like that. I'm not too sure. I don't know. We've been seeing a lot more bots on the carry, so maybe it's just an item that carry players like to play with lately. So.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe especially in this sort of day and age of, you know, keep with light dragon heroes up and around the map.
Yeah.
You sort of having to be ready to be very, very flexible with where you're going yourself to make sure you're not caught out by the quick movements of the opponent across the map. It's bottom, and trying for S4. They've got the backup of Nisha here as they'll commit onto him. They're doing a good job of slowing down S4 after he had a good setup in the lane. 2 kills now that the Matu's been able to pick up against this Monkey King.
He's got to play more careful. You can't be giving these kills up when you're like Nico Baby's not getting this type of freedom, not getting this type of enabling by any means. S4 has to be more cautious, has to be playing more careful until he starts getting rotations, in particular from Limp. And Limp, he is starting to work on these stacks. Secret does have the ward. They are looking to at least sap the experience of it.
Might be able to steal some of these as well there with Zai.
Yeah. Nisha even swinging over. They're actually bringing S4 to try to secure these stacks.
I mean, Zai's got the Ravage. They're going to start going on to Zai. Can they chase for him? They do have Lasso, but of course Zai, a tough target to go on to. They're going to try and they'll knock him back with a Flame Break, but he'll simply pop the Ravage, continue to step away. That is the Ravage at least forced out of Zai, so something the Alliance won't have to worry about.
Yeah, they can farm their stacks uncontested, but doesn't look like Secret want to. It doesn't really feel like they want to actually make any type of aggressive moves onto tower any. This feels like a lot more farm-heavy game from Secret. They drafted the PA, so you know they want to take it to later stages, and you know they are 2K ahead at this 10-minute mark already, which is a really good sign. When they do have a, you know, we always have to factor in they have a Rubik versus a Jakiro. Like he's gotta get good spells stolen at some point on this Yapso Rubik. Those team fights will be pretty hard for alliances. They don't really have that big of a team fight lineup with the Bat Riders. Nisha forced to pop the haste.
Yeah, he's just playing around with Limpet. He knows he's always got the safe way out with that haste.
I'm wondering when Nico Baby feels like he's going to be ready to actually show up. If he is going to be going for the bots build, I feel like it's going to take a very long time for him to feel ready.
And it feels like as well, see bottom, Nisha, he's going to jump in onto S4. S4, he can't do anything against this. He's just dead.
He is just dead.
They are really, really shutting down S4 now this game. After, as we said, he had the lane to start off. It looked great to begin with, but now Secret really focusing their efforts. They see him anytime, and they realize that as a lineup, especially with Nisha making the moves, they've got very good means of bursting this Monkey King down at this stage.
They're gonna need Limp to really put the pressure on the map with this boots of travel, because right now it's I'm a bit concerned because like I just don't see when Nico Baby's gonna be able to do much versus this lineup. I feel like you're just giving. I feel like you're giving the PA the game that he wants. Well, yeah, the PA is able to just farm Battle Fury then and get recalled all over the map and just farm faster.
I mean, Matsu, he's going to farm that much faster, really, isn't he? As we see mid, they get the grab onto Nisha. Nisha, he's still got a step available. He's got both of them. He's going to be out and away. Yapso and Puppey by his side. I don't know, it's going to be interesting. It's one of those things, you know, it's a bit of a different approach. And in a game, and okay, he's changed it.
He changed it. Right?
He's changed it up.
Okay.
I was going to say maybe like, that was just
really confusing.
Yeah, the treads into E-Blade, the standard there. I think it would have been surprising if he went for bots. I mean, it'd be interesting to know if that was ever his plan, or if he just happened to have that shift clicked in the shop. But no, treads into E-Blade. Well, much more comfortable, and definitely something that Alliance are going to be able to use to try and blow up and punish Matumba Man at this stage where he might not have the sort of the BKB done after his Battle Fury build-up. But saying that, they are going to have to be quick, because it's Matu's game's going very well, and he is going to be hitting some very good timings. It's 5-1, 3K lead. All three of Secret's cores right up there at the top right now.
And I think Alliance is too scared to really fight into the threat of this Ravage, which is, it's just going to give Secret a lot of control and a lot of ways to just farm around the map. Like Limp, his lasso is down, so it feels like they just can't do anything. As the stack will get taken from the Tide, continues to get enabled that much, and just giving that space. You know, Matu, there it is. Battle Fury's done, Tread's done too. Just tried to rush it as fast as possible. That's how we saw no build up, no Wraith Bands, nothing. Just straight Treads into Battle Fury.
It has paid off.
It has.
Fast time in a game where he was able to get involved in action already. 2-0-1, and with this sort of timing on the Treads Battle Fury, we'll see mid Alliance.
They can't set up for Nisha. It's impossible. Their draft, just especially without high points in Ice Path, it really feels just way too hard to go for this. Like Shadow Demon and Bat Rider can't set up for that.
No, they're
gonna smoke.
We'll see who they can get up here though, because Secret, they're in their own triangle, and they're not looking to be inclined to head up and show themselves up top.
No, they can recall the Tide. Like, let's say the fight does kick off, Puppey's gonna recall Tide, so Alliance have to be fast with their move if they'd make it.
They'll get the catch on Puppey. They're gonna drop the ults here. I mean, Puppey's dead, but I don't think Secret care about that whatsoever. As now they look to turn, S4 still sticking around, trying to stand his ground in the Wukong's command. Matu, he's already starting to have a poke at S4. S4 will be able to get the Jingu up, but they're going to have the burst and control. Nisha swings back over. S4's gone. As Alliance, they try and commit for that Puppy Keeper of the Light kill. I mean, they get the kill, but they're using everything for it, and they're losing more than they're able to take away from Secret there once again, as S4's down once more.
Secret was, they knew that move was coming. Like Puppy was, even as he got disrupted, he actually got his spirit form off. That to me like shows that they were so ready for the play. Zai instantly TP'd top to come over and swing. Didn't have to use the Ravage, but just the way that they were positioned in that whole situation just shows that they read that move from Alliance perfectly.
Radiant are scanning.
As they'll be able to just chill and farm. Matu, Battle Fury, like you said, Dawn level 12.
Limp.
And he's going to be able to pass this Morphous Limp.
He's trying to come out and get some bounty runes, but Secret's there waiting.
Oh, he had a stolen... Was that a stolen SD ult that he had? I didn't notice that. Oh, wow,
He had it
okay.
for the last bit of moves.
Oof. And now fresh stacks that Secret can actually invade into while we see Alliance. They can't invade. They can't even walk into this.
I mean, what can they do right now? Is it sort of just waiting until Nico Baby has the E-Blade and saying, right, then we'll smoke and see if we can get something done with that first big item on the morph? Because until then, we're going to struggle bringing the fight to Secret.
It still doesn't... I don't think they can fight. That's the thing, is like Tidehunter, I think, just poses too much of a threat versus them, really. Like, I actually feel like Limp has to have BKB now before he can look to go for anything on Secret. They have to just make better moves around the map somehow, but it's really hard. Secret might actually threaten Roche soon at this point, too. If they just keep having this Ravage available at all times, they can just force Alliance's hand at some point. And you do not want to fight with this draft. As a Bat Rider with your mid walking into a Ravage, it just feels... It feels really hard. A Secret swinging down with the smoke. They know where Limp is. They have this lane ward. They saw him sneak into the trees. Uh-oh, Limp.
They're just catching him. Both Limp and S4's game that needed to be, sort of semi-decent to put pressure on and enable space for Nico Baby to farm. It's getting dealt with very well by Secret. The Bat and the Monkey King just struggling to make moves. Was Secret prepared for any of them?
Yeah, just fully prepared and just reading any type of moves. And Alliance just now at this point it feels too hard for them to make moves. It's just okay, Nico Baby, get Ethereal Blade and hopefully we can win the game off some type of grabs and mess ups from Secret. So like 7k advantage. And they just still always have Ravage. Like Zai's just hanging on to it all this time too with this fresh Blink Dagger that he just picked up too.
Yeah, Matu's chilling. I think, you can tell he's feeling confident going for the Aghanims straight after the Battle Fury.
Yeah, limited control for him. So if he's able to just hop from target to target, if he gets a kill, he cleans up and just jumps to the next one too.
Yeah, and that Dispel is going to be very nice against the Sticky and the Jakiro, all sort of these dots that are going to be thrown down onto him.
Still we'll have to worry, of course, versus Demonic Purge, but, PA, you're mobile. You're able to jump around inside of the fights. And Nico Baby, okay, E-Blade is online, so let's see what they can make happen.
There we go.
There is a point right now where the PA isn't going BKB. Neither is Nisha. So they are poppable. They are able to actually die as long as Zai isn't acting as that big bruiser frontliner, which he has been. So he has to somehow get past this Tidehunter. It feels very difficult though. There's no real actual team fight of your own versus this Ravage threat. Looks like they're gonna set up for a smoke, I think.
Surely you want to try. Surely the passive play is not going to benefit you if you're Alliance here.
You have to play around like away from the Tidehunter, around your information. So whenever they do see heroes split up with wards, or if they do see the Tidehunter with the wards, they can look for plays. But this is what we're saying, Secret. They're gonna set up and they're gonna force the hand of Alliance around this Roche pit.
There we go.
And this is into the Ravage that Alliance has to walk into. They're gonna need some type of blessing,
how do
beautiful
they take this
casting
fight?
of spells.
It's gonna be so hard here.
Eyes on S4 as he's the one grabbed first.
They're able to get the setup onto S4. They jump over into the grab. There'll be a bit of a defensive player from Hanscam with the disruption, trying to save S4. He's able to get the Wukong's command down. But Nisha's actually jumping in. He's trying to fight deep into the ult. He's going to get punished for this. Nisha will fall. A big overcommitment there from Nisha, jumping in, feeling that he had the burst damage alone to take down S4. That was not the case by far, as that's Nisha out of this fight for 30.
I thought he'd be able to just jump away and be thankful that they Wukonged away from the pit.
He went in.
But Nisha just stays in and jumps in even further and gets punished for it. Alliance have to be quite thankful of that there. It's S4.
Oh.
Gets the boundless.
There's onto the two of them. Zai still holding on to that Ravage. We're going to have Nico Baby coming for the side. Gonna get grabbed in time, so not quite able to get the E-Blade follow-up onto Puppey. So the burst won't be there as Puppey's out.
That's pretty decent for Alliance, though. Actually forcing them out of that Roche pit, forcing them out of that area, getting the kill on Nisha. I think Secret just is going to walk right back into that pit pretty soon, though, as they do know that lasso. I think they know that the lasso was used. I don't know if they heard it, because it was casted at the very last second of while Nisha was dying. But they should be aware, at least, that a couple of these ultis are down, so we'll see what they do with it.
That should help.
Alliance, they do split themselves back up. S4 just going after the Witchblade, yet to see. It's top lane. Oh, Matu. Oh, we go.
Okay.
Easily in.
You can use your blur to set up for ganks pretty nicely now as it resets immediately afterwards. You can run away, reset, and all that too. And not going for the Roche play, though. They're actually looking to pressure the lanes out a little bit more instead at the moment.
Tower is under attack.
They do see Limp in mid. He's not quite at the BKB yet. If they do see him too far up, I think Zai is going to go for the opportunity to ravage him.
They're going back for... do they want to head into the pit? No, no, they still don't want to head quite back into the pit. I mean, Matu, as you say,
he's blur hunting.
He is. I mean, he knows that Alliance has sort of sat back and split up. Question is, do they know that S4's in the trees still? No, S4 will keep himself in.
The range creep, no. Look at that. The range creep, the melee creeps now.
Oh, they do keep sort of swinging in. They must be catching a whiff of him when he jumps between the trees.
They're going to smoke down here to try to catch this. Puppey's going to look for him in the trees. Or actually, okay. No, maybe not.
I think they're maybe just not checking where the creeps are heading. So they,
no, maybe not.
At least, you know,
they're just grabbing the triangle.
They know it's a hard catch to get anyway.
The Apps are still chilling over here, just waiting to stop, maybe threaten him at least when he does jump in. They're all set up on mid. They see Huntskin for a second, and there you go.
He lays out the poison, gives up his position, and Secret, they collapse on him immediately. There's the DD rune as well down bottom. Could certainly give Secret tools to commit for the pit.
Yep, BKB on Limp now, though, so he has a much easier avenue to actually walk in and not have to worry about the threat of the Ravage, at the very least.
He's going to have to head in soon if they want to try and stop this.
They are TPing over. Nisha's running over too now with a fresh DD picked up in the bottle.
See if they can get in the pit in time. It's getting low.
The Macro Pyre going to cover it pretty decently. Zai is getting low. They'll have to give some respect to it.
It's brought time for Hansken to get back into the action, so they've got the full team ready. Roshan is very low. Secret themselves, they know that Alliance is here as they themselves can't really head into the pit and start hitting it. And he's
going to look for some information. He's walking in with the blur. Bit scared. They put down their own ward. They jump.
As soon as they get the vision, they jump immediately onto S4.
That's the best target they can get at the start of the fights. He's their big team fight for Alliance. Zai.
He's ready to set it onto Hansken. Hansken also going to get taken out. It's 2 quick kills for Secret and Nisha. He's got the setup for more Yules. Into the Remnant. Limp. Getting burst. They're holding back a little bit. They know, oh, got the BKBs. It doesn't even matter. BKB ain't going to do anything anyway. With crits like that, as Matty just jumps in, cuts off his head.
Just such a quick move. The swing over, the ward gets placed down, and there's no hesitation. They just instantly jump because they saw the best target. They see the Monkey King, he is that team fight for Alliance to bring them together. And they do follow up, get the bat, get themselves Aegis.
Oh, yeah.
And it really does feel like it is just going to be Nico Baby having to pull out some miracles.
he literally only did 2 instances of damage there, and both for a crit. He gets the crit on the dagger, and he jumps in, boom, first hit. Have another crit, sir.
Just PA things.
Matu, master of the RNG here on this hero.
It feels like it happens every time, let's be honest. playing versus PA.
Yeah, when it's when you're
PA.
playing against it. Yeah, sometimes when I'm playing it, I have to check that I skilled the ult. I'm like, hang on, where are these crits?
That is true. I do have to check your skill build a lot too.
Yeah. Hey, I'll let you know, my 4440 build will catch on one day. Smoke up from Alliance.
Looking to set up Zai, still always has the Ravage ready. Alliance really trying to get themselves a catch here.
We've been here
But
before.
S4 again.
The Ravage is out, and straight away the fight starts with a dead Monkey King. S4's down, Matsu's cleaning up the backlines as he takes down Hansken. Nico Baby will be able to get in and burst down Puppey, but that's it. That's all he's getting. He's not getting anything else out of this as they immediately surround him. It's a triple kill for Matsu. As we do seem to be taking another page out of the book that was game 1.
Yep. This is just a really dominant showing from Secret. No mercy really to Alliance, and it's just been Nico Baby getting all the space in the world from this. As Alliance just can't fight. S4 every single time now has been jumped. Even when the fight went badly, right? As soon as they identify, as soon as they see the Monkey King, that's priority number 1 in these fights. If he doesn't get Wukong's off, Alliance has nothing in the fights.
I mean, and why is this sort of ending up, being as hard as it is for S4? Is it just sort of that he is their only real front line, but at the same time, hero-wise, this hero's not really kitted out to sort of get in there and face the brunt of the attack the Secret's bringing?
That you answered your question yourself, yeah. He is the front line. He has to be the team fighter, but also the frontliner, and they also don't have an initiator because they don't have the blink bat. And he took a long time to get BKB versus all of these disables that he has to worry about. These instant disables in particular. Rubik, Tide Ravage, Aether Remnant, all very quick for her bat to deal with. And I mean, Secret's just swinging across the map so quickly. The power of Coddle really does come into play too.
And these items from Mata are coming out at a ridiculous time. I mean, he's what,
so
5k ahead of Nico Baby. It's just boom, Battle Fury, boom, Ags, boom, BKB. Oh, watch that, there's also a Basher on the courier, boom.
It really just does feel like Alliance can't do much.
FNG? Oh no, oh, good night. Good night, sir.
Godlike.
Godlike, indeed. 26 minutes in, Matu back on the same form that we saw in the game 1 Troll.
Oh, whoa! Oh, they messed up the shotgun.
They messed up the combo as he's going to be able to pop the BKB and start killing them all. As he's in onto Hansken. As, yeah, this is getting a little messy. Alliance, they're throwing in buybacks. Are they going to be able to turn it? They're dragging him in with the lasso. They're able to get him down to half HP, but Mata, he's still good to go. He's in on the West Fort. The bashes are there. As that was not how it was supposed to go there for Alliance.
Oh no, and they get Nico Baby as well. He's going to be able to retreat. He is not. That might be where you call it.
That was a rough one. I mean, to be fair, he had the Aegis, so let's say they don't. Let's say they don't, throw that combo completely out the window and lead it in with a disruption E-Blade. Oops, we've used everything at the same time. Then they kill him once. He's probably going to kill them anyway afterwards. So maybe they can find some sort of respite in the fact that even if they had landed that combo, they probably would have still lost the fight.
I think it's those desperate moves where you want to just try to get anything you can, get any type of kill, reset the fight as Limp tries to find something out on the map, and
well,
it's completely over.
At least we got an exciting game 2, So, kudos to Secret for giving us that. Game 1 and Game 3 was Secret back to business, as it seems as this game, quite like the first game, seems pretty impossible right now for Alliance.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I was like, I'm so confused. How does Morphling have Aether Remnant? He stole it from the Morph. Or how does Rubik have Aether Remnant? He stole it from the Morphling when he turned into it. Yeah, Secret just... This one they've just had full control, really. It's like just these Ravages, just the threat of their team fight has been too much. The Bat Rider, it feels like Limp, he had to own the lane.
And Matsu's
in. That he didn't just...
He's under tier 4s. He's ready to go. He's able to take down Hansken. He pops the BKB. He's going to look towards Limp. Nico Baby's going to turn into the PA. As the Aegis timed out, but Secret, they're keeping tabs of that. Matsu's starting to back away. Alliance desperately trying to chase in with the E-Blade, but he's off to the side. They're going to dagger down Ice Path as well. They're moving in onto Matsu. Can they kill this PA? No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppey. He goes. As Matsu's out, now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matsu's back in. Ravage out. Zai, he's ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. And Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the Force Staff. Okay, they're trying for Nico Baby as well.
They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. They've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with this morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Matty's in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. As Secret just coming out on another level. And I just never a chance in this game, it seemed, for Alliance. Never a chance at all.
It seemed like when, we saw the Monkey King doing well in the lane, he was having a great start, and then when he dies the 2 times, it just becomes a disaster. It really does feel like that. As the mid matchup, I think maybe they felt like the Batrider was going to do a little bit better, but when Limp doesn't do better, and they're